Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere presented by NGE here at their studios in Burbank, California. I'm your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino, and we are excited to take you through the action today. It's been a wild group stage, and today is where it all comes down to the wire. Two teams are going home today. David, explain what the importance of today is. Explain how this group stage works.
All right, let's start all the way from the beginning where we went through the qualifiers to find our 8 teams that move on to the group stage. Now we're just over halfway through the group stage, actually in the last day here. So like you said, 2 teams are going to go home and 6 teams will advance into the next stage. Now throughout that stage, they're going to play another round robin where the top 4 teams from that advance into our live finals to play for $100,000.
Like we were saying, today is the day where it all comes down. There's a lot of teams kind of teetering between getting into the top 6. Some may make it, some may not. Obviously, 2 are going home today, and here you can see the current standings as we have it. It's a very big day for a lot of these teams.
And since there are 2 teams that have to play 2 matches and then everyone else still has 1 match to play, still so much movement could happen here, and we could result in some tiebreakers if things just pan out exactly as you would want them to. The tiebreaker rules you can see right here. Team placement will be decided by the match record first off. If you've won more matches, you will be ahead, and then tiebreakers goes down to the head-to-head. If you beat the team you're tied with, then you will be ahead, and then finally the remaining times resolved by the game record. How well did you perform in those matches?
So this creates some interesting possibilities for today. Now FaZe is definitely in a do-or-die situation. Kungarna, believe it or not, has a chance of actually going home, and we'll touch on that as we get through. There's a possibility of a 4-way tie, and they would lose in that 4-way tie. But really, the big story from yesterday, or from what happened in the past, is Complexity has kept themselves alive by beating Luminosity. Had they not done that, then it was essentially guaranteed that they would be one of the bottom 2 teams. But right now, there's a decent chance they're going to make it through.
Yeah.
And it could be easy to look at the schedule today and think like, oh, Renegades versus Kungarna, which is our first match of the day. Maybe this doesn't really matter. These 2 teams seem pretty good. But like you said, Kungarna has the possibility of going home if they were not to just win out. And the standings for today, the record you just saw a moment ago, carries over to the next group stage. So the placement here does matter. So it is important for Renegades still. They have lots to play for today as well.
Yeah, I mean, every match matters. That's the beauty of how the tournament works. You have to be playing at the highest level, you know, to your standards throughout every match. Every match matters, and that's good competition. So it's you know, just because teams are at the top right now doesn't mean they can let off the gas pedal. You want to keep going. You want to keep playing hard and get wins on your record.
Yeah, and with Renegades Kungarna needs it far more than Renegades, obviously. But like you said, with the points carrying over and now Renegades dropping some games, they're definitely going to want to keep the record as high as possible to guarantee they make it through the group stage or make it through the round of 6, which even where they are right now, that does seem fairly likely.
Absolutely. So we're going to move into Renegades versus Kungarna. This match, as you said, important for Renegades to keep their record clean, to keep their record high up in the standings, and then Kungarna just trying to stay away from those tiebreaker situations. A win here would help, and effectively for right now, the winner would move into second place, barring some other situations later on. So Renegades versus Kungarna. Let's start with Renegades. This team looked so hot at the beginning of this group stage, and now has suffered some losses over the past 2 days.
Yep, Renegades, they had made some switches. They have Mana Snow back in playing for them yet again, and well, these guys, they were perfect for quite a while throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere. They, of course, did lose to Immortals the other day, but still one of the best records currently in these group stages throughout the entire Winter Premiere. They've been playing just beautifully throughout this event, and I think having Man of Snow back in the lineup, it's much more comfortable for them playing out through the rest of these matches and even into the round of 6, into the next group stage. I think they'll be feeling a bit more comfortable with him. They looked just a little bit better yesterday, so I would suspect that will help them out quite a bit, but they have a solid bit of talent on this roster that will help them into the next stage of the tournament.
Then on the other side of the battlefield, Kungarna, excuse me. I was getting confused because they beat Immortals yesterday, completely shutting them out 2 games in a row. Kungarna's got to be feeling good today.
Yeah, Kungarna, that's a big win for them, and I mean, you have guys like Michael who really lead the charge for them there, along with Connor J. And Remix, who's really been playing quite well himself here recently. But Connor J is one of the most fun guys to watch on this roster. I've said it many a times, but he is quite literally a walking highlight reel, this man, whether it be on Roadhog or anything else. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Tracer yesterday was off the chain. But yeah, you said it. One thing to note here is Kungarna is in their double day along with FaZe, and they actually play FaZe in their double day. So both of them in a tough situation in some ways for both of them, definitely for FaZe, fighting to keep themselves alive going into the next stage here. But right now, even based off of yesterday's performance, I think Renegades should be the team that will take this away. Perhaps a 2-1. I mean, Renegades versus Liquid yesterday was an amazing game. Liquid really tore it up and has been playing on a hot streak over the past 2 days. So I don't necessarily think that indicates that Renegades is in a slump or anything like that. And I think, in general, there's a lot of similarities between Renegades and Kungarna, but Renegades has been historically the better team. The first time they played against each other, last time we saw them play against each other was on day 1 of the qualifiers, where that was a 3-0 in favor of Renegades.
Yeah, and Renegades has been experiencing a bit of fluctuation on their roster of late. We've been seeing, they brought in Kib, and then they switched back to Man of Snow. So I think they're settling. I think they're playing with Man of Snow today. So we should be seeing the roster we've been seeing for most of the tournament. But they're both moving on to Hollywood for the first map, and both these teams have seen a decent amount of success on Hollywood. So how do you feel about this particular matchup of Kungarna versus Renegades on Hollywood?
I mean, that's the thing. Both teams have had pretty good success here. Kungarna has beaten teams like Complexity on Hollywood in the past, but Complexity has also beaten them. They've gone back and forth, but those are good wins for Kungarna. Renegades have also had very good wins on Hollywood. It's been a pretty staple map for them, so I think it'll be a pretty tight map in general. I kind of echo your sentiment there, David, where I believe Renegades will take this series, and we'll have to see what type of what Kungarna shows up today. Really, but with Renegades having Man of Snow back into their lineup, I think they feel much more comfortable versus Kib, because they can use Mangachu, they can utilize him in the best way that they possibly can. Mangachu is free to play the roles, I think, where he's most effective, and I think that will play into Renegade's favor quite a bit. And we've seen Mangachu do things even in terms of Pharah or all sorts of different hero picks on Hollywood specifically, so definitely be looking out for him on the offense.
Also, with how Renegades have been playing lately, let's see here, Mangachu potentially locking in far on defense, but you definitely see them play that a lot on their offense on Hollywood, and Kungarna might be a team that's not wise against. They might be a team that's hard to do that against. Baby Bay plays Soldier 76 so well. I know Mangachu's very good at finding the right angles and the right time in order to counter that, so if Baby Bay kind of holds off engaging too focused on anybody else and waits for Mangachu to show up and really make sure he can deny him aerial superiority, then Kungarna probably will be able to stave off the effective Mangachu. Now, there's still a whole lot of players on Renegades that you have to worry about in that situation, but for right now, Renegades are going to start off on defense, and Kungarna taking their chance at offense.
That is right. So far, Renegades are showing... Well, they have Jur on the Symmetra, so it will be a single support setup in terms of solo healer. At least Sherlocky will be on your Ana. Mangachu with that defensive Pharah. As Renegades really have been enjoying running that a bit recently. They've done it on King's Row. They were doing that yesterday and some of the other days throughout these group stages, running Mangachu on that defensive Pharah with varied success, but they're going to go for it again. Jesus on that Roadhog. And in terms of what Kungarna's bringing on the offense, we see Michael will be on Tracer, Baby Bay on that Zarya, Connor J on his beloved Roadhog, which he can certainly make a big impact on. So let me take a look at Kungarna as we head into their first offensive push. Michael, I believe, he is wrapped all the way around inside of Cafe, and Mangachu is just freely flying at the moment. Connor J starts it off getting a hook. He gets that biotic set on him. Needs to be a bit careful, but he's all right for the time being. Michael goes down to Mangachu, and that's already 2 kills for Renegades, so not too much that they can work with here, though. Connor J gets Mangachu pretty late, and Kungarna's just going to kind of stay here, poke a bit. Connor J ends up going down, though, unfortunately, for Kungarna, but they're going to back off and just go in for the reset. the time being, but they did end up getting a pick actually onto Mana Snow pretty late there. So if they can regroup quickly, Kungarna, they will have a one-player advantage to take a fight with.
That's going to be a big opening as well. They will want to time Mangachu coming back. Actually, it's pretty obvious that he is there now. Maybe a brief pause there for him to take somebody out, but Blam going to take him right out of the air.
That's a very big opening pick for Kungarna. Michael gets hooked in though and will get picked off by Jesus. They traded 1 for 1, but now Kungarna comes in. Teleporter is up for Renegades, so they will have some reinforcement power. Renegades need to be looking out for that teleporter. Maybe if they can find it, because if not, Renegades will just be able to come right back onto the point. There was a Graviton used by Baby Bay, and there will be justice raining from above from Mangachu as he takes down Ajax, but gets taken out shortly after that by Connor J. So they are still going at it on the point. Jur goes down. The teleporter is up still for Renegades, but Kungarna's all over the point. Earthshatter's gonna whiff by Juvenile. Kungarna are finding the frags right here in this fight. They have a strong presence on the fight, and they're just looking to get Mana Snow out of his mech. He will send off that self-destruct. Won't do all that much. Baby Bay did go down. And they continue to fight it out here, but Kungarna has 2 ticks on the point for the time being, and I think that may just settle it out. Mangachu comes in. He's, managing to actually get some kills here. Takes down Ajax as well. Mangachu is keeping it alive for Renegades at the moment. Remix very hurt. Mangachu gets 3 for himself, and I think he may have just held it for Renegades. Very, very well done by Mangachu, always being a presence on that Pharah.
A great job by both teams, honestly. Renegades clinging back to that fight, a pretty clutch sleep dart from Sherlocky to keep himself alive and really shut down Connor J, make him take a little nap there in the bottom. Kungarna also doing well, keeping the fight alive in kind of an unstable situation, but they really needed to close it out. Renegades, it looks like they might be able to hold here. 2 ticks on Kungarna though.
Sound barrier to start it off for Kungarna. Mangachu getting melted at the moment by Baby Bay, who has a Graviton. He's going to lay it out there. They need to convert on these frags. They do get 2. Jur and Jesus going down 3 for Kungarna here, and they look as if they should be taking this point right here. It took them a little while, but they do manage to do so. As Sherlocky goes down here, there will be no one else around from Renegades to defend. Overall, a solid defense from Renegades, though. Thanks in part, or a big part, to Mangachu being able to save the point by themselves a little more time.
He's also the opening pick in that second offense, one of 2 kind of, that allowed Kungarna to get so much distance on it. That's definitely one of those situations where, as Kungarna, you're wondering, should we reset? Are we going to come out ahead on this? Fortunately for them, even though there was some people contesting the point against them, they were still getting progress on it. Those 2 ticks were definitely worth how long it took, and Kungarna trying to take it to Renegades here in the streets phase. Remix on the fence.
Self-destruct went in from Michael, but ended up getting taken out by Mangachu as he came out of his mech. Connor J gets the hook on a Sherlocky, but quickly cleaned up on afterwards. So Kungarna now down 3 players, and Renegades will come out on top of that fight, just now resetting both teams to take another fight here. Momentarily, Mangachu has now made a switch over to Zarya rather than Pharah as well, so keep an eye on that. He was quite effective on Pharah, though, throughout that first stage of the fight, and throughout first point, but now Kungarna starting to get some time down on the cart, and they will be pressing forward. Remix has an Earthshatter, be looking for it. Juvenile sets himself forward, tries going right into the shield, but gets absolutely nothing with his Earthshatter and gets taken down, in fact, by Baby Bay. The sound barrier came out from Jur on the side of Renegades, but Kungarna are the ones that have 2 picks already, 2 frags for themselves, and they're getting more and more as the fight goes on. Mana Snow strikes back with 3 for himself, though, for Renegades. Jesus taken down shortly afterwards, but now it is Kungarna, I think, solidifying themselves on top of this fight, despite the heroics of Mana Snow to try and keep Renegades in the fight.
That's a bad turn for Renegades, burning 2 of their ultimates to try and stave off Kungarna, but Kungarna, a momentary pause, otherwise keeping on trucking. They do have Baby Bay's Graviton they're going to be looking for in this next fight to secure the second point, and Michael not far away here from a self-destruct. They can certainly pair those together, but it won't be necessary. Here we go, Graviton coming out of Baby Bay.
Here we go, look out, Loretta, there comes 2 from Michael to start things off for Kungarna, as that should give them a clear advantage in this fight. 3 kills for Kungarna now. Renegades not looking too strong to be able to hold on here. They are getting some of those forward spawns, but there's not really, I don't know if they'll really be able to make an attempt at holding this one off. As you can see, Connor J has already pressed himself forward, looking for some stragglers. He actually gets the hook on a Juvenile, who's taking quite a bit of damage, got bubbled, but man, he is hanging on for dear life. Michael comes through to clean up. Kungarna playing very aggressively right here forward. Mangachu uses that Graviton Surge, but I don't know if there's a whole lot of follow-up to be had had off the back of it, and it's still Kungarna getting the kills. And Mangachu narrowly missing out on dying here. Man, Kungarna are just so pressed forward, and Renegades can't do anything about it.
Connor J just constantly keeping pressure on Renegades, not allowing them to stabilize. Renegades probably needing to get very aggressive immediately after the second point to bleed some of the ultimates out of Kungarna and soak up even more time. There is 1:45. Renegades has done a decent job bleeding time, even though they haven't been fully formed. I guess probably one instance in that entire game so far where they've had a definite ultimate advantage. But now Kungarna's got the advantage, and they're pushing into the final point.
Earthshatter comes in from Remix. Not a whole lot of follow-up around there, in the sound barrier from Kungarna came out as well. Self-destruct. Man of Snow is going to be landing right on the cart too for himself. Has been pretty on point with these self-destructs so far. A Man of Snow getting hook in was Jesus. Finally finishes off Ajax there. Didn't get him right away, but Renegades finally solidifying a hold here on the cart, slowing down Kungarna a bit, and they are now down to 1:10 to try and bring this cart home to the third point.
That defense right there was very big for Renegades, staving off what Kungarna did have going for them. Kungarna burning a number of ultimates to try and push it all the way in, but they still kept 2 in the bank, and it's a very, very big 2. You have a bomb combo lying in wait for Kungarna. They're going to be looking to line that up. Meanwhile, Juvenile is going to be looking to disrupt Kungarna with a big Earthshatter, and there it comes.
He did get quite the Earthshatter, and it's going to help Renegades secure 2 kills. At this point, it looks as though they just want to back up and reset for really one last good fight that Kungarna has left in them. And they're only going to have those same 2 ultimates to be able to take that fight with. Going into it, might get blams towards the end of it, the nano boost, but Renegades pressing themselves very far forward here to try and contest early. They've already traded 1 for 1, Jesus and Remix, both taken out here, but Renegades now starting to make their move in. They don't have much time left. Here comes a Graviton Surge. Self-destruct is going to be in there. Michael takes down Jur, so now 2 picks for Kungarna. It's time for them to start moving. Juvenile did get that nano boost. A Graviton comes right back on the side of Renegades. Mangachu laid that one out there. They've only been able to get 1 kill off the back of that for Renegades. Kungarna are finding the kills themselves. Michael has gotten 2 now, and it's just cleanup time for Kungarna. I don't know if there's much around for Renegades. It's going to be a whole hog from Connor J to make sure they can keep them out of there. Earthshatter comes out. Connor J put himself behind the shield just in time to make sure he avoided that, and Kungarna are able to bring it home just barely right at the end. But Renegades, excuse me, doing a good job of at least holding them in terms of time.
Here's that recap of Baby Bay's Graviton connecting with Michael. They picked up 2 off of this, 2 very big picks. I mean, it's Juvenile and Jesus taking out 2 of the critical tanks, which basically just paves the way directly into the second point for them. You don't necessarily have to come up big with those 4 or 5 Ks. You just got to get the right ones, and a Reinhardt is usually one of the right ones.
Oh, yeah.
Renegades now with their turn on offense. All they need to do here in order to convert this first map into a win for them is cap with enough time to prevent Renegades, or prevent Kungarna from getting a second chance. But that's a tricky proposition. We might be looking at a tiebreaker situation, both teams getting another shot at it, or Renegades perhaps not taking it all the way. We'll see what Kungarna has in store for them. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ajax stay on that Symmetra. We've seen them run it in the past here. Renegades teleporter certainly working out for them to drain a lot of time off of the first point. That whole first fight kind of reminded me of the Luminosity Immortals game on Kings Row. I don't know if you remember that earlier. Last week. There was just a lot of fighting going on pretty much the whole time. Not the kind of designated lines and everybody waiting for the right opportunity and kind of the structure you see in some fights, because sometimes it's not necessarily wise to give up what little momentum you have if it's being contested. It's a hard call to make. You back off, you might not get another chance. You keep it going. Well, at least the cart's going to be moving a little bit. It gets into kind of a tough comparison of whether you want it now or a better chance at saving more time later. It's a hard call to make. And that's certainly what happened with Kungarna. Once they get past for the first point, it's pretty much just a straight roll all the way in, but Renegades had soaked up so much time off of it, they don't have anything left in the bank.
As long as Renegades here are able to cap at least with some bit of time left, they'll get a second chance to retake the first point. And since Kungarna capped in overtime is, I mean, Renegades at this point, even if it's 0.1 seconds left, they just need to get all those points and then give themselves an opportunity to get to the end here and deny Kungarna a chance. But we have a long way to go for that. They still need to move all the way through, and Connor J is already going to get a hook. It was on the D.Va, but it helps. Actually, Ajax is going to go down They've traded a couple back and forth. Kungarna are the ones coming out on top, though. Mangachu is on Pharah. Quite hurt, though, is just going to have to back up because of how many players Renegades has lost so far. And this point actually just melted by Baby Bay there at the end.
You can see Kungarna is not going to let Mangachu fly around unfettered in the air. You've got Blam, Baby Bay, and Michael all chasing him down no matter where he goes. Michael being one of the more problematic of those, trying to fire into a fence matrix on D.Va, let alone with when D.Va can fly after you, is a pretty tough proposition for Mangachu. So positioning, team support is going to be a big deal. Sirlaki saving him there with a sleep dart on Michael in that last engagement. But Remix actually going to start taking it to Renegades and dictate the pace of the fight early.
There was a nano boost given off by Blam, but Remix is put to sleep and was unable to do anything with that. But Kungarna are the ones getting the last lap here. 3-4 kills for them on the fight. Sherlocky is hanging on for dear life in the alley here and was taken care of. Nearly got Connor J, but they were able to kill Sherlocky a bit late. Still plenty of time for Renegades to work with. 2:20 left on the clock. And there is going to be a telly up now for Kungarna, so even if they do lose some players, they will have those reinforcements, at least the capability to get them back into the fight.
Not only do they have a teleporter, but they have a Graviton bomb combo lying in wait. And Renegades, they really just have a barrage, perhaps a nano barrage. Perhaps Juvenile can get his Earth Shatter in this next fight, but really Renegades just needs to be bleeding some of these out of Kungarna and building their own, maybe saving them to guarantee next time. But never mind, Mangachu gonna pick up two with a big barrage.
Getting two off of the barrage. 3 kills for Renegades. That teleporter is still up for Kungarna, though, so if they can get their players back in, they have a good opportunity, though. We're hearing Mangachu calling out that he's found the teleporter. He knows where it's at. It's just a matter of trying to kill it in time, and he is able to. So Kungarna will have no reinforcements coming back in here. They did get some, but Renegades easily able to take care of them as they came back onto the point. So good job for Mangachu finding that teleporter, denying re-entrance to Kungarna back to the point to try and defend. And they will now have 3 minutes and 45 to move their way through the streets phase. Pretty good start here for Renegades.
Clear example of how there's all sorts of little tactics and strategies in Overwatch, Ultimate Economy. But if one player just pops off and gets the right picks at the right time, all of that just falls apart. Renegades certainly coming out on top of that one, not only capturing the point, but draining Baby Bay's Graviton, but borderline no effect, shutting out a teleport. It only had 2 people, perhaps getting another stagger out of him. Nano boosted Remix, taking a charge into Juvenile, making him go back to spawn here. Mana Snow's going to disengage. Looks like Kungarna's going to get a hold out of this. Hold on, Mangachu trying to get away. Connor J chasing him down. Mangachu gonna have to come back one more time, make that work. Connor J getting counterpulled now.
Renegades getting a couple of return kills here, and they will keep the cart moving. Looked as though Kungarna were going to be able to come out on top of that fight at the beginning, but Renegades quickly changed that in their favor. And now
Twice
they
in a
are
row.
getting, yeah, really. And now they're getting time on the card. Juvenile even has an Earth Shatter at the ready. So does Remix. So those are going to be your big ultimates in play here for this next fight. That's really all either of these teams are going to have. Baby Bay soon up for the tack visor, but Juvenile with a biotic on himself, quite hurt, has to just back up, make sure he takes some heals. They do get a hook in. Oh, and the Earth Shatter completely shut down by Juvenile. He's going to get so many inside of that Earth Shatter, charging into the back, takes down Ajax as well. Fantastic Earth Shatter out from Juvenile is going to send Renegades probably on a clean push for this second point. Baby Bay has himself poking out of that left side just a little bit, but the rest of the team isn't here to help him out. And that will be Renegades getting the streets phase point off of that brilliant Earth Shatter from Juvenile. Now 3:30 to move that cart all the way to the last point for Renegades. And even getting this hook in onto Remix. Easy pickings right there for Renegades.
That last fight, a pretty fun example to watch kind of the finesse of Reinhardt game back to back, but we'll have to talk about that after this. Kungarna already pushing into the third point here. They have 4 ultimates online, a number of them very large. Mangachu's Graviton going to come in big. Man of Snow going to be looking for a large self-destruct on this. Kungarna's going to have to take it to Renegades early to try and get him off kind of the power play that they're in right now. Kungarna with only a nano boost to work with, really far away from everything else.
Renegades taking the Graviton straight in. Man of Snow again with 3 off of the self-destruct. This guy has been on point with the self-destructs today, but Baby Bay coming back with a few kills for himself here. at least, but Renegades still very comfortably going to be able to continue to move this card as they even clean up on a couple of kills right at the end. So Kungarna really needs to shut it down here on this next fight, or they could be in some trouble.
Well, Kungarna does have the weapons they need. A nano boost and Michael's self-destruct certainly outweighs a sound barrier and a whole hog in most situations. Renegades self-destruct coming out from Kungarna, landing, not really picking up anybody. Renegades still trying to pour it on. Sound barrier for Renegades, and it's a tight fight right now, neck and neck. Nano boost coming out for Kungarna.
Connor J's called off to the side by himself. I would think that's pretty easy pickings for Renegades, but they haven't focused him down as of yet. Now he's regrouped, gotten healed up. There is a Graviton that will be landing directly on the cart by Baby Bay, but Renegades somehow are still coming out with the upper hand on this fight. Self-destruct on the cart. They use the sound barrier as well, Kungarna, to try and make sure that they win this fight because they desperately need to, but that card is so close to being taken home here. Juvenile, who's quite hurt himself, is not going to risk it any further. Coming back, getting the bubble. Kungarna's able to hold on for now, 1:30 for Renegades to try and bring that cart to the finish line.
That was a huge hold for Kungarna. That amount of time, if Renegades had pushed it in, would have virtually guaranteed them a victory on this map. Renegades with an Earth Shatter, a Graviton, and a self-destruct. Those are certainly the weapons you want pushing into the final point here. But Kungarna, Baby Bay already looking for a secret little Graviton here. If he can get it in the right place, Kungarna will convert this into another hold.
Oh, they're going to get a lot inside of that one. Is the follow-up there? A good Bionic to land on top of the players of Renegades. And now another Graviton comes in from Renegades as they try and get something off of that. But it is all Kungarna at the moment. They just destroy Renegades right after that Graviton laid off from Mangachu, and they were easily able to clean up on the rest. So it's going to be really one more solid push out from Renegades. 35 seconds for them to make something happen.
I don't know how solid of a push they can put together here. Kungarna definitely ahead in the Ultimate Economy. Remix with a Shatter. All Renegades has is a self-destruct. They're getting very close to a nano boost, though. Look for that to be coming out in the next fight. Remix with his own.
Oh, he's going to go straight in, using that Earth Shatter. 2 for Remix here. Gonna pin Jesus into the wall as well. Finding a third is Remix, and that, I think, should solidify it for Kungarna. There's not much left around for Renegades. Maybe one respawner will be able to get there. It might take a Tracer or something quick for them to get back to this point. There will be a nano boost given to Man of Snow. He will at least make his way to the cart and make sure he touches it. Jesus has come up on Tracer now. Mangachu starts it off, takes out Baby Bay. Sound barrier from Renegades. They actually have a decent shot at being able to bring this one on home. Ajax soon is going to be coming up on a sound barrier for Kungarna, and they will desperately need it. 2 kills for Renegades here. They actually have a shot at doing it. Blam and Connor J both taken out. Another Earth Shatter from Remix. No follow-up from the rest of Kungarna, though, and they're now down 3 players in this fight. So Renegades with a very, very good opportunity to bring this home. They just need to get Michael off the card, who's doing a fantastic job of stalling them out. Earth Shatter comes out from Juvenile, not going to connect onto anybody. Connor J desperately trying to stay alive, gets put to sleep. These respawns of Kungarna are still coming through. Graviton surge from Mangachu. That should seal the deal for Renegades. They're able to get all 3 points in the end. Oh, just barely. Oh my goodness. I really thought Kungarna was going to be able to hold on there, I gotta be honest, but...
Nano boosting Man of Snow, getting him on the cart just in time. Jur breaking out a sound barrier to really reinforce the power of Renegade's push there. This is the second to last offense for Renegades, if I remember correctly, which not a whole lot of even ultimates used for Kungarna, just burning the Graviton there and cleaning up after it. A nice way to consistently keep your advantage throughout all of that. Renegades, though, that last push, definitely taking time to focus Connor J as much as possible. As soon as they all came back, that was their #1 target. Connor J staying alive a crazy amount of time regardless, but I think Renegades starting to key in on who some of their main targets are here. Certainly not going to be able to catch Blam a lot of the time unless he puts himself in a strange position, but he's pretty great about making sure he's hard to find. The rest of Kungarna is pretty great about making sure they can clean off of him. A lot of communication going back and forth there. But once Connor J fell, a lot of the rest of it really just started to unravel.
Now Renegades will be on the defense first. Both teams are given 1 minute on the clock to try and get the first point, because both of them capped out the final point in overtime. So since both of them were in overtime, they will each get a minute on the clock. Renegades are the ones to start on the defensive side first. Kungarna looking to attack. You do not have a lot of time to make this one happen, so they need to move quickly try and get a fight in immediately in case things don't go their way. They might have an opportunity for a second one, but you have to be just about perfect here for Kungarna, as they already work their way in. Remix and Juvenile both charging. They've already taken Juvenile out of this fight, and that is a brilliant start for Kungarna here as they try and come in. They take down Jur as well. Remix taken out by Man of Snow. So they are trading back and forth a bit, but the one-player advantage will be in Kungarna's favor, and they have respawn advantage. Jesus goes down to Baby Bay. Kungarna with a very solid opportunity here. Man of Snow should be taken care of as well. Blam gets the finishing blow there, so Renegades really looking good. Mangachu trying to make a hero play again, but he just cannot make it happen. Now 10 seconds for Kungarna, and they have a strong presence on this point. Renegades players desperately trying to move their way back to defend this. Jur is just stalling as long as he can. Good hook from Connor J to make sure that he gets shut down. That should be a secure point for Kungarna. No one around from Renegades to stop it. And now, as long as they stay on the card here, Kungarna, they'll just be able to keep moving and moving. Renegades is going to have to win a team fight here at some point.
Well, they're going to have to get a full wipe out of it as well. Now, they do have a Nano Boost, a Graviton, and a Barrage moments away here. If they can pair those together and get a full wipe, that's going to be good for them. If they mess any of that up, that's going to be so much distance for Kungarna.
They have some tools to make this one happen. Earth Shatter from Remix going to put some bodies on the ground. Here comes Renegades, though. 3 kills, 4 kills for them, and Mangachu taking down Remix. That should be enough to make this one stall out, but still, Kungarna, a very good push from their end with 1 minute to be able to get that first point and move the cart a little bit. Now Renegades are going to have a hell of an offense to make this happen, and it was narrowly a one fight off at least the beginning for Kungarna, but then Mangachu and company over the top with the Barrage and just other ultimates on top of that were just able to get all of the Kungarna players that were left on the cart. But a minute left. A minute for Renegades to get first point. It's a tall order. It's a very tough thing to do. Kungarna did it, so Renegades certainly can, but you gotta be just about perfect.
Kungarna cleaned off that first point with relative ease. I mean, there was a little bit of delay here and there, but it wasn't too stressful for them getting wiped immediately after the gate. Certainly not ideal for Kungarna, but if they're able to hold Renegades here on the first point, then Renegades is just going to lose the first map. That's all there is to it. Renegades, however, like I said, doing a great job shutting down that push cleanly, not wasting a bunch of ultimates and allowing Kungarna to get a second point capture, maybe even a third, which we've seen a number of times here in the Winter Premier. Kungarna's often the team that's been doing it. People just getting a little bit of disruptions in whatever kind of power play they're trying to make there. And Kungarna converting it into far more distance than you should allow anybody to push in overtime. But now Renegades are going to have to get very aggressive and certainly be more clean than they were on their first assault on the first point. Kungarna going to be looking to keep Mangachu out of the fight. That might be something that Renegades is already ready to work around. Perhaps the predictability of that's going to play out for them, but we're about to find out.
It's like Blam's at the ready for Mangachu. As soon as he peeked his head over top of that building, he was immediately shot at. So here comes Mangachu to try and kick this off. He's over by Cafe right now. A bit hurt, though. Keeping Sherlock, he's keeping those good heals up on him. Remix goes down. This is exactly how it started for Kungarna as well in their offense. Getting the pick on the enemy. Reinhardt, Blam goes down as well. Renegades already 2 picks in their favor. It's a 6v4 fight, and they're finding a whole lot more on top of that. Baby Bay, one of the final few left on the back of the point. Renegades will be able to get this first point here. It's a matter of, can Kungarna shut them down before they make it to where, well, they did in the Streets phase? That's the question. And Renegades are going to have to be perfect, really, win this next fight to take this first map.
Absolutely, and they're down on the economy that the Renegades had when they were on defense. Kungarna basically not even half on most of their ultimates here. That's a very tough situation. They're basically going to have to win this straight up, and Renegades getting very close to some of their ultimates. A lot of those are just going to cascade onto Kungarna here in the Streets phase.
Go charging in his Juvenile. He is quite hurt, is going to go down in the back. Connor J was able to get him, so Michael now getting demech'd. Man of Snow with a Graviton Surge. He's going to lay it down on the cart. Renegades need to get the follow-up here. Mangachu's flying freely. 3 kills for Renegades, 4 kills, 5 for them, and now it's only Blam who's up. He's got to go and touch the cart, but he's annihilated as soon as he gets within range of it, and that is Renegades taking the first map in dramatic fashion here on Hollywood. I think we're going to have a gonna have a good game on our hands here between these two.
Dramatic fashion indeed. That one was so close, back and forth. We saw great defenses and great offenses on both sides. It's not often that we feel like in Overwatch we get good defense and offense in the same game.
Yeah, it hasn't been happening too much here in the Winter Premiere, but these guys showcasing both sides of the coin very nicely. It's
a fun
good
match.
to see it. Yeah, this is a really fun match down
Got
the
everything
wire.
you could ask for. Some pretty decent defenses, rolling offenses, a lot of clean ultimates, a little bit of the chaotic stuff. That last fight in particular was was quite fun to watch.
Yeah.
I want to touch a little bit about real quick that moment we had on the Streets phase with Juvenile and Remix, both locked and loaded with their Earth Shatters, both looking for the right position. Now, Juvenile's shield went down very quickly, and you saw he immediately got all the way out of dodge, as far as he possibly could, in order to prevent the guaranteed situation where they were going to get shattered there, or the rest of his team spreading out to make sure that effect wasn't going to be able to land. And as soon as he came back, I don't know if Remix misjudged it or thought he had a moment, whiffing his Earth Shatter, not picking up who he wanted. And then you saw Juvenile right then and there, shield down, perfect opportunity, dropping the vast majority of the opponent, cleaning it all the way through the second point. Yeah, this is it right here. This is classic. And that's right there is the end result of all of the little things that Juvenile did to make sure he came out on top of that fight. The little dynamics, the finesse of a Reinhardt Shield War is something that's often kind of lost in how much is going on here in the show, but you really have to pay attention to it sometimes to see exactly how hard some of these guys are working against each other.
I think that's something I've seen from a few Reinhardt players throughout this tournament is watching for when the other Reinhardt goes to ult. If I still have my shield up, all right, this is the perfect opportunity to counter ult immediately and get something while your shields are down. But the other things that I saw in this match was Mangachu versus Connor J. And these two star players, and it kind of seemed like who was doing the best was which team was shutting down this play. And it seemed like it was mostly Mangachu getting the rough end of the stick, but Renegade still comes out with a win.
Yeah, I mean, Mangachu had his moments of being really effective, and then Kungarna had other moments of really being able to shut him down well. As you could see at the very end there, he was doing quite well on Pharah, making a big impact for Renegades as they try and push that first point with very, very little time. And, you know, it went back and forth. In the end, Renegades get the win, so no harm done for them. They're able to pull it out, and Mangachu still, despite how hard it can be at times to play Pharah, in this meta, he does it very, very well.
And it seemed like, if you guys pointed this out on the first point, if they were shutting down Mangachu, they were doing okay. If they were letting Mangachu stay in the air, they were really struggling to take anything. And just that sort of air superiority, we've seen that time and time again from this squad. If Mangachu's allowed to do what he wants to do, you're going to have such a difficult time. But
yeah, that's
you know.
certainly true. You can't let Mangachu do whatever he wants. At the same time, you can't over-invest resources chasing after him. There's a few times where Michael would be spending Diva, which was causing Kungarna to maybe lose a little bit in the shield war. As long as Renegades is keeping an eye on how many people are having to engage Mangachu, whether Mangachu is dead or not, getting the shots or not, he's still bringing the value that he needs to bring in that situation. We saw Blam definitely, at times, probably not too much, looked like mostly in the opening, pulling up with Ana and getting some quick snipes on Pharah, which can certainly suppress. But Mangachu, he's very good about knowing exactly when he was going to get healed, his positioning and whatnot. Really the only time where Kungarna seemed to have the upper hand on Mangachu's Pharah was on defense when they were running it there. But he did come back big a few times. It's just he got killed twice, I think, overall in that fight, even though he did come back and get a few kills himself. Having somebody gone throughout that fight's a problem. So that's the closest they came to shutting him down completely that I saw. And Connor J, a similar story, most of the time bringing his effect, but definitely in that last fight for Renegade's offense on the first attempt. It gets complicated with time bank, man. Him getting focused immediately was a big critical thing for Kungarna. They're just giving up that defense right after that.
And I mean, again, Mangachu on his Pharah, he specifically plays it quite well in this first point of Hollywood. He knows his positioning, where to go, when to really engage in these fights. It's honestly a beautiful thing to watch because there's not many guys that can play Pharah that well. And then here is one of the final pushes that solidified it for Renegades, but you know, with that Graviton just being able to come over top, and that's Mangachu sitting up there uncontested.
Diva.
He was able to put in so much damage there along with the rest of the team.
Diva dream situation. A bunch of people with no shield floating roughly head level just get to hold M1 and watch everybody melt.
Yeah,
I sympathize.
Yeah, it was, once the Reinhardt shield was down there, it was just kind of over. It was just dish out all the damage. Like you guys said, Mangachu in the air, not uncontested. No one was able to deal with him. And in that moment, they had other things they're worrying about it. They're in the middle of a black hole, you know, so it's like that's pretty difficult. But we're moving on to Gibraltar for map number 2. You think they're going to put it away here, or is Kungarna going to bounce back?
That's man. This game has been wicked tight here so far. I think Renegades are still going to seal the deal right here on this map, but I would not be surprised to see another incredibly close game because these guys have been, I mean, obviously, as you saw there on Hollywood, it's been a good one so far.
Wicked tight in both the sense that it's a close battle and also how somebody from Boston would describe something being cool.
And the weird thing is I'm not from Boston, but you know,
I am from
Philadelphia, man.
I am from a long time ago. I don't think I've used wicked in a decade.
Wicked, come on, man. Bring it back. You know, it's wicked. But this match is pretty wicked. I'll tell you that, folks. And we have map number 2 here. Watch Point Gibraltar. And it will be Kungarna on the offense first. This is their pick for a map. So, hey, who knows? This is, I'm sure they feel pretty good here. We've seen success for them on this map quite a bit, so...
I'd say Hollywood's a good map for them as well. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the beginning of all of this. I feel like these teams are so similar in so many ways, and just the net skill of Renegades being just a tad higher.
Yeah.
And that making a big difference throughout most of their schedule.
Yeah, just a little bit above. The teamwork of Renegades is quite fun to watch. How coordinated they are, and well, we'll see what they can pull out on the defense. They do have Mangachu on that Mei, as you will see them try and pull out a bit here, but Kungarna's not going to go on the low ground and have a chance of themselves getting walled off down there in the low ground. It's just going to be Michael pressing that cart forward. Now he's going to attack in from the backside of Renegades and meet up with the rest of his team. Now, no one is pressing the cart forward, but that's fine because really it's all about just taking this team fight, winning, and then being able to move it. And somehow that hook not connecting for Jesus. But now they've essentially flip-flopped sides, as you see quite a bit on this map. Kungarna almost seems as if they're the ones on defense. Though. Yeah, this is like a total flip-flop. Sherlocky actually getting caught out by Baby Bay, though, and now he's going to try and come through on the opposite side. ConnorJay getting walled off. A good hook in onto Jesus, able to kill him. So Kungarna's doing actually a brilliant job on their attack here. Just, I mean, we're really keeping Renegades guessing as to where they're going to come from. ConnorJay getting 3 kills in that fight, and Kungarna's going to be able to get a good bit of ground off of this here.
Usually you see Renegades in that situation, or anyone just kind of switch into the server room, not all the way down into what is often a kill zone for offense, so questionable decision there, but Renegades back just in time to start contesting this point. And there, Baby Bay gonna break out his tack visor and clean all this up.
Well, pretty much free reign. Man of Snow is gonna get melted. He does get a nano boost quite late, and I'm just gonna make sure that they're sealing the deal here. Baby Bay just wreaking havoc on the players at this point, uncontested up top there in the rafters. Just, I mean, nobody even attempted to touch him, and he pretty much allowed himself to do whatever he wanted. And Sherlocky might be a very late pick. ConnorJay went forward to try and take care of him, but Sherlocky gets the better of him. Kungarna gets the first point, though, and they will just continue to press that payload forward.
Renegades here working with an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost as soon as Juvenile gets back, but for as long as he's down, Kungarna's going to definitely get motion on this cart. Kungarna, however, low on all ultimates here, aside from Baby Bay and Remix. I guess you can count in Ajax. I'm thinking mostly here about the offensive ones they're going to need to get through this point, though.
Whoa, Baby Bay getting hooked in by Jesus up there in the ship. So Kungarna now is starting to back up a little bit and wait for their respawns. But they do have an Earth Shatter coming online. Renegades have the Earth Shatter themselves. That'll be really the big ults that you're looking to in this next fight. Very similar ults across the board from both teams. Juvenile coming down for the Earth Shatter. Sound barriers will be on both sides as well, and Baby Bay sends off that tack visor from up top. Mangachu will also have one for himself that he's going to pop off. Baby Bay melts him in seconds, though, getting the better of the tack visor war right there, and Kungarna is just rolling full steam ahead at the moment. Man of Snow will be going down momentarily. And that is just all Kungarna at the moment. About to take second point, though. With Baby Bay going down late like that, Renegades are going to try and come back in and take a quick fight here. Mangachu gets decimated by Michael as soon as he comes back in. It doesn't matter. Kungarna are just getting all the kills here as Renegades try and re-engage. As Connor J doing his thing yet again, as we often see him do on Roadhog. 3 kills. He wants to add another one on top of that. That'll be Kungarna now taking the second point, looking to get some of these late respawners. They might be able to get some.
Oh, Baby Bay switching off of Soldier 76, so I guess it's the end of Rainer time. I was really looking forward to Blam throwing another stim pack out and watching Baby Bay work. It worked for them for 2 points now, but heading into the final point, looks like they value Zarya here more. Makes a lot of sense certainly to clean up the final point in these big corners like that, but Renegades, they don't have a Graviton yet. They do have a Self-Destruct, a Nano Boost, an Earthshatter not far away, and Jesus, Whole Hog, that will be enough to delay quite a bit here. However, an Earthshatter landing on a Kungarna.
Earthshatter from the backside of Remix as he snuck his way through. There's going to be a Self-Destruct on top of that. Still no kills yet, just as I say it, though. Jesus gets 2 off of the Whole Hog. That will certainly put a stint in the push of Kungarna, as Renegades are able to hold on here. That's the thing, Kungarna had a pretty big time advantage, or a big, just a lot of time to work with in general coming into this last point, but we've seen time and time again at this corner teams get stalled out for a very long time, sometimes not even being able to finish the map. Though Kungarna has many more shots, many more chances and opportunities to take this. I would not be surprised to see Renegades hold them here with how good their defenses have been in the past. But here comes an Earthshatter out from Juvenile. They're going to get a lot inside of that one. 2 kills off the back of it. Remix, Baby Bay, the rest of Kungarna just trying to back up. At the time being very aggressive from Renegades, and it's good to see them with such aggression here, but they need to be careful not to go too far and press their luck.
Playing right next to Kungarna's spawn. That's a dicey proposition with Kungarna holding on to so many ultimates right now. Renegades, a nice turn for that last time though, and a Graviton coming out from Mangachu.
Oh, Mangachu's going to get a lot in there. No follow-up though from the rest of Renegades. Really, and now a sound barrier is going to be used by both sides as they try and battle it out for the cart. There will be a Nano Boost given to Remix. He's got a Biotic on himself and he's quite hurt using the Earthshatter. We'll get a couple down. Baby Bay and Remix both able to get a kill, and the Self-Destruct from Man of Snow gets Ajax, but the rest of his team is dying in the process here. He needs more reinforcements with him. Jesus was able to get Remix, so they are trading, but it is going to be Kungarna. Oh, look at this stall out from Man of Snow. He's just standing there quietly to make sure nobody notices him stalling out the cart. Very good from his side, but Baby Bay's laying out that Graviton Surge. No follow-up. Shield is there. Not the most opportune time to be using the Graviton Surge, certainly for Kungarna, and now they are going to have to back themselves up as they lost Connor J.
Renegades, back-to-back solid defenses there, bleeding quite a bit out of Kungarna's momentum. Kungarna just Blam's Nano Boost right now, but Renegades working on a Graviton. They have a Nano Boost already. Jesus back with a Whole Hog. It's going to be tough for Kungarna to get around this corner with what they have loaded unless Michael can come up big with a Self-Destruct.
Baby Bay pressing in. Jesus with that Whole Hog. And the Nano Boost gets put to sleep. They're just trying to make sure he stays protected until he decides to wake himself up, and here comes a Self-Destruct in the back. Renegade's doing a good job of defending against it, and here is the Graviton out from Mangachu again. He's been building them quite quickly, and Renegades with 2 kills for themselves right here as Baby Bay gets hooked in right at the end. Sherlocky with the final blow. So Renegade's able to hold on. Now Kungarna's down to 35 seconds. We're seeing it again. Teams struggling quite a bit to try and push into last year on Gibraltar.
Renegades now with their own Self-Destruct. Jur working on his sound barrier is going to be out in this next fight. Juvenile, if he can get a big big Fire Strike, will have an Earthshatter to follow it up. Kungarna still low. Baby Bay, however, if he can combine that Graviton with a nice follow from Kungarna, they should get through the next point, but 10 seconds left on the clock.
They need to start moving quickly. They have some tools to make this happen. Baby Bay uses the Graviton Surge, but again, there's not really a whole lot of follow-up. Mangachu does get taken out first by Connor J here. Kungarna are starting to get the kills. Juvenile with a pretty big Earth Shatter himself, but the counter Earth Shatter comes out from Remix to shut that one down. They do finally get the kills here, and they will at least come out on top of this fight. Renegades respawn, of course, very, very close, so they will have a shot to come back out. One last shot for a fight. Connor J has a whole hog to at least trying to deny one entrance. Will he be able to get the rest is the question. He might even just send Mangachu right off the map and just put him into the meat grinder right there. Sherlocky coming out on the side. Renegades need to win this fight. If you can look at it the other way, Kungarna really need to win this fight as well. It will be Jesus getting the nano boost. Hasn't been able to do a whole lot with it so far, and a good biotic is going to take him directly out of the fight. Kungarna are still finding kills. Jur's one of the few alive.
Sherlocky!
Mangachu actually coming out on Farad now as he's trying to do whatever he can. Connor J completely shutting him down, though. And in the dying seconds, Kungarna are able to make it happen. It took them quite a while. They had a lot of time to push last, but they get the cap nonetheless.
Sherlocky almost creating a little bit more of a hold situation there. He's playing Ana, started getting shut out, and I saw him dip back into spawn, and I'm sitting there thinking, what is he doing? He should probably be getting on the card, at least playing with the team, but I mean, Ana's going to fall in seconds. Comes back with Mei, ice walls himself straight to the card, and jumps on the ice blocks, but it doesn't really work out for Renegades. Kungarna doing a great job cleaning up Renegades there in the last few seconds. Renegades perhaps finding themselves in some weird positions as most of that fight went on, but really the nano-boosted Michael is what cleaned a lot of that up for Kungarna.
Yeah, that was able to bring it home right at the very end, though they did cap in overtime. So if Renegades are able to get this cart all the way to the final point, cap it with time left in the time bank, they'll at least have a shot and deny a shot at for Kungarna to even up the score if Renegades are able to, say, cap the first point with extra time in the time bank. But first, they need to even get the cart to the finish line if they want to be able to do that. But pretty solid defense overall from the Renegade squad as they now move themselves to the offensive side. Kungarna doing their classic defensive hold here as well.
You know, here on that first fight we saw for Renegades with Kungarna sweeping around behind them and taking the high ground, just kind of switching positions away from them in the first point, which we've seen happen a lot here in the Winter Premiere. I thought Renegades might perhaps go down into the kill zone, but then up the stairs and try a double reversal. It would have been dicey with Baby Bay still hanging out on the high ground, but I thought they had some sort of plan up their sleeves for that. Realistically, just sort of surrendering to Kungarna. That position wasn't going to work out. Once Baby Bay came in from the high ground behind them there anyways, they still got mopped up. Still confused a little bit of the logic of not walking into server room. Maybe it was a situational thing. Seemed like the best call at the time. Maybe just, well, let's take the card away from him, and then quickly realizing that not going to work out.
Yeah.
But that certainly allowed Kungarna a pretty easy walk through the first point. Renegades, they're going to have to make up that time. First, second, and third points probably with the way that Gibraltar plays.
Kungarna doing what they normally do here. Michael's going to be up top harassing, and then you will have Baby Bay and Blam in the back on the high ground. A good hook in from Connor J off the start, but Jesus was the one that actually was able to take him down. Renegades are getting a lot of kills right here. Juvenile, a couple for himself, and Baby Bay now is getting pressured up top by Man of Snow, as Man of Snow is all over him there, making him pretty much ineffective. Baby Bay now deciding to drop down onto the cart. Blam is still up top there, but he's taken care of quite easily. Nano Boost is sent off by Blam onto Connor J, but he's basically doing nothing with it. It wasn't the most opportune situation for him to actually do anything. He only got Juvenile. Renegades with a very strong first push right there with a little over 5 minutes to move through, and they want to play aggressively, try and get these forward spawners as Baby Bay and company are just desperately trying to get themselves out. But
they got to be careful now, though. All of Kungarna's back. Kungarna going to be looking to take the space shuttle away. Renegades perhaps squandering an opportunity to defend from up there instead of having to retake it back. It is a little bit fair, though. Kungarna not fully assembled. Baby Bay down on the ground. And Renegade's going to back off it as well. Renegades, however, nearing 6 ultimates online, and Kungarna is really only going to be Earth Shatter and self-destruct.
Man of Snow sent off the...
Oh, no, that was mech. Fall forward every time.
You know,
gotta look at the health pools, man.
He sent his mech out. It was very close. Oh, here comes the Earth Shatter. Good denial by Juvenile. He still has his Earth Shatter as well. He's waiting, gets well, I thought he was going to get a lot more, and it did get a few down. Renegades, regardless, are going to come out on top of this fight, at least so far. They've gotten 2 kills. And Juvenile's looking, and he's like, well, where did Michael go? He was swinging his hammer around. Renegades winning yet another fight here. Just cruise control the whole way through these first 2 points. And that will be even, well, Connor J trying to come back in. Final seconds here to at least stall it out a little bit longer. The rest of the Kungarna players are coming through. Michael does get a nano boost, takes down Juvenile, and Blam is converting a kill onto Jesus. So between the 2 of them, I mean, they're at least stalling time here for Kungarna, and there will be a self-destruct landing on top of the point. It is able to kill Mangachu, and Michael will get right back inside of his mech, so he's buying a hell of a lot of time for Kungarna, and they're finding kills on top of that. Renegades are probably going to have to go for a reset here. Brilliant job by Michael and Blam to hold that second point and buy enough time for Kungarna.
Not only do they bleed out basically all or a number of the ultimates, pretty much all, and they're all just starting to get them back already. Most of the ultimates from Renegades, but they also burned a minute at least off of the clock and retook the shuttle, which should offer them more time. Graviton coming out from Baby Bay.
Oh, playing very aggressively. Yes, there it is from Kungarna. A lot of kills. Man of Snow was trying to maybe ninja the cart or just go and clean that kill on Ajax, but Kungarna really saving themselves by being able to come back, defend that point. They've killed so much time right here. Man of Snow is actually able to get back inside of his mech. Oh, they might just stall him even longer. He's going to use self-destruct. This is a bit awkward for Renegades here as Earthshatter comes out from Remix. Gonna put a few bodies on the ground, and now a Graviton from Mangachu. You gotta get clean up here, but Juvenile gets 2 for himself. Blam and Remix going down. Maybe this is the opportunity now for Renegades. A very, very scrappy fight here on this card. A very awkward fight indeed, but Connor J taken out by Jur as they continue to go at it. Renegades are getting the kills, 3 down on the side of Kungarna. Finally, Renegades finishing it off right there. Took them a while, but they do cap it. 3 minutes and 35 for them to press on forward, and they'll even get a late kill on Connor J.
That's 2 minutes burned off from Renegades by Kungarna, and a lot of ultimates that honestly probably could have provided a very easy walk, at least around the bend and into the final point. But Renegades now, they do have 3 on their side. 2 very, very powerful CC ultimates with Earthshatter and Graviton. Sherlocki working on his nano boost. Kungarna, however, a Graviton of their own, a nano boost of their own. Ajax probably going to get a sound barrier somewhere in the next fight and a half. And Mangachu getting his Graviton swallowed.
No, Mangachu, that is very upsetting if you're a Renegades fan or player, but it really doesn't matter. They've gotten 2 kills. Both of the supports are down for Kungarna, so they're going to be looking to get a bit aggressive here. Man of Snow now is, well, he got the nano boost, but Earthshattered by Remix to give Kungarna a bit of a reprieve if he can. He's pressing forward, really diving into them. And Juvenile got 1, but a return frag from Jesus to kill Michael. Kungarna still pressing the card forward. 2 minutes and 30 left now for them to make the push happen. And they're just going for the reset right now. Off to the sides waiting for all those respawns.
They do want to keep time in the bank to prevent Kungarna from getting their own shot. When things turn back into the time bank situation, maybe getting ahead of myself. Renegade still has to cap here.
Kungarna using the sound barrier preemptively just to make sure they stay healthy and don't get aggressed on by Renegades, but Renegades are able to wait it out. Man of Snow getting demeched will use his self-destruct. Narrowly not being able to keep his shield up was Remix, but he kept it up just barely. Connor J went down for Kungarna, so a really good opportunity for Renegades to get in here, but the nano boost will be given to Remix as he's going to press forward. Does not have an Earthshatter in his arsenal, but he is just swinging his hammer away directly into Sherlocki and Juvenile, taking care of them quite easily. Renegades at this point now need to back up and just go for a reset, as they're only going to have a minute and some change to really try and bring this card home.
Going to be trying to bring it home against an Earthshatter and a Graviton, however. Michael also with a self-destruct. Fortunately for Kungarna, Blam's pretty far away from his nano boost at the moment, but if that fight drags on at all, he's going to get it. And so far, nano boosted Michael has just had such a huge presence in this fight. Renegades trying to sneak in from the side of Kungarna and close this out.
Oh, they're going to get Graviton. There's a self-destruct on top of it. Michael with one, Remix with one as well. No ults used by Renegades, though, which is a good thing. Renegades are losing players, and that's fine. They baited a lot of ultimates out of Kungarna, and the only thing they'll have left for the final fight is an Earth Shatter, which certainly can be enough to turn the tides. I mean, they'll have a nano boost on top of that, but there are a lot of ults and a lot of stuff, a lot of tools for Renegades to work with on this final fight. They should, in theory, be able to bring the card home.
It's gonna go either way on that one with Blam's Nano Boost and Remix's Earth Shatter.
Just gotta
he
hit that
Nano
Earth
boosts
Shatter.
Michael early. Michael gets in there, causes some problems, definitely focuses on Juvenile. Then Remix is all the free reign to drop his Earth Shatter. But an Earth Shatter coming out of Remix, that's gonna be a huge mistake.
He did not get a whole lot off that. He'll pay with his life for that one. Remix and Connor J down. Renegades with their opportunity. It will take them overtime yet again to bring this card home, but they will at least have a shot to get it, and that's really all they need, is just to bring the cart home. They still have a Graviton Surge and Self-Destruct to work with, so this is certainly their opportunity as they bring a Mei back out onto the point. Connor J is going to have that Self-Destruct coming in from the back. Here comes the Graviton Surge. They need to find these kills right here. Good Bionic Grenade, 3 kills for Renegades. This should be just about it for them, as they're going to be able to tie this game right back up. Michael now bringing his way in. He's very close to a Self-Destruct, unable to get the stall this time as he had done on the second point. Renegade so close to sending this one off. There it is. They tie it up. Both teams are going to get a minute on the clock yet again.
The tactics there from Renegades. Connor J comes out from Kungarna, gets on the cart. He's playing Mei, right? You know that Ice Block's going to happen. So Mangachu's holding on to his Graviton. I think this is it right here. You can see it. He's holding on to his Graviton. He waits until Man of Snow pops off his self-destruct, forcing Connor J into the ice block, then Gravitons to pick him up afterwards along with 2 more, and that's it right there. Renegades wipes, takes the point.
That was very, very well done. Both teams doing it in exciting fashion. Both of them wanting to do it in overtime, nonetheless, but it will be a minute on the clock for each team to try and grab this first point, or just push it as far as they can, really. Kungarna will be on the offensive side first, and Renegades are running pretty much the same defensive setup they had before. Mangachu will be on that Mei yet again. They're starting off playing very aggressively, and this can be risky.
This is a different kind of surprise than what we've seen so far. Renegades, if they time it right, either a full wipe against them or in their favor will be somewhat beneficial. They can waste some time here and probably get back in time to defend the first point. But in an overtime time bank situation, I don't know if I necessarily agree with it, but hey, he who dares wins in these situations. Renegades are certainly going to step up to the plate and take their shot at a cheeky little assault onto Kungarna to start things off here. Kungarna so far completely unaware.
Well, they're playing very risky. Juvenile gets hooked in. They were prepared for it. They even had a Bastion set up. Baby Bay just in case, but he gets taken down. Mangachu with the right clicks, able to take care of that quite nicely. They've only lost Juvenile. Actually, Juvenile and Jur both going down for Renegades. They're just stalling out heavily here. Mangachu looking for a return kill, but he will get taken out. Kungarna are finding kills here, but they still have a long way to move that cart, at least to try and get, say, the first point. But the Renegades are going to have to regroup here and get themselves together for another fight. What preemptive Bastion play right there from Kungarna.
We've seen everybody doing it.
Yep.
Just to make sure that they're defended. I mean, it's not far away. It doesn't take long to switch back out, especially on high mobility character. Baby Bay on Soldier 76 now, already taking the high ground away from Renegades. Perhaps Renegades' risky play, a bit too risky for them.
They will be setting up here. Mangachu taken out by Connor J early. That's not good for Renegades. They lose Juvenile as well. Baby Bay dropping down from the high ground, just looking to finish off some of these kills. Jur is in there, easily dispatched up by Baby Bay and company. And now it will be Man of Snow getting demech'd, and Kungarna are just rolling full steam ahead here at the moment. The aggressive play on defense not paying off for Renegades. They really need to win one of these fights here. In a minute, it is into overtime now for Kungarna, but man, they are just cruising, getting all these forward spawners, picking them off, and they have some pretty big ultimates to work with as well.
In a complete power play right now, you have an Earth Shatter, a self-destruct, a whole hog, and a nano boost, which will connect with Baby Bay's Tac Visor in this next fight. I guarantee it. Renegades, they've just got a nano boost and a Blizzard. However, Blizzard is certainly a great equalizer if it can catch the right people, but I don't know about it in this situation, and he's getting pulled in.
Oh, that's such a big hook. Michael with 3 off the self-destruct, though. What a self-destruct. Kungarna should be able to continue to move this cart off the back of that, coming in clutch yet again. And Man of Snow getting D-Mech taken care of quite easily. And that is disastrous for Renegades, as they really need to solidify a hold here on one of these. They are going to pull Michael in. Should be able to get a D-Mech onto him. He's so close to getting a scent out of it. And now they're just trying to get back into the point, but they continue to lose players. There was a Tac Visor out from Baby Bay. He gets 2 off of that. And it is all Kungarna at the moment. Renegades do have bodies on the point, but with a sound barrier on top of that, it should solidify at least the second point quite easily for Kungarna. And this is just bad news for Renegades.
Kungarna, the overtime push team, man. So many teams they've played against, they've done this, taking it way too far in OT. There's only a minute on the clock, and they're already cruising through the second point.
That is just incredible from them. Renegades, they gotta stop them on one of these pushes. I mean, it's...
They don't have the ultimates. They're gonna have to do it in the raw.
Here we go, sending Baby Bay all the way into the back. Juvenile's done quite a bit of damage to him, but he's able to get healed up. Remix got the nano boost, didn't do a whole lot with it. Connor J was taken down, so the one pick advantage for Renegades right here. They need to just press forward and get the kills. Baby Bay is now down. Connor J switching over to Tracer to try and get back to this cart quickly. Sound barrier from Jur to give his team a bit of extra gusto, but Kungarna with 2 kills here. Jur and Juvenile both taken out on the side of Renegades. They're finding so many kills. There's 4 guys down for Renegades. I don't know what's happening to them. At the moment, Kungarna just playing this beautifully, and they might be able to cap all the way out to the end off of a 1-minute push.
Blam's going to connect with Michael for a nano boost in this next fight. Just make sure not to connect with a self-destruct while he's at it. But Remix holding on to an Earthshatter. Self-destruct already out of Graviton as well.
Oh my goodness! Michael with 4 off of the self-destruct. That should be just about it. Kungarna pushing this cart all the way to the very end off a 1-minute push. Renegades getting shut down right there, and this is going to be a tall order for them. I don't even think they're going to be able to do it. Kungarna are just cruising at the moment.
Coast to coast with only 1 minute in the bank. Vast majority of that in OT. Michael coming up huge twice with his self-destructs.
That was huge, man. I mean, he kept Kungarna in it time and time again. What a self-destruct from Michael. 4 kills off of that. Remix and Baby Bay are going to help clean up on the rest of them. Kungarna just managing ultimates there wonderfully. I think Renegades had a couple instances where they were just kind of panicking. They just really wanted to win a fight and go in and fight very scrappily, and it just didn't work out for them. And now they have to have the offensive push of a lifetime here if they want to even tie this. I mean, honestly, I can't even see it happening.
Both chances at a defense on the first point. Renegades not really assembling anything on the first point. Both one risky play, one perhaps failed strategy, allowing Kungarna so much distance. Also on that second point on their offense, bleeding 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to a comeback play that honestly, at this point, teams should probably see coming. Renegades put themselves in this situation, allowing Kungarna the room that Kungarna needed to absolutely shred them. Props to Kungarna for seeing the opportunity, taking it all the way.
Yeah.
Now Renegades, like you said, it's going to have to be 2 pretty heroic pushes to even stand a chance of tying this up. But it looks to me like Kungarna's going to take this no sweat. Some point throughout this, they're going to get a wipe.
That's what I'm thinking, but hey, who knows? Kungarna did it. Maybe Renegades will as well as they start to push on in. Right now, taking a fight about as early as they possibly can. Jesus missing the hook, and Juvenile goes down. Not a good start for Renegades. That's to say the least. Now the time is starting to tick away. Jesus gets the hook and finishing blow onto Ajax, so maybe now a bit of an opportunity for themselves, though. Juvenile needs to get back into the fight. Baby Bay hooked in, got the bubble on himself to keep himself alive, though, finished off by Sherlocky. So Renegades, a bit of an opportunity now. They will have the one-player advantage. Remix taken care of by Jesus, who was really doing work for Renegades on this point. Right now, they should be able to at least get first. Mangachu just pressing forward to get himself a couple of kills. So Renegades are at least going to get the first point. The thing is, they have to be absolutely perfect all the way to the very end of the map, and that is just about an impossible task.
Now, they do have the tools to pull it off, though. An Earth Shatter, a Graviton, a Self-Destruct. They can get through this second point if they use those correctly. Kungarna, however, they have their own Earth Shatter. They have a Nano Boost, which Michael's been using to huge effect so far in on this map. Renegades playing very aggressive to keep Kungarna from even getting a word in edgewise here in the second part.
Oh, man, right now they're just controlling this high ground. Jesus comes back to meet up with the players on the cart that are starting to contest. Blam went down for Kungarna, so actually an opportunity still for Renegades to continue to move through here, as Juvenile did get taken out for Renegades, but Kungarna are still the ones that are 2 players down. They'll have a lot of ultimates in the bank. Actually, both sides will have quite a bit of ultimates, though. The kicker here is that Kungarna has the Earth Shatter, and Renegades does not. But now Mangachu is going to use that. He's going to use the Graviton pretty aggressively, not getting a whole lot of value off of it. Kungarna with 3 kills. Man of Snow laying his self-destruct out there. That should do it pretty much. Yeah, right down to the end here. It's just Man of Snow left onto the cart. Kungarna shutting it down right there before the second point. And we got ourselves a game, folks, tied up at 1-1 in maps.
Tied up 1-1. We'll go to game 3, and we've been to overtime 2 games in a row. I can't expect that the third game will do anything different, either round 5 or overtime or whatever it is. Holy cow, these guys.
In the spirit of yesterday, it should be a 5-game series on Nepal, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I expect for the finals, man. I can't believe Kungarna just was able to cruise like that all the way with 1 minute on the clock.
All the way.
And just went. I mean, if you're Renegades, you can't let that happen. I mean, that is just a breakdown on the defensive side. Granted, Kungarna played it well, but that is a pretty bad defensive breakdown for Renegades right there.
With Renegades' performance up until really the past few days, they didn't get a whole lot of experience in OT. I mean, honestly, they were just shutting everybody down on defensives. Not that they're a team that have been around for a while. Of course, they collectively have experience, but in the Winter Premier, most of the time, it wasn't a problem for them. Meanwhile, Kungarna constantly getting large amounts of distance in OT throughout the Winter Premier. I'm very curious what this next map's going to be. I still think Renegades has an advantage over the two, or just in a head-to-head comparison, but like I said before, they're very similar teams, and right now Kungarna looks hot.
Well, I think one of the most interesting parts of that overtime was the defensive hold or the defensive positioning of Renegades on that first overtime situation, and then the Bastion pick that completely countered it. They expected this to happen. You can see it right here as they shut them down.
The thing, a lot of teams will even just try and run a Hanzo off the very start of the offense just to see if there's anybody lurking in some of these areas, because teams have been going for these very aggressive first defenses. And this time didn't necessarily pay off for Renegades. I mean, they got kills, but Kungarna takes the fight in the end, and they, you know, it was just all Kungarna throughout the rest of that. I mean, it was a decent idea from Renegades, but they never really collected themselves and really got themselves together to set up a solid defense after that. It just seemed as though after that point, they were always kind of split and scattered. They just were never together for a good team fight to take. And, you know, Kungarna was, and they just steamrolled it all the way to last.
And props to Kungarna, because towards that into that third point area, I mean, if they'd stepped off for even a moment, they'd have instantly lost the game because of how fast that overtime goes down. So they stayed right where they needed to. We're not gonna switch off of the payload just yet. We're gonna go to Route 66 to decide it all. Right. If Renegades takes this one here, that'd be pretty impressive. But Kungarna. After, man, they got to be feeling hot. That's just got to get you amped up to go all the way in overtime.
Yeah, they are feeling very good. You got to be so pumped. But the thing is, Renegades are good on Route 66. They've had success there. I think this is a map that they can take. Pretty recently, they seem to have good performances on Route 66. I'm sure that's why they chose it too. They feel pretty comfortable here. So I think as though Renegades can take this. But the thing is, man, getting beat like that on Gibraltar it's got to be so just debilitating. I mean, it's got to bring the morale down a bit, I'm sure. But these guys are professionals. They know that they got to keep competing.
It all depends on the team dynamic. You know, some teams implode in that scenario. Like, I can't believe we gave up so much distance, and they
Right,
start
how I
tilting.
would
And
do it.
other ones are like, hey, man, whatever. We made some mistakes. They got way too much distance off of our little things. That won't happen again. Just tighten it up, and we'll take it home. So it really just depends on how their leadership works. And, you know, that changes for teams over time because eventually, once you've had those little mistakes add up so many times, it's hard not to tilt. You've just been around it. But
Yeah.
I guess that also goes both ways. Some people become numb to it.
Oh,
And you always approach the things with the mentality that Tahang put forward from Liquid. It's like, just play every game best you can. Don't worry about anything else. Honestly, everything else should take care of itself for the most part. This map, very interesting for me for both of these teams. Against most other opponents, I'd say this is a map that they're both favored to win. It's a map where we get to see Baby Bay play Soldier 76 a lot of the time, a map where we see Renegades play Mangachu on Pharah a lot of the time, and those are two big impact players for them, playing characters they've performed with well throughout the winter premiere. However, Kungarna actually is locking in Soldier 76. For a minute, didn't have it there, so we're going to see a little bit of a head-to-head between DPS All-Stars, Connor J, Baby Bay, and in some ways squaring off against Mangachu and Jesus, both with solid backlines and solid tanks. This is going to be a fireworks show.
This will be fun to watch. Mangachu using that Pharah on defense yet again for Renegades. Michael is initiating up top on the high ground to start things off as Mangachu pressures him, but Man of Snow went down early, and if Mangachu doesn't get some heals, Baby Bay just melts him as he was quite low on health. The Renegades defense is just not holding strong at the moment. 3 kills for Kungarna. They're going to press forward a bit as well. Renegades should be able to get back out there, though, for one last defensive fight.
Honestly, that result for Mangachu's Pharah immediately switching off, that's to be expected. I've kind of wondered how so many teams have let Pharah fly free against them, but hold that thought. Renegades coming back for another defense here on the first point.
Oh, Blam is the first to fall. They do trade out Anas, so there is no Anas left in this fight, but Jesus taken care of by Connor J. And Kungarna are just rolling at the moment. Man of Snow just about to get DMAC'd. He's stalling as long as he possibly can, but he will inevitably get taken out. So Kungarna, pretty clean offensive push right here. Not too much you can say about that one. Renegades just getting blown through on the first fight, and then it was just cleanup time through that second one, and they are doing pretty good on time right now. 3:45 till the next checkpoint.
Basically, as soon as Mangachu took off in the air, Blam, Michael both trying to take him down. Blam getting one shot in, Michael chasing after him with D.Va, and Baby Bay just mopping up what he could find in between. No real room for Mangachu. As we said before, he switched on to Zarya, perhaps going to find some better effect there, but Baby Bay breaking out attack visor in the backline, picking up Jerk.
Brilliant positioning for the tack visor as well. That's a great way to kick it off. He got the nano boost as well for a slight nano visor. Man of Snow is going to send his self-destruct into the back. Jesus got 2 kills as he used his whole hog, and he'll get a third on top of that, getting Michael right after the self-destruct came through. Baby Bay is one of the last few left alive, and he will be taken care of at the end by the rest of the Renegades players. So slowing down Renegades with that defensive hold. Juvenile will have the Earth Shatter, and then soon they have 2 big impact ults just about to be online, Renegades. So that is good news for them, and Kungarna really has nothing. to be frank, I mean, this should be a Renegades 1 fight, I would suspect.
Unless Renegades completely whiff some of these, it should be pretty easy for them. There's a big sugar.
Juvenile getting a big Earth Shatter. The rest of them going through to clean up, and that is easy pickings. That's a nice Earth Shatter from Juvenile. And Baby Bay just getting melted at the end, but good stuff from Juvenile. That's exactly what you needed to see. They saved the Graviton as well. So they'll have that as a utility on the next fight.
Mangachu still holding on to a Graviton, so like you said, they're going to have that for the next fight. Kungarna getting close to a nano boost on Blam. And Ajax along with a sound barrier for him. Renegades, self-destruct coming out of Man of Snow probably in the next fight, pairing it with Mangachu perhaps. They don't necessarily need to use them together, but it certainly works.
He's just looking for the opportunity to send this in. Oh, they lost Juvenile. That's not a good way to start it off, but you do have the Graviton out, and Mangachu, again, using the Graviton when there just wasn't really a whole lot of follow-up around at the time. He was the only one up there contesting the Graviton. Jesus goes down to Remix as Michael got the nano boost, and he was able to do quite a bit of damage there, actually getting put to sleep. Shortly afterwards, Mangachu went down, but still, Kingarna are the ones coming out on top of this fight. Man of Snow is really just trying to stall as long as he possibly can, and he will be staggered for a little while there. Kingarna takes the fight, though, and they're moving this cart forward.
And Renegades probably should have converted that a little bit more easily, but Kingarna just taking the Graviton, working their way through everything, keeping the cart moving forward here in the second stage. They do have 50 seconds left on the clock, a whole hog on their side, an Earth Shatter. Baby Bay working on a Graviton. Pretty much a big ultimate advantage here on Renegades.
Remix used that Earth Shatter, but to no avail. And didn't really get anything with it. Michael is in the back harassing Sherlocky at the moment, who's very, very low. Sherlocky needs the biotic himself. He couldn't get it off in time, and they've lost 2 players here as Kingarna should be pretty free to take this point. Baby Bay has a Graviton, will not need it for this fight, though. And Kingarna are, with 15 seconds left, we'll get this next checkpoint, and now both sides will have a Graviton for the next fight. But Renegades with more impact alts for the next fight. So
yeah, they will be able to step up with that Earth Shatter. Graviton self-destruct as well. Probably hoping not to use them all at once. Kingarna, they do have a Graviton of their own, and Baby Bay's looking for it right now.
He is going to go in with it. Both sides using the Graviton. There is a self-destruct all the way in the back. Man of Snow takes out Blam with his, and that is 2 kills for Renegades, so they should be just fine here. Baby Bay cleaned up by Mangachu. And at the end of that, Michael getting back into his mech, but really all it's doing is just delaying his death even further for them to stagger him. He'll just be taking a nap on the cart. Man of Snow giving them hellos, and they do get the kill onto Michael in the end. So Renegades a good defense there, and they will still have that Earth Shatter to defend with for this next fight as Kingarna now starts to re-engage a bit. And oh, here comes the Earth Shatter from the side from Juvenile, and he's going to be taking one all the way into the back. That was Connor J. Renegades using Sound Barrier just as an insurance policy on the fight as Remix is just about to go down. Juvenile pressed himself quite far forward to get that. Now Kingarna with only 20 seconds to make something happen.
Will they be able to put it together, though? Baby Bay, he's going to have a Graviton in this next fight and a Nano Boost from Blam. Connor J with a whole hog. They do have everything they need here, but so does Renegades, and Renegades starting it off with Mangachu's Graviton.
Mangachu with the Graviton. There was a Sound Barrier that came out on the side of Kingarna. They're trading back and forth. Connor J with 4 on the whole hog. He just shreds through Renegades right there, giving Kingarna life on this fight. It will be overtime, so they need to be perfect through the end, but that's a brilliant start for Kingarna to at least get some extra ground on this payload. And now Renegades looking to come back out of spawn and make something happen here as Juvenile leading the charge. He has Jesus and company behind him. Man of Snow is meeting up with the rest of them now as well. Remix getting hooked in off the start, does get bubbled, so he won't go down, at least not yet. Sherlocky actually dying in the back to Connor J. Michael takes down Juvenile. This is looking very good for Kingarna, and there's not really any ultimates coming online for Renegades at the moment. They just continue to lose players, and Kingarna, again in the dying seconds, look as if they are going to be able to send this cart to the finish line. And oh man, Sherlocky makes it there just in time to stall it out for a little bit. Juvenile taken out. There is a self-destruct on the cart, which will zone the Renegades players. Kingarna sending the cart home yet again. In those final seconds, man, Renegades just can't seem to stop them before the finish line.
Now, who can? Not many teams throughout this tournament so far. Kingarna definitely stepping it up there in OT, rolling into the final point with a lot of ultimates on their side. That last fight was relatively amusing to watch. It's tanks sort of engaging a target. The target either gets pushed away, charged away, flies away. They're just like, whatever, next target. And it's basically 6 tanks on either side doing that to each other.
Good focus fire.
Tank Fiesta around the cart there.
Gotta love it.
Now it's going to be
a Tank Fiesta.
Renegade shot at offense. Definitely count on Jesus to stay on that Reaper from what we've seen in the past. Likes to go through the bottom tunnel, teleport, shadow step right into the bottom side of Big Earls, walk up, maybe hang down there for a pick that sometimes Mangachu is able to throw down to him with Pharah. You can see kind of the different pieces of Renegade's offense work together a lot of the times pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, if they can just displace them off that high ground, you have Jesus waiting. You know, Man of Snow goes up there, knocks some bodies around, get them off of Big Earls. You know, Mangachu booping them off, whatever. But Jesus will be just sitting there waiting at the bottom to shred whoever comes across his path.
What I'm curious about is if Kungarna's done their homework, who's going to be waiting for Jesus? Jesus can't necessarily see some of the angles he's going to be wanting to teleport into. The whole point of it is trying to stay relatively sneaky, you know, not letting people see him. We see Ajax doing just a canyon wall ride. You see a lot of the times when teams are warming up or hanging out or whatever, you'll have the Lucio doing a lot of that wall ride, and sometimes you see a Reinhardt standing on Big Earls trying to hit him with an Earth Shatter while he does it. Or it's not an Earth Shatter, a Fire Strike.
Yeah.
Hitting him with an Earth Shatter. I mean, it goes up in the air, but not that high.
Need some good warm-up right there, you know?
Keep an eye on Jesus. He's going to be a huge part of this offense.
Keeping those Fire Strikes crispy.
Mangachu not on Pharah, though.
Yeah, he's going to be playing Hog, maybe just looking for a hook.
He might change up. The sky should be relatively free aside from Blam, and here we go. Jesus teleporting in. Is there anybody waiting here? Nope. Kungarna's just going to let it slide right in the backside of 2 tanks. Oh, there it is.
Oh, gets hooked and shut down by Connor J. He was looking for him. Connor J with 3 kills for Kungarna in total. And just breezing through Renegades right there, as Jesus could not keep himself alive. Connor J doing a good job of hunting down Jesus. The position got called. As soon as they found where Jesus was, Connor J drops.
It looks like they weren't
the
so much hard camping the counter there as just knowing that it was an option, communicating as soon as they saw him actually expose himself, and him being a little bit more relaxed, I guess, because he recognized he had some space. Connor J dropping down directly in the door and sending him packing in a one-shot. And there's Mangachu. He did switch to Pharah. Connor J pulling him down too, and he's going to go back again.
Goodness. Shut down Mangachu. There's going to be a self-destruct down on the cart from Michael. I'm not doing really anything other than just zoning the Renegades players to the back. Juvenile. Taken out by Remix. Kungarna still holding very, very strong on this cart. And they will have Nano Boost, and Man of Snow has he's going to have the Graviton ready to go for the next fight. Renegades are really going to have to make something happen with that one.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Right now, Kungarna looks like they've studied this offense quite a bit. They've had an answer to everything Renegades have tried to put forward. Mangachu still on Pharah. If he can find a better angle this time around, it's certainly going to pay out. But Kungarna locked and loaded with 3 ultimates already. And Earth Shatter is going to come in big here. But Man of Snow, he's going to be looking to get his Graviton out. He's already sent flying 75 HP as Kungarna pouring it on.
They trade 1 for 1. Connor J finished off by Mangachu after that whole hog was up. So maybe a bit of an opportunity for Renegades to start to make the move. They have that Graviton sitting in the back pocket.
You can see that he knows. He's not giving him an inch.
No, he isn't. And Michael's actually coming up on 1 himself soon. Remix with a nice Earth Shatter in the charge to get Man of Snow. 2 kills for Kungarna. That will just halt this push completely, and they're going to go all the way forward and make sure they clean up on Sherlocky and even Juvenile. Kungarna with a very strong start to their defense here. Jesus, unfortunately for him, still alive. He is able to get out with the Wraith form, but now it's down to 1:10 for Renegades. They have a lot of ults online. They need to make this push happen right now.
This is their chance. If Renegades doesn't get this one, well, they will have one more perhaps, but this is the one they've got to make work. A lot of ultimates on their side. Man of Snow defending himself right now, trying to stay out of position. A Graviton firing out of the top of Big Earls.
Actually going to get both the supports in that one. Pretty well placed. Mangachu with the Rocket Barrage takes down 3. And there we go. Renegades finally getting it together in the end. They used Transcendence on top of that out from Sherlocky. Not sure if they really needed to.
Yeah, whatever.
But
burn it all.
They just wanted to make sure they got the point at all, really.
I'm just impressed they didn't burn Juvenile and Jesus too in that point. I mean, it was a nail biter. But Mangachu, Man of Snow, kind of a less common place to see a Graviton land. Mangachu absolutely burying 3 people on top of Big Earls. Juvenile going in deep.
Now Man of Snow really keeping the pressure up at the moment. But, oh. What? Okay, Man of Snow gets hooked in somehow. He is so hurt. He's just desperately trying to get back. Mangachu got Michael pretty late there as well. So Renegades doing a good job playing aggressively after getting that point, and now they're just have a decent bit of free move time on the cart. And they will still have some pretty big ults to work with. Mangachu again coming up on a rocket barrage in just a moment. Juvenile looking for the opportunity on this Earthshatter. Mangachu actually taking down Baby Bay, who switched to Soldier to try and deal with this threat, though Juvenile charged by Remix. They trade out 1-for-1. Mangachu on the rocket barrage gets Ajax. Sherlocky finishes off Connor J. 3 players are now down for Kungarna. Renegades only lost a couple in the process, and that will be another one fight for Renegades. So they're starting to get it together. They don't have too much time to work with, though. I mean, they need to be just about perfect even on the next fight. 45 seconds to get this next checkpoint.
And they do have 3 ultimates for Renegades. Jesus still holding on to the Death Blossom and Earthshatter for Juvenile. Those can certainly pair together in a big way. Sherlocky also with a Transcendence. Kungarna just with an Earthshatter and a Nano Boost. The Nano Boost already out. The Earthshatter completely missing.
That is... oh no, Remix now getting a bigger shatter himself. Kungarna shutting it down. 3 players out of it for Renegades. That Earthshatter from Juvenile completely whiffing may have just cost Renegades the match, because Kungarna have just completely mowed them down with the Earthshatter from Remix. Nobody is going to be around from Renegades, and that is Kungarna taking the match in the end, 2-1. Oh man, that is just disastrous for Renegades. That Earthshatter from Juvenile needed to hit something, and he could not find any value with it.
Disastrous for Renegades, but a breath of fresh air there from Kungarna. With that win, they eliminate the possibility of being caught up in some weird tiebreaker situation.
Real big for them.
That's huge for
really
Kungarna.
big.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Renegades had a good shot at it going into that match, but man, it was just that Earthshatter missing. I can't stress it enough. That Earthshatter missing at the end. They needed to get something off of that and got 0 people. And I mean, I'm sure there's much more that goes into that match, them losing, than just that one Earthshatter, but that was key to at least getting the next checkpoint. In the end, Kungarna takes it. That's, like you guys were saying, huge win for them.
And maybe Route 66 not the right selection there for Renegades. They played it so much. It's been a fallback map for them so many times that at this stage, Kungarna has definitely done their homework on it. So that might be the time. I guess they're not necessarily at risk of being sent home, so perhaps they want to keep any trick maps they have up their sleeve still up there. But I don't know. My personal need to win at all times would probably make me break out every secret I've got in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I hear you.
Kungarna looking amazing. Big part of that, Connor J on the Roadhog. The plays that guy pulled off the entire match were impressive as we take another look at their offensive push here.
Connor J, I mean, throughout the entirety of the Winter Premiere, this guy has been, he's just been a massive part of Kungarna and their success that they've had. He's just an absolute monster. Every time, I mean, 3-4 kills in a fight, opening picks, whatever you need him to do, he is normally there to do it, and he uses his ult at opportune times when he's playing Roadhog. And right there, as you saw, just putting him down 4 guys out of a whole hog.
And let's not forget Michael today. We've talked a lot about Baby Bay. We've talked a whole lot about Connor J, and he obviously deserves every second of it. Michael, we've talked about here and there, but today he was huge. Every nano boost he got really paid out for them, and also several gigantic self-destructs.
Yeah, and don't forget about even too him and Blam stalling on Gibraltar on the second point. Had he not done that, they may not have ever even won or had a chance to win Gibraltar. Him being able to stall right there for so long and knock time off the clock of Renegades, that was, I mean, incredibly huge in terms of that map at least, and really throughout every map he was a big difference maker for Kungarna.
Sure, and on the side of Renegades, one of the more impressive plays we saw was that Graviton search on top of Big Earls, which was not necessarily something we thought was conventional, but was still just very impressive placement to get the supports here.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's unconventional. It's just not necessarily a location you see it happen a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I mean,
so far in the Winter Premiere at least, but Mangachu connecting, that's definitely a good place for him to drop a barrage, so that really worked out. Plus, there was no diva in that area. It's really kind of thinking on your feet. Michael was doing such a great job of constantly keeping track of where Zarya was, knowing that Mana Snow was going to drop that Graviton at any moment. And he kind of faked it like he was going to put it down in the tank area, and then immediately turned and fired it on top. I was actually a little bit worried if anybody was going to get pulled into it. But I ended up grabbing 3. Mangachu converting them all.
I'm sure Mangachu had a good call on that as well, saying he had an opportune, just throw it on top of Big Earls by the stairs. I'm sure Mangachu had himself in good position, obviously, and called for it, and were able to get 3 big kills there, allowing them to get first point. But Congarna with the last laugh as they take the match.
Yeah, and it did feel, again, like a huge key to victory for Congarna was shutting down Mangachu. This is a map where Pharah is able to run freaks. There's lots of big open skies, but they continue to pick him off fight after fight. Connor J, big part of that with that Roadhog, and that's going to give them the win here.
Yeah, they made him ineffective in a lot of parts of the maps. Like we were saying before when we were talking about Mangachu, he had his moments. He certainly had his moments where he really was effective, but I don't think he wasn't getting as much value out of the fair as we've seen on some of the other days of our group stage matches. Still using it well, still being effective, but Congarna doing a good job of trying to minimize the impact that he was able to have throughout the matches.
He was definitely able to get a lot more out of it when he was on the offensive side, and he was also being backed up by a Harmony Orb from Zenyatta, so he got a little bit of passive healing. He could really work those objects and barriers and cover that he uses all the time to build up a little bit more HP and get back in the fight, whereas on defense, he's basically reliant on line of sight or the AE from Lucio, if I remember right, and Congarna was able to capitalize on that very, very quickly and take him out. Mangachu still, though, the fact that he had moments on Rune 66 in particular is just impressive on its own. I wouldn't expect, unless you're using cover the whole time, really banking on your team, Pharah to get a ton of action on that map with a Soldier 76, a D.Va, and Ana on the field, but he's still able to find a number of pretty good conversions, a number of kills that I wouldn't expect most people to get, but also Congarna definitely shutting him down from time to time. Based on what we've seen in the past, he's usually just been completely free skies, raining death the whole time. Cart basically never stops moving.
Absolutely. So Congarna gets the win there. We'll take a look at the standings after our first match of the day. Congarna does move up into second place, as that gives them the tiebreaker over Liquid as well. So well done to them. That's got to feel good moving forward. And now we've got Luminosity versus Liquid will be the next match of the day.
Yeah, Luminosity and Liquid, still big matches for these guys, and really everybody throughout the rest of the day. Just very, very important matches, not even just for in the top 6, as we've said before, but just in terms of if they are going to be making it into the top 6, just to have better placing there and a better record. So Luminosity and Liquid, that should be a fun one. Both teams playing pretty well at the moment, so I'm excited to see this. Liquid themselves have been quite fun to watch recently.
As long as if Luminosity wins this, they'll keep themselves out of any sort of tie-breaking scenarios. I believe they'll win those tie-breaking scenarios based on their records of who they played and whatnot. But either way, generally a good idea not to even put yourself at risk. The last time Luminosity and Liquid played, Luminosity 2-0'd Liquid on day 4 of the qualifiers. So if that's any indication, then it should go to Luminosity. However, yesterday, Complexity beat Luminosity, and Liquid has been on a hot streak lately. So I'm not necessarily sure how I even feel about this match at all.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how Liquid is able to play here, as they have, as you said, been on quite the hot streak. So let's talk about this roster, talk about these players. How do you feel about Liquid coming into this last day of the first stage?
These guys have been playing pretty well recently. They've been, at the very least, been a lot of fun to watch between AZK and Rafa. They're two of the big ones, and Mezer. I mean, this guy, if I had to pick a tank that I wanted to play out of our North American teams, this would be probably one of my first choices for a Reinhardt, because the guy is just incredible. Mezer, between his Earth Shatters and how effective he makes them, and just playing Rein versus Rein games, I mean, he's a lot of fun to watch. Him, Rafa, and AZK are really the big stars of this team, I think, for Liquid. Very fun to watch, whether it be Rafa playing Zarya or it be him on D.Va. He's incredibly effective on D.Va, and you have the versatility to run things like ID on Pharah, as you see right here, and be very, very good with it. So they have a lot of different things that they can pull out, Liquid, and I'm excited to see how they go up against Luminosity.
It's really been the story of AZK for me the past few days. Now, Dahang and the rest are always there. They're always playing well, but AZK has really put on a show the past few days. His Tracer play, his Soldier 76 coming up big.
So now, on the other side, we're going to have Luminosity, who had a thrilling 3-game match against Complexity yesterday, just barely coming up short in a 5-round Nepal match. So Luminosity looking to bounce back here, and again, like you said, trying to stay out of those tiebreaker situations.
That's the thing. Those tiebreakers, you got to stay out of them. And Luminosity, despite losing to Complexity, not playing too bad themselves. Ube, of course, a newer addition to the team in general since coming into the group stages and playing that DPS role, doing pretty well. He's got some good versatility himself, and he can pair up with the rest of the squad. But, I mean, whether it be him on Roadhog or Genji or Pharah, he's got a lot of different tools to work with. And Super Pluke as well on Reinhardt has been brilliant for Luminosity as of late. But will they be able to take on Liquid? That's a question. With the way Liquid's been playing, I think it'll be a tough match for them.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that in our replays there, we almost always, we talk a lot about the DPS players. We talk a lot about these like flashy tanks and, you know, soldiers and stuff. And then those replays always seem to be Reinhardts. You know, it's always the Reinhardts that come in with the clutch Earth Shatters. And I feel like we can't say enough about players like Mezzer and Super Pluke in these matches.
Yeah, I mean, Earth Shatter is one of the biggest, most impactful ultimates in the game. So you see a lot of big plays come off the back of an Earth Shatter. And when you're talking about talented guys like Mezzer and Super Pluke, when they're hitting these big Earth Shatters, those are the moments that are changing the course of a fight, of a match, of a map, whatever. But those are guys, your tanks, your Reinhardts. You're looking to them to be making these plays to get your team back into a match or stay in the lead or stay in control of an objective. So they're a lot of fun to watch, specifically Mezzer. I love to watch him, but Super Pluke, very good himself.
So, map number 1 will be Nepal, and both of these teams went to round 5 yesterday on Nepal. So I don't feel like I can even look at results and kind of predict anything off of that based on, you know, map success. So, thoughts about this map? What do these teams need to do to win over each other?
Well, I think here, since AZK, specifically on Nepal, you're going to have to be looking to AZK. He's probably going to be running Tracer, at least through some of these stages, through Village and some of these stages. He was incredibly effective on Tracer yesterday. So for Luminosity, they really need to be able to try and shut down AZK and at least limit his effectiveness, I think, a lot of the time when he is running that Tracer and even when he's on other things. Because, as you were saying before, AZK has been playing incredibly effective recently. So I think for Luminosity, that's going to be a big one for them, is being able to shut him down.
I think we're going to see a lot of similar lineups from these teams over the course of Nepal. We're going to see Mei on some stages, I think. We're going to see Tracer, definitely. Probably Soldier 76 on Sanctum. And there's a lot of comparisons to make back and forth. I mean, Icefeld versus AZK, ID, and we can keep going back and forth on it, but realistically, this match, kind of similar to the last match, the way teams have been playing lately and kind of their player breakdown and the way the meta lies and how these teams play it. I see a number of similarities between these two, and lately play on both sides kind of starting to level out, where perhaps before I would have been undoubtedly in Luminosity's corner. Some of their stumbles in the past few days, along with Liquid's just rocket ship of success lately, I'm feeling like Liquid might be too hot to stop.
That's kind of how I'm feeling, to be honest with you. And as you can see, AZK is already lining up on Tracer here, and he has been a nightmare for teams to deal with over the past couple of matches. He's been cruising on Tracer, specifically Nepal. So he's one of the guys we'll want to keep our eye out on for much of this match. So here we are, Nepal, map number 1 in the best of 3, Team Liquid versus Luminosity. So far, Luminosity not showing any sort of Tracer play themselves. None of that up, and normally you would see Icefeld on something like that, but he will be on the D.Va for now.
On Shrine.
Yeah.
That could give AZK free reign of a backline unless Icefeld constantly shuts him down. I don't know, that kind of plays out a number of different ways depending on the teams in the day, but a little bit concerned for Luminosity if they let AZK run around the way he's been doing it lately.
They're going to have to be looking to Ube to hit those clutch hooks, and Spree already goes down. Mezzer starting things off for Team Liquid. 2 kills for Liquid. They get Hedan as well, a big support taken out of this fight. Super Pluke now finished off by Rafa as he just does his thing, as he normally does, flying around, and Dahang taken care of right there. ID getting a couple kills for himself. Liquid, pretty standard push for them. Easy take, and AZK's already got the pulse bomb locked and loaded.
Dahang 50% ahead of Hedon. They're going to have a nano boost. Probably not in the next fight. I honestly just expect AZK to pulse bomb a tank, probably Super Pluke. And then the rest of Liquid just mop that up and get another hold out of one. Oh, but he's going to get pulled in by Ube.
Yep, they're going to need to be looking to Ube to get a lot of those hooks if they're not going to run anything else to try and shut him down. Luminosity on their return fight are really looking good to just retake the point, as Liquid has lost 3 players. Minstrel's going to go down as well. Ube making his presence felt early on here, as AZK is back onto the point, just stalling it out a bit, and he will just have to go back and regroup. He knows he's done. He stalled for a little bit. Liquid 44% on the board, a good retake from Luminosity, much thanks to Ube and his Roadhog play.
And that hook was everything to start that fight off for Luminosity. Liquid coming back with 3, almost 4 ultimates. Luminosity holding with basically 6 that you can see coming out here in this fight. Mezer's going to be looking for a shatter, but his wall's going down.
Self-destruct in the back, not going to find anything. Actually, Ube is pressed pretty far forward. He's all by himself. That should be a pretty easy pick, I believe. Yes, Dahang takes care of him, and there will be a Graviton Surge from the side of Luminosity, and they are going to just clean everybody up from Liquid. Only Rafa left alive as he goes over trying to just jump off and reset, but a good hold from Luminosity there.
Mezer throwing away that shatter in the final moments of that last fight could cost Liquid this stage. Certainly will cost Liquid this next fight, or at least a guaranteed take back from or repossession from this next fight. They can still do it, but with the shatter, they should have had it guaranteed.
Well, here comes the Graviton out from ID. They didn't have too much follow-up, and Dahang goes down to Spree as he got a nano boost, and now Spree with 2. AZK, well, he's going to convert back on 1 frag as he gets Ube, but Liquid really need to get it together here soon because it's at 75% for Luminosity. It looks as though they are just regrouping for the time being and want to take a quick repush. Spree actually pretty hurt on the point here. AZK could come through, and now he's got himself healed up. Rafa initiating with the self-destruct that actually flies all the way to the other side of the point. Super Pluke taken out by ID. 1 player advantage for Liquid as they come back onto the point with Sound Barrier. ID actually getting 2 kills here, and AZK doing his thing, finishing off Spree, cleaning up on a lot of that damage. Ube back onto the point, stalled it out a little bit longer, and actually you still have Icefelt in here. Finished off, Liquid gets the point back. Luminosity, though, sitting at 99%. They had a good retake and hold.
Luminosity should be able to retake and hold in this, or retake and just capture it all the way in this next fight. An Earth Shatter, a Graviton, a Nano Boost on their side. That's just an absolute arsenal to get this next fight, but ID is going to be looking for a cheeky Graviton on the side. Check your corners or he's going to come in.
He's going to lay it down. Oh, only got Icefelt in it. That's a bit rough. That could still be enough for them to get the fight. Mezer getting, just completely charged by Super Pluke, and now Earth Shatter comes out from Super Pluke. AZK still trying to keep Liquid in this. He got 1. Rafa takes down Mineral, so a couple of return kills for Liquid here, but still they need to get some more on top of that, and they are not. Luminosity's got a lot of players down on the point. You still have Rafa just trying to stall as long as he possibly can. Mezer making his way back to the fight, and he has an Earth Shatter. This is going to have to come in huge for Liquid here, this Earth Shatter that he has sitting here and waiting. Luminosity using the Sound Barrier, and Liquid will just stall it out for a minute, but 3 kills coming through for Luminosity, and Mezer not even getting a chance to use his Earth Shatter. That should certainly secure it for Luminosity as they get a full team wipe, and they will take first stage here on Nepal.
A pretty close fight overall, though. Hard to give the advantage to either side so far. AZK not necessarily tearing up the backline the way that I thought he was going to be able to do. This pull right here certainly putting an end to that in the second assault. That had that gone otherwise, Liquid probably would be the victor of stage 1. There's a number of different ultimate situations Liquid kind of gave away to Luminosity. Luminosity capitalizing on their own when they finally got a big bank to work with. It's a little bit messy, but I mean, fights in the tank meta often are.
Yes, they are indeed, but I want to echo that. I mean, Liquid definitely had some good opportunities with ultimates that they just did not convert on, wasting a few really big impact ultimates.
They've been pretty great in this Pillar Shield war lately, though, so see if Luminosity's got any tricks up their sleeves to win this. This is usually a very detailed, very reliable fight, so I imagine teams have got to practice this quite a bit.
And they've already used the bubble onto Super Pluke, which could come back to bite him, but I mean, Mezzer goes in and dies anyway. Super Pluke goes down as Rafa gets out. So trading out Reinhardt's, but Spree, who's been really good on Zarya so far in this match, he's able to get 2, and Ube is actually playing Pharah for Luminosity. He does end up going down, but still, he was able to get a couple kills in that last fight. Luminosity striking first, yet again here on the Sanctum stage, and Ube will be staying on Pharah.
Definitely breaking out Pharah there in the beginning to soak the shields and guarantee they win the shield war. It certainly worked out for them in this fight. Perhaps a little bit forward, but Ube still reining into the back line. It's going to be hard for Liquid to get momentum under such pressure.
Charging in was Mezzer. And Rafa is actually going to get demech'd here. Ube takes care of that one quickly. So 1-player advantage to Luminosity here. They respond by taking down Icefelt, who was on D.Va, so they trade out D.Vas. It's a 5 versus 5 fight, though. You will be getting Rafa back just a little bit sooner, but losing Minstrel for Liquid there is not good news. And Spree going in with the Graviton Surge gets 3 for himself. Ube now just using that Rocket Barrage to solidify a fight win as he gets 2 for himself. And Luminosity in dominating control of this point at the moment. 50% and counting. Liquid, though, are going to have some ultimates to come back in with. Should be their fight, but with Super Pluke's Earth Shatter, that could be enough to shut them down.
Yeah, it could. Mezzer has one of his own and a nano boost for it to hang heat on. Sneaky Sleep Dart getting found out by Team Liquid. Luminosity. No. Liquid still here. Dahang gonna go down to Hedan.
And Mezzer totally whipped on his Earth Shatter. Super Pluke, a good sound barrier from Mineral to keep Super Pluke alive right there, and he uses his own Earth Shatter. There is a self-destruct. Spree getting 2 on Zarya. He has just been so key for Luminosity. Him and Ube have just been getting so many kills throughout these first 2 stages of Nepal. And Liquid are really struggling at the moment. Mezzer quickly rebuilding his Earth Shatter, and when he gets it, he's going to have to come up big, as now Liquid starting it off, getting 1 kill. Super Pluke going down, Earth Shatter out from Mezzer. AZK getting 2, to hang with 2 himself, getting both of the supports. Finally, Liquid getting themselves onto the point. They will be able to cap here, but Luminosity got themselves all the way up to 99%. They have to be perfect here, Liquid.
Luminosity should take the point back in the next fight or 2. They're clearly ahead in the ultimate economy. Spree, a Graviton 20% away. Ube, a Barrage. Hedan, a Nano boost. Icefelt with a self-destruct. There's a lot of explosive firepower. You can throw a Nano on and really devastate this point. Ube doing a great job keeping himself away from Liquid, and AZK gonna take a dive.
I think he got moved off by Ube there. They don't even have a chance for that, as Ube getting 2 kills, one of which with the boop, and I believe one of the players got Mezzer at the very start of the fight, which kicked things off for Luminosity, and now there's just no chance Liquid will be able to get back onto the point here. Mezzer taken care of quite quickly by Spree, and it is not looking good for Liquid at the moment on Nepal. That final fight just starting off with Mezzer going down, and then it was AZK that got booped off by Ube, and it just snowballed from there, as that was one of the big Earth Shatters that Mezzer whiffed in this fight. And that was a really good sound barrier that came out from Mineral as well to make sure Super Pluke stayed alive. And between Spree and Ube, they just cleaned up on the rest. And it is just, I mean, Luminosity's just cruising.
Ube did a great job in that last match, staying away from AZK's Soldier 76. Every time he was sitting in a position, he was mostly locking down angles, spamming rockets into critical shot areas, trying to help out his teammates, soaking shields. And AZK just, you can't find the angles on that. You know, Soldier 76 is great at taking Pharah out of the air to a certain extent, but if you have to go all the way over to the opponent's side to even find the shot, it's not going to work out. Luminosity taking the high ground away from Liquid here on Village.
Liquid electing to just come through on the low ground off the start. Icefelt has made a switch over to Tracer, and all right, Liquid's starting to get something going. 2 kills for themselves, 3 for them right now, as Luminosity's only going to have a couple supports and a DPS up. It's just Icefelt left. Rafa getting 3 in that fight there, helping Liquid secure the point. here we go. They strike first, get themselves some good ground control here maybe, and get back into it. This stage in particular is one that Liquid had looked pretty good on yesterday in their matches.
They were running AZK on DPS characters though, and today they're running a 4-tank setup. I don't know exactly what their logic is here this time. It worked out for them in the past. This fight so far going 1-1 back and forth. 2 down, 3 down for Liquid, 2 down for Luminosity.
And now they strike back, taking down Ube. So it is a 3 versus 3 fight at the moment, though. Dahang getting hunted down as Mineral sent the troops in, or Minstrel. They sent the troops in, so will be now Minstrel on the point. He gets finished off, and there will be a self-destruct down onto the point, trying to zone the Luminosity players off of that. And now there will be Gravitons on the point as well. 1 out from Luminosity and 2 players out of it for Liquid as they continue to battle it out. Liquid at the very least are doing a good job of stalling this Earthshatter from Mezzer to make sure Spree had no chance of using that Nano Boost effectively. And Ube is quite aggressive on top of the point now. A Nano Boost out onto Mezzer. He should have pretty free reign, able to take care of Hedan. And it is still Liquid solidifying themselves in control of this point. Luminosity, it's back to the drawing board time for them. But they do have a few ults coming up. Super Pluke's Earthshatter is going to have to be big as they retake this, try and retake the point. They'll have one last shot to do so.
Ube, a barrage moments away as they re-engage in this next fight. They're going to have to take the cap away in this next fight, or they're going to lose this stage. Liquid pretty low on their economy, but Luminosity's got 4. Icefelt going down early. That's going to be a problem.
Big stuff from AZK on this stage as Roadhog, and no one around from Luminosity to even touch the point. And maybe that's the key for Liquid, is keeping AZK on Roadhog, because he was really playing well for Liquid throughout that entire stage. So they do get a point on the board, but they have a long way to go, Liquid, if they want to take this map. It is still 2-1 for Luminosity. Now they will be going back to a Shrine here, and AZK so far looking as if he's staying on the Roadhog. Probably a good thing for Liquid to go with, because that's what he's been good with.
It looks so like Ube is going to mirror that, giving up Pharah. I question the use of Pharah on Village a little bit. If you can take the first point and you're playing defensively, then sure, but trying to use Pharah as an offensive situation, or as an offensive strategy there, is debatable, I guess is the best way to summarize it. Depends on who you are. Ube certainly paying out on Sanctum, not finding a lot of those same kills on Village. And Team Liquid taking their first match, or first point on that one. This fight already underway. Hedan taking down Mezzer in the middle of this. AZK finding Super Pluke. Other than that, right now, a little bit of a mess as everybody's just running around on the point. Most of the breakout chaotic fights you know and love.
Oh yes, gotta love tank meta, folks. And here's Luminosity. No, they seem to be coming out on top of this fight. Rafa and Hedan both were taking care of AZK as well. Hedan's a fragger, I'll tell you what. But here we go, Luminosity getting the point first, as they had before on this stage, and a lot of ultimates being built up quite quickly. Spree in particular, they've gotten quite a bit of percentage on that Graviton, and they'll have it most likely considerably earlier than ID, so they'll want to use that. But Liquid already starting to re-engage. A hook in from Ube, caught Minstrel, and was able to get the kill. And now that Graviton does come out from Spree. He gets nano boosted as well, and it's just cleanup time onto all of the Liquid players. And Spree even able to get a lot of decent bit of percentage built back towards his ultimate. He got 1 Graviton off, and he's almost matching ID in percentage. And a stagger onto Raph on top of that. Things already a bit disastrous for Liquid. But the good news is they will have an Earthshatter to at least try and retake, but Luminosity have pretty much the exact same arsenal.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Luminosity, an Earthshatter of their own. A sound barrier, as long as Mineral doesn't get caught in the Earthshatter coming from Liquid, he can at least defend Luminosity from the bear share of its effects. Mezzer and Super Pluke both right now a little bit in the press. Mezzer finding himself in a very awkward situation.
Oh, there's an Earth Shatter from Mezzer. Only really caught Ice Felt in it, but I mean, Luminosity are just coming out on top every time. Spree has been so big for Luminosity in this match so far. On Zarya, 3 kills for Spree. I mean, the guy is just constantly melting people on Zarya. I would say he's been one of the biggest impact players for Luminosity in this match so far, and he's got another Graviton. I don't even know if ID has gotten one off yet. And, I mean, Luminosity is just getting so much more value out of their ultimates. They're going to have to make it happen right here, Liquid, as they are going in with a sound barrier. But they lose AZK. He was separated from the rest of his team. Hedan and Icefeld both get 1. Luminosity with the 1-player advantage. Mezzer able to get 2, trying to turn the tides back in Liquid's favor. But they're down 3. Big hook from Ube to take out Minstrel, as Minstrel got boosted for some reason with the nano boost, and Luminosity easily able to take care of Liquid right there.
Luminosity with the win. Liquid dropping that one pretty cleanly. They're able to get that second, or able to get the 3rd point rather, but only a 1-3 situation. So Luminosity just walks right through them on the other 3 points.
I mean, Liquid just, they seem off right now. I don't know. I mean, right at the very end, you had AZK going off to the side. He was off away from the rest of his team, got picked off quite easily by all the Luminosity players. They just came over and focused him down, and not really getting a lot of value out of ultimates, it seems. Just Luminosity, anytime they were using an Earth Shatter or Graviton, they were using it at opportune times, and they made something happen off of it. It seems like a lot of the times that Liquid were using some of these big impact ultimates, it was just, I don't know, stuff was not getting done with them, and Luminosity definitely a little more together and collected at the moment, playing better for sure, at least on Nepal.
Yeah, Luminosity's showing more what I expect from them, honestly, based on their past performance, and Liquid playing a little bit down from where they played yesterday. You can summarize pretty much just saying even Mezzer is missing his Earth Shatters.
Yeah, that's a very not sort of a typical situation for Liquid there, but Luminosity looking really good here as they're able to win this game, getting a lot of fights just continuously going their way. They'll be able to take the win.
One of the big things, too, was AZK just, he wasn't as big of a threat, I think, as he was yesterday as well. He just didn't seem to do quite as much. He was doing a little bit better on Roadhog, but he wasn't able to play Tracer like he was yesterday in some of the matches that Liquid was playing. And, I mean, when he was on Tracer and effective, that's, I mean, cruising. But today, not the case. He wasn't really able to do that. Ube and company really did a good job of shutting him down off the start when he was trying to play Tracer. And from there, he's forced to play Roadhog. Did a little bit better there, had more success, but still not as impactful as he was yesterday in some of the matches for Liquid.
I felt like Spree's Graviton surges were also a big part of what gave Luminosity that victory. He just time and time again was right in the place he wanted to be, and you called it out one time, like during the fight he laid it down and he was able to charge up a 1/3 of the way to the next one. Just his management was really key.
Yeah, he was building them quickly. Anytime he was using the Graviton, they were getting value out of it. That's the thing. I mean, he would lay it out there and made sure there was at least some follow-up, whether it be himself at a really high charge or, I mean, there was other players around or an ultimate to work with his Graviton. And I think there were times when Liquid were using them, and that wasn't the case. Spree playing really well on Zarya right now. I mean, up to this point, I'd say really one of the big MVPs for Luminosity in this match.
Also operating in a lot of the tank wars that were going on, picking up a lot of charge. Liquid not really doing much of a job of trying to press Spree out of it, seeing a barrier come out from him and then just immediately assaulting him after it goes down. So he's running around with 80, 90, 100 charge quite a bit, just microwaving most of Liquid.
Yeah, he's been crazy on Zarya. He's got to be getting some of the most kills on the side for Luminosity, certainly. He's just melting people left and right, and you see a lot of the time Hedan would give him the nano boost just because of how much work he's been doing on Zarya. Like, I mean, he builds up his charge so quickly and then just completely melts him, microwaves him, however you want to look at it.
A full power Zarya with a nano boost.
You got
getting around
seconds
the shield
to live. Good luck.
No bueno. Team Liquid going to be defending to start things out on Gibraltar. Luminosity looking to close this series out on offense.
Sorry, they really want to push the payload. Hedan again on his Junkrat. It's just, please, he's screaming. Or how's he? Is he on the tire?
Yeah.
God, he's going for a little afternoon swing. And now he wants to go push the payload.
Got the anti-shenanigans Sonic Arrow out already. This is Luminosity changing off Hanzo back to their regular lineup and pushing through underneath kind of the kill zone bridge here on Gibraltar. Team Liquid, more of a regular hold position, flexing in between the server room and close to the point itself. Luminosity looking for a hook and not finding anything so far.
AZK will be playing 76 from up top on the high ground, just keeping that constant damage, the constant suppression onto Luminosity, the pressure on them. You can see just pumping out that damage, making it difficult for them to get an opening to come up the hill here. But Spree Nube looking to initiate things here for Luminosity, but so far it's just been a really big poke war back and forth. As you almost have that Earthshatter up from Mezzer. He actually has it locked and loaded right now, and they're able to get 2 kills. He shouldn't even need to use it, really, as Luminosity have lost 2 of their players. It will be Ube and Superpluke both going down, including Icefelt. So Mezzer he'll be able to keep that Earthshatter ready to go. And Luminosity are just going to have to regroup here and get ready. But Spree just about to be up on that Graviton again, building it very quickly. And should have it ready for this next fight.
Luminosity will have a bomb combo and an Earthshatter in the next fight, a sound barrier probably to try and shut down AZK's Tac Visor, which is probably going to come out in this next fight as well. ID also working on a Graviton. Rafa not far away here from a self-destruct. Both teams are going to have a whole lot on the table. We'll see who uses what when, because that's when it's going to dictate everything here. The tempo so far being set by Liquid.
Oh, I thought Mezzer was about to separate himself completely from the rest of the team. I was getting worried he was going to be going down into the pit of death here, but here comes the Nano Boost out onto Spree. He's got a Graviton as well. Look out, Liquid, as the... Well, he does have the... I think his Graviton may have actually been eaten, Spree, because I do not see Graviton anywhere on the field, but one will be coming out from ID, and that will allow Luminosity to pick up Liquid to pick up quite a few kills here. Luminosity dropping players at the moment, and they will just have to go back to the drawing board. They only have 1 minute and 30 left. I didn't quite get to catch it, but I do think Spree's Graviton got eaten right there, because I just did not see it get used at any point to effectiveness. He had a Nano Boost on himself, but already building 50% towards another one. Not a lot of time to work with for Luminosity.
Mineral breaking out sound barrier. The instant he heard AZK break out attack visor. Spree also combining, chasing him down with a Nano Boost to shut down AZK even further. Liquid, they've got 3 ultimates to work with, a Nano Boost and Earthshatter. That's self-destruct. If they can just get this shield down and out of the way from Superblock. Oh, there it is.
Oh, big Earthshatter from Mezzer is going to allow an easy kill onto Superpluke, as now the rest of Liquid flooding inside of the server room to try and get the rest of the Luminosity players. Spree coming back out very close to a Graviton, though, sitting at 93%. There will be whole hogs used by Ube, and a self-destruct from Rafa is going to go all the way back into that server room, but Luminosity regrouping, wrapping back around onto the cart. Spree using that Graviton Surge, and he's got a Nano Boost and a hell of a lot of charge as well. Looking to melt some players, too, picked up by Spree. Right there, and ID comes back onto the cart. Really not much that he can do in that situation. So making it work that time is Luminosity with seconds remaining. They should be able to take... Actually, Mezzer wants to come back out and try and stall this a bit more if he can. Minstrel taking care of Luminosity, not having any trouble whatsoever getting the kills as they come out to stall. Superpluke with 3, and now they're just looking for stragglers on top of that. ID will be among them, as Liquid gets the cap on the point. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to get through this hangar phase.
Luminosity strolling into the second point, already taking away the shuttle from Liquid. They do have an Earthshatter and a self-destruct to work with as well here. They're going to go ahead and send that self-destruct out. It's not going to find anybody, but it will zone Mezzer out of the fight. Luminosity owning both the high ground and the shuttle. as they're just walking the card all the way through the second point, leaving one on it while they engage in this fight. Team Liquid starting to get back in, taking the high ground back. With Liquid, AZK is getting ready to fire off that Tac Visor as soon as he can find the opening. Mezer's going to have an Earth Shatter. ID with a Graviton to hang with a Nano Boost. The Tac Visor already coming out.
Big Earth Shatter from Mezer, and they get a lot of follow-up. AZK using that Tac Visor, just pumping out the damage into the Luminosity players. And that will be one fight for Liquid as ID used that Graviton in there as well, but
certainly burned a lot for it.
Yeah.
Tac Visor, Nano, and Graviton, all of them gone. Self-destruct for Rafa is up. Minstrel's got a Sound Barrier. Mezer will have an Earth Shatter soon. Luminosity, though, they have a whole hog and a Nano Boost to work with. Spree is going to have a Graviton. He's going to be looking to get that around Mezer's shield. Really clean up most of Team Liquid. They need something else to pair it with unless they can just Nano Boost Ice Belt and let them rain on everyone.
Luminosity looking to engage here. Spree's got that Graviton. We know how effective his Gravitons are, so that's something to keep an eye on. Spree is going to lay it out there. There was self-destructs on the field from Rafa, but so far they're trading 1-for-1. Spree goes down, and Liquid, well, they're still trading these kills. 4 players out of it, though, from Luminosity, and Liquid, we're going to have quite a few more bodies around. AZK, a couple of kills as he just stands up top on the high ground, and they're looking to stagger Icefelt right here. Is the defense doing very well from Liquid up to this point. 20 seconds left, and they are not going to have Icefelt for the next fight, really, unless he's able to get back in. No, they kill him late. That's a big stagger.
And that's a catastrophe for Luminosity, back-to-back burning most of their ultimates, leaving AZK with a Nano Visor that he's going to roll out in this next fight. 7 seconds left. They're already down. Icefelt, Nano Visor are coming out now.
Here we go. AZK looking to go to town. He is just dealing all this damage. 3 kills for AZK. Make it 4 as he shuts down Luminosity. It's only Icefelt around, but he couldn't even get back onto the cart in time. And that is a good defense coming out from Liquid, as they will be able to stop Luminosity in their tracks in the hangar phase. Only getting 1 point, 1.5 points right there. And very well done by Liquid, and they'll have a chance to send this to a 3rd and final map if they can pick up a good offense. We'll see what Luminosity wants to bring to the table here.
That's a rough situation to have to hold from Liquid with a phenomenal defense there, honestly. Be very tricky for Luminosity to prevent Liquid from pushing it that far, and I expect them to take that and push it into the next map.
Yeah, they're feeling good right now, Liquid. That's the kind of defensive start that you want. So the change of sides are coming in. Really, Liquid just has to mount just a decent offense, and they'll be able to send this one on to the next map. So the defense from Luminosity is, well, it's looking like a pretty standard quad tank. Why not? And nothing new here.
Really like the way Liquid was still using Soldier 76 on the railing on the high ground right around the first point. AZK getting a ton of damage out of it. Building up ultimates, raining down on Luminosity, making it hard for them to push whatsoever. I mean, as long as people are up there, pretty much the offense, unless they're able to find picks and just kind of shield that damage out of the way, maybe fly a D.Va up there, you're looking at one of those situations where they're going to want to swap positions, go through the server room, take the high ground. That's a lot of time you can bleed out. Perhaps no coincidence that Liquid's had the best hold on Gibraltar's first point that we've seen today.
And here we go, Liquid going on to the offense. And they will also be running quad tank setup. Hey, Mirror Cops. I like it. Do you? And
why not?
Why not? Sure, why not? Now, Luminosity playing very high on the high ground. AZK sneaking his way up there, looking for a hook off the start, but so far not seeing anything. Just throwing one out there for good measure. Why not? Just in case somebody's lurking. But getting ready to kick things off here. Luminosity is holding just a big poke war so far. Somebody's looking for the hook, or we'll be seeing a charge from one of these Reinhardts momentarily to start it off. And here it goes, Mezer going, charging in. The rest of Liquid backing him up pretty well, but they end up dropping Mezer regardless. He then goes down to Rafa, but Ube striking back. getting a hook onto ID. Ube with 2, actually. Getting ID and AZK, so that'll have to be Liquid backing up. And Ube really wanted that kill onto Minstrel. Not quite going to find it. Liquid time to just go back to the drawing board and regroup. Next fight.
Both teams still working on ultimates. Luminosity ahead in their generation. Super Pluke looking for an Earth Shatter in the next fight, about 18% away. Icefelt, same with his self-destruct. Spree, a Graviton. Team Liquid, the only thing that's really reliable in the next fight is Dahang's Nano Boost and probably Rafa's self-destruct. A lot of teams not opting to Nano Boost D.Va as much as we've seen Kungarna do it. It certainly worked for Kungarna.
Yeah, Kungarna really likes to play that strategy, and it works a lot of the time for them. But here we go. There are going to be some ultimates coming up, including Earth Shatters. Mezzer is the first to fall, though, and I don't think Liquid's not going to be able to do too much without him, that's for sure. Rafa going down, certainly not going to come out on top of this fight, so it's just another regrouping phase, and I think they may even lose some late here, possibly. They do make their way out, but it's still 1:50 for Liquid.
That is very, very good exchange for Luminosity, preventing Liquid from getting any movement whatsoever, and also building up 6 full ultimates for a defense to be able to stagger those in the right place. With Gibraltar the way that it is, it should be fairly reliable for them to create organized fights and really capitalize on the efficiency as much as possible.
Luminosity with a full house here, and they are going to use it to great effect. 3 kills for them as Spree uses that Graviton. Ube goes down to ID.
Only 2.
And yeah, it's only 2 ults used to win that fight. That's all they needed. I mean, you still have 4 in the bank, and Super Pluke having the Earth Shatter. That's their big impact alt ready to go. But Liquid now are going to have themselves with a full boat in just a moment. So this is going to be the opportunity.
It's going to be some sensitive exchanges here. Both teams wanting to get theirs out first and in the right order to prevent themselves from getting wiped here. A lot of weapons on the field.
ID coming in. Oh, he used a Graviton, but I believe it got eaten by D.Va. That is very bad news for Liquid. There is going to be 2 for Rafa as he sent in his self-destruct, and that's the start Liquid needed to finally initiate and get onto this point. Luminosity had used the rest of the ultimates that were in the bank for them, and Liquid used everything except for the sound barrier that they never even built up. But now Dahang switching over to actually a Tracer for the time being, maybe just to attempt to get some cleanup, because Liquid really doesn't have to move this too far. On to the next point.
With how well Luminosity's been holding them so far with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, it's not as guaranteed for Liquid as it looked like at the beginning of this match. Liquid and Luminosity burning pretty much everything they had in that last fight. Really, Rafa coming up big with his self-destruct made one of the largest differences, but that's one of those fights you'd have to go back and look at it slow-mo from 9 different cameras to see the exact exchanges of everything. Luminosity pressing forward here, trying to hold off Liquid from getting too close and getting a free win.
Mezzer's got an Earth Shatter, and it could be enough to win them this map if he's able to get value out of it. Spree has a Graviton, though. Let's see what they decide to do with it. Mezzer using that Earth Shatter, but they get put into a Graviton right at the same time. 2 kills for Luminosity, 3 there for them. The Super Pluke should say a big part of the success of that fight win. So still just under 2 minutes for Liquid, really only having to win about 1 fight, and they can send it to a 3rd map. So they have a good opportunity here, but with ID's Graviton coming up as well, they'll be looking pretty good. But we saw some good defense out of Luminosity thus far in this match.
There is a Graviton, but Luminosity also has an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost, and given their high ground positions right now, unless Rafa is able to find a nice really zoning and get big impact of it as self-destruct, I'd expect it to go towards Luminosity, but Luminosity getting caught up in a Graviton, a sound barrier coming out from their side.
That's good sound barrier to keep their team healthy during that Graviton. ID not getting anything off of that. He, I believe, even got a Nano Boost in the middle of it, but they just do absolutely nothing with that ultimate. They're going to be looking to Mezzer on the next fight with his Earth Shatter to make this play happen. AZK even making a switch over to Tracer now to even just get onto the supports. in the back line or something. He's got to make the play happen. 45 seconds for Liquid, or they will be done in this match, and Luminosity will take it.
They just got a ton of distance out of the cart, though, for the situation that they're in. Luminosity dropping down to start contesting. Rafa flying on top. Mezzer is already going head-to-head with Icefell here. Mezzer is going to be looking for an Earthshatter here.
Icefell sending self-destruct into the back. Super Pluke did go down. Earthshatter, well, does connect onto Hedan, but he's able to get the nano boost off in time, giving it to Spree, and Spree is just about to have a Graviton Surge, which he does send out there, and will get some bodies caught up in it. Hedan did take down AZK. This could be it for Liquid, though. The respawn's coming up. That card is so close to getting capped for Luminosity, and here comes Team Liquid. They get 3 kills. This could be the end of it to send it to a third and final map. Super Pluke does get an Earthshatter off, but there's no follow-up around for Luminosity. Now here comes a Graviton from Liquid, and they will be able to cap it, sending it into a third map. Barely able to do it in the end, but man, they do it in dramatic fashion. That's for sure.
That looked like it was Luminosity's defensive hold the whole time. Then Liquid just breaking it out there in the end. Nice Graviton. Really just the power play from Mezzer getting up in the mix, taking out Icefell, pressing everybody back, creating the space that Liquid needed to really capitalize a lot of that as they came back into the next fight.
Well, and I think after the first match where we saw a 10-point game on Gibraltar, which I think is the highest scoring game we've had so far, we see this just massive defensive game on both sides, where both teams holding in front of that first point, really forcing the other team to really work hard to get that first checkpoint, and then it all came down to just that very, very last fight.
I was so close for Luminosity. I'm sure they're kicking themselves at the moment because I thought it was all them, but just in the last couple of seconds, Liquid came up big, and they're going to give themselves one more shot going into a third map. But again, it's good to see these teams being so close. We're having, brilliant games between the two of them. And Earthshatter that came out from Mezzer there did a good job to get the nano boost onto Spree. I thought with that Graviton, they were going to be able to seal the deal getting these kills, but just not enough for Luminosity in the end. And Liquid were able to strike back with 3 kills as they didn't have Hedan around. And that is going to send us to a third map. I'm loving watching these matches so far today. No matter what we've been watching, it's been good games.
That highlight showing off that Mezzer not necessarily getting a huge Earthshatter and really capitalizing off of it, one of those big wipes that we're used to seeing, but just constantly being a problem for Luminosity, chasing after their Ana. Ana still surviving, but having to run to the rest of the tanks, really throwing their lines into disarray, charging D.Va out of the fight, blocking some of the nano-boosted right clicks from Zarya is what it looked like as well. Just he's all over the place, constantly interrupting Luminosity. Luminosity spreading out, becoming a little bit disorganized. People like Rafa for Liquid finding different angles to clean people up. And then just in the overall chaos, Liquid coming out big time ahead, creating the space to push the card all the way in. You don't necessarily have to put on a show and get the big picks, but if you cause the right mess in the right place, Mezzer shows off, you can still cap the card.
Yeah, no, Mezzer, big part of that win. The other big part I felt like was AZK. We talked about him in the first game, not necessarily showing up in the same way, but this particular map, especially on their offense or on their defensive push, he seemed to really be a big part of how they were able to hold on that second point.
AZK is starting to become more and more effective as the match goes on for Liquid, and that's what you need for them. That's, I think, one of your keys to success. And Rafa as well making quite a difference. But AZK, specifically on this 76, especially when he gets these nano boosts, these tack visors, he's really been effective for Liquid, and he was through Gibraltar. So I'll be looking to him, whatever the next map may be. That is, they're going to need AZK firing on all cylinders again to help them take the victory.
All right, so map 3 will be Kings Row, where it all comes down, Luminosity versus Liquid. I didn't really get a prediction beforehand from you guys, but now, final map, Kings Row. Give it to me. Who's winning here?
I think in the beginning, I thought Liquid was going to come out on top of the series. I don't think I gave a score. So I think going into the last map, I'll give this one to Liquid still.
I was thinking Liquid was looking too hot to stop. I was also thinking it was going to be a 2-1. However, not only just to be different, but I'm going to lean towards Luminosity. I do have the faith that last defense they were putting together, aside from a few mess steps, was pretty great. And Kings Row is a map that they've played quite a bit, a map that has a pretty strong first point. So maybe they can shut down Liquid on this one. Liquid getting a lot of distance out of the nano visors. for one
Yep.
reason or another. Probably just somewhat the cohesion between AZK and Dahang, knowing exactly, probably AZK knowing he can get it and asking for it, but he consistently is great about finding a good angle to do it, not really wasting it so much into a defense matrix. He's probably keeping track of a number of variables and knowing that he can get a lot of kills off of that, because most of the time we've seen AZK with a Nano Visor, he gets more out of it than most of the other people we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, they've had good coordination there with it. And so far, well, Liquid's going to be on the attacking side first. We should point out, and wouldn't be surprised to see AZK stay on this Tracer. He's showing it so far, but I would not be too surprised to see it. Luminosity just going for a pretty standard quad tank setup. No surprises there. It's pretty much the exact same thing they've been running the whole, throughout the entirety of this match, really. So Liquid getting ready to start off on their offensive side. Will ID actually run this Hanzo? I don't know if he's just doing it for, yeah, he was just doing it for the Sonic Arrow at the beginning. Just to get a little bit of vision, a little bit of intel, and he will be making his switch over to the Zarya, but they're keeping AZK on Tracer.
Now, AZK can certainly throw my prediction off if he finds the back line of Luminosity here. Liquid already pressing into Luminosity right around the statue.
Messer goes down for Liquid early here, but still they're going to press the fight a little bit. They killed Super Paluk, which is pretty big for them. AZK ends up going down. They're putting pressure on the point. That's fine. They got one kill. If they can regroup quick enough, they could bring it back, but Mineral's already going to try and get Super Paluk back to the fight more quickly, make sure that he is there for this impending fight. But Liquid looking to press the issue early here. Oh, Messer charging, completely denied on that one, as they do get Super Paluk back into the fight. A big hook into the back line of from Ube to take out Dahang.
That's it for that offense.
Yep, that's time to regroup. Reset. That hook somehow just had a magnet on it that was apparently a magnet for Ana's, and Dahang just getting rocked.
Hook's doing hook things.
Yep.
Luminosity, Nano Boost for Hedan. Other than that, mostly, actually, Liquid's starting to get a big edge on the ultimate economy. Liquid could string a number of these together to take this off of Luminosity. Luminosity going to have to get an Earth Shatter out of Paluk to disrupt everything here.
Now here's Spree getting that Nano Boost, and he's looking to come forward on them. Spree with 2, Icefelt with 2, Spree with 3 in total. That Nano Boost that Spree gets in the Graviton, he's effective with it 9 times out of 10, I'd say. Doing very good, and they're just going to stagger Rafa.
But now, Mineral with a sound barrier is going to provide even more sustainability to Luminosity. They still have that Earth Shatter. They also still have the self-destruct. Ube's working on a whole hog. Liquid, they do have some tools to work with. They're going to have a Graviton of their own, a self-destruct of their own, an Earth Shatter of their own, and a Nano Boost, but Luminosity's been disrupting them at every step so far.
Super Paluk goes in with the Earth Shatter, not getting really anything off of it. Now getting charged all the way into the back at Super Paluk by Messer. He had a Nano Boost on himself, and Liquid are making these ults count at the moment. They have a 1-player advantage in the fight. Oh, but Minstrel just getting the dome shots right there to get Ube, who's all the way in the back. So Liquid winning that fight, they will be able to take the point right here and start their offense moving forward. So 3 minutes and 45 for them to move through the streets, but a pretty solid hold from Luminosity. Nonetheless, Ube now is making a switch over to Pharah for the defensive side.
2 minutes is respectable defense. It's not uncommon defensive time. Luminosity, you've called it, Ube switching over to Pharah, trying to get some of the elevation advantages over Team Liquid. Liquid, they do have a sound barrier and a Nano Boost, but nothing really else to work with in the streets phase. Luminosity, they have a Nano Boost of their own. Ube just getting a ton of damage in, and a Nano Boost on Ube. He's going to clean up Dahang any second.
Oh, there we go. Dahang finished off. As you said, got that Nano Boost, and he's just looking to land these rockets, and I think that kill on Dahang was enough. Super Paluk went down for Luminosity, but Ube already looking to have a barrage, so see the Graviton from Spree will be up shortly. They can combo that. Super Paluk is still working his way back, so Liquid is going to get some free ground with the payload right here, pushing it up to the next choke point, but Luminosity is going to want to go quite quickly. They have this combo. Ube's just stalling and waiting. Spree going in, and here it comes, the combo. The Rocket Barrage over top gets put to sleep, and the sound barrier was there from Liquid to soak up a lot of that damage. And now an Earth Shatter out from Super Pook is going to catch 4 inside of it, and that will just be all cleanup from Luminosity here off the back of the Earth Shatter. And they're even pressing forward to try and find a couple more, but they didn't find a whole lot off of the Graviton Barrage combo. Liquid did a good job defending against it.
That's basically a 2-for-1 exchange. Minstrel shutting it down with a well-timed sound barrier. Luminosity, Nano Boost and Self-Destruct, they're going to have to use to delay Liquid even more here, but Liquid, they're going to have a Self-Destruct, a Graviton, and a Nano Boost of their own, probably going to take this through the street space.
Ube's going to get his Nano Boost, just trying to come into the back, just melting into Hang. It was trying to find the Minstrel as well. Couldn't quite get it, but the Self-Destruct is going to go down. Not any kills. 2 players down for each side. So a 4v4 fight as Liquid just continues to come through on the cart. Mineral did get the sound barrier off before the Earth Shatter, but still, Mezzer takes down Mineral nonetheless. There's going to be a Graviton here from Luminosity as they clean up the rest of these Liquid players. And it will be Rafa just trying to back up and meet with the rest of the team. But solid defense all around from Luminosity so far here. A minute left for Liquid to get this next checkpoint.
That was a big hold. They continuously keep using Nano Boost on Ube. He's not pairing it with Barrage. He's just using it regularly. Definitely boosting into the back to pick up to Hang, which is just taking all of the fire out of Team Liquid's push. Luminosity picking up the tempo, pressing into Liquid.
So a lot of biotics out on each side. Mezzer, who is incredibly hurt, charged through. He didn't have a bubble to bail him out of that situation. And Luminosity, again, is going to pick up a couple of kills here. And the Rafa probably going to get staggered. He gets staggered quite a bit there. Now Liquid, they're going to have to make this next push work or it's game over.
It's the definition of an uphill battle here. Team Liquid with a Nano Boost. They're going to have to get that out, but it's not ready yet. But Luminosity has a ready Nano Boost already, and an Earth Shatter, and a Barrage with Ube. Far between that Earth Shatter and the Barrage, I struggle to see how Luminosity can't win this.
They're gonna have to. Oh, here comes the Barrage. They've already gotten 2 Luminosity. Liquid not even getting a chance to use the ultimates they had in the bank to Hang shut down before he could give that Nano Boost out there. And Ube has just been able to wreak havoc on the players of Liquid. They've had no response to this. ID switching over to 76, but it's, I mean, a bit too late for them, maybe just to try and get back to the card. He did got Ube at the end, but it doesn't matter at that point. I mean, Ube just had free reign over them after that second point. They really didn't have the answer to deal with him, and they're going to get stopped in the streets right there, Liquid.
Ube apparently going for Mangachu's Pharah title.
That's actually, that was so well done, too, by Luminosity. They had Icefelt putting his defense matrix over top of Ube while he was sending that Barrage off, and there was nothing that they could do to try and stop Ube on his Barrage, and it just put so much damage into them. That's good coordination, though, from Luminosity.
Now it's going to be Luminosity's turn for kind of the half-line push that they were subjected to over Gibraltar. Luminosity looking likely they could take this series out. Liquid's going to have to put on a big hold, not let Luminosity through the streets phase. So far, Luminosity having a big upper hand on Team Liquid throughout the streets phase. Ube goes back to Pharah when they get through the first point, if they get through the first point. I'm curious to see how Liquid intends to shut it down, but Luminosity doing a great job managing their ultimate economy, coming up big with a number of them. Just single Nano Boosts onto Ube, not spending much else for it. There we go again.
I don't know why this cracks me up every time. Like I'm a child. That just cracks me up. I love voice lines. Oh, they turn it off.
You can only spam it so many times.
Oh, well. Liquid, they're on the defensive side. They will have to have a hell of a defense, if I do say so, because Luminosity had a pretty good one. Had a pretty good one themselves. And now they start their attack. And they are going to be running Zen and Ana on the offensive side. No Lucio. I forget if it was
a lot of firepower to take the first point. It's certainly a problem for Rafa.
Icefeld's going to be playing 76 on top of that to just pump out this damage. They're looking for targets to focus down. And now charging in. I've seen Mezzer charge in so many times today and go down. It doesn't seem to have the backup when he goes in for these charges. No bubbles, no biotics to land on him, and they just melt through him as soon as he goes in. And now already 2 kills for Luminosity. They'll at least get a couple of ticks down onto this point. I don't know if Liquid will even be able to put any sort of a defense up. They are going to be coming back, but it is 2 ticks for Luminosity. Mezzer's going to have to make something big happen. Both Reinhardts charge each other. They get the bubbles. There will be a nano boost coming out. And Mezzer is just getting melted at the moment, taken care of easily. Spree is just crushing people at the moment on Zarya. Yet again, 4 players are down, 5. It's a disaster for Liquid right now. That is an absolute disaster.
No other way to describe what just happened. They fed Luminosity not only the point, but 5 ultimates right into the Streets phase. We already saw what Luminosity did with the ultimate advantage in the Streets phase last half. So pushing into this now from the further back spawns, they could have had an upfront choke. It's a big stumble from Team Liquid, and I just don't see a world in which they're going to be able to recover from this. It's going to have to be a big play. They are working on a number of ultimates of their own. And the Earth Shatter coming up but not connecting with much. Ube going down.
I was going to say, Mezzer had to have the Earth Shatter, the Sentry right there to get them back in. He ended up killing Spree at least, who had the Graviton. Oh my goodness, Super Pluke, massive Earth Shatter himself, and now Luminosity is going to be able to grab a few kills. Piggybacking off of that Earth Shatter, Mineral went down, but that's, I mean, who cares at this point? Luminosity just steamrolled Liquid, and it's going to have to be Liquid getting back to the payload.
Oh, but Liquid does have 2 ultimates online they could use if they can even get back in time.
That's the thing. I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it in time. Luminosity's got free push on this cart. Mezzer's going to charge, though. He gets stopped by Super Pluke. He needs to go stand on the cart. The Graviton came through from Luminosity and Spree to deny Liquid any chance of getting back onto that cart. And there it is. Whew, Luminosity showing Liquid how to play a bit of King's Row. Right there, putting on a clinic.
We're talking about Spree's Graviton Surge's last game. Right there, just bloop, put it right here. Nope, you're not allowed to touch the cart anymore. We're going to win. Thank you very much.
Counter charging, and that just ends all the hopes and dreams there.
That's well played.
That second attempt at taking back the point, probably what ended the map right there.
Yeah, I mean, they just fed through. There's so many ultimates up then for Luminosity to just kind of do whatever they wanted through that Streets phase. And then when you have Mezzer's Earth Shatter not really do anything on the first Streets phase fight, that's not good. And then it was Super Pluke came through, got an Earth Shatter of his own. And, I mean, this Earth Shatter was just huge for Luminosity to win the fight in the end and let them come through. I mean, that's 3 or 4 guys in it, and just, it was all Luminosity from there on out.
We keep on talking about those Earth Shatters. Just coming through and just making just the biggest difference. It's like we talk about like what is the most impactful ult, and the fact that they continue to be our replays, they continue to be the one that we're like, oh yeah, that was the fight. That's one we want to watch again. Like I don't know, but I feel like Reinhardt's the man right now.
Well, yeah, I mean Reinhardt's been necessary from the start and continues to be. Earth Shatter's huge, Graviton's huge. They pull everybody into areas where you can focus a lot of the damage, right? They pull everybody or make them sit down. And especially right now in the current meta, how much Ana can heal, how much HP there is on all the targets there, you really need to buy a good window to put people down reliably. And we've seen barrages fail on people who are barely defended. You know, half the time Roadhog has enough time when the barrage starts to actually get a hook out or a secondary fire and defend himself. So if you're trying to land that on, Genji with his cooldown, or Soldier 76 unaware, or McCree in the past, as long as you can't get flashbanged, and some of these other things, along with all the squishy supports in the back. If you get it at the right angle, at the right height, they just vaporize. The very first part of the barrage kills everybody. Now, doesn't have that effect. That's just one example of why the CC ultimates are so huge now. They're always going to be big. I mean, you see it in pretty much every other game. A lot of people get attracted to big damage things, and those do have their place, but a lot of the time it's utility that tends to win out when it comes to hero selections.
Absolutely. So let's talk to Mineral, who is on that Luminosity starting lineup. Mineral, man, how you doing? How you feeling right now?
I can't really hear you that well.
Oh, you can't hear me? Is it getting better?
Very, very low.
Is it getting any better as I continue to talk to you here? Check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you at all.
No. No, hear me, please.
Shame.
Technical difficulties.
No, I'm right
Break
here.
out the sign language.
Please listen to me.
Break out the sign language.
Is it coming? No, okay. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to hear me. Anyways, oh, that sucks. I would have loved to have talked
Darn.
to Mineral
Sad.
about that one, but maybe another day we'll get to talk to Mineral again. Anyways, one of the other things we'd noticed in that match, you guys called it out a number of times, Ube, especially when he got nano boosted. We hadn't really seen him doing a lot of Pharah before, but he made a big difference in this particular game.
It's very simply just getting the height he needed, concussive, launching himself into and over the backline of Liquid with a nano up, and just 1, 2, 3 shotting to hang. There goes your Ana, and that's probably worth a fight win right off on its own, as long as he doesn't go down for it. And even then, he still can't go down. Just removing the enemy's Ana out of it with how strong she is right now is a huge deciding factor in a lot of these team fights. And every time he did it, they crushed Liquid pretty soon after.
So that does conclude match number 2. We can take a look at the standings as they stand after 2 matches here. Kungarna up there in second with Immortals taking the first place spot. That probably isn't going to change at all today, but in the very next match it might, because we got FaZe playing up against Immortals.
Yeah, FaZe and Immortals, that'll be big. It's a big match for FaZe in particular. They really need to pull out a win, make sure that they keep themselves. And of course, they do have a double day today. They have 2 matches, and big wins for them would be just crucial to make sure that they make it into that top 6.
Yeah, with that last victory, Luminosity actually bumps up and 1 win into the magical number of 4, which guarantees them passage into the land of the round of 6. So they're no longer under threat of a 4-way tie situation that could cause them a problem, or I guess a 3-way tie after Kungarna won. So a lot of these kind of crazy possibilities that could have resulted in big upsets slowly dwindling as the day goes on, but there are still some very, very important matches in the next half.
Some very important matches. Let's take a look at the schedule of what we have in store for the rest of the day. It's going to be FaZe that has to play 2 more matches here. First against Immortals, then against Kungarna. Oh my goodness, that is quite the gauntlet.
It's a big day for them. Like we said, they have some tough competition to go against, and they really need some of the wins. So they're going to have to be bringing their A game now with Mike in the lineup. We'll see if they can do that. They were able to pull out the win yesterday, which was big for them. So we'll see if they can do the same again. It's a big day, though. A lot of teams.
Big day for FaZe.
Matches. Yep.
Whether they make it in for them and Complexity, some special things have to fall into place, and we'll get into that a little bit more right after this. We're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Immortals versus FaZe. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we have just had two exciting, thrilling 3-game series. It's the first time actually we've opened up with two 3-game series, and it might continue. We will see. Immortals versus FaZe is up next here, and FaZe, it's all on the line for FaZe today. They have to play very well.
That's right. We've been saying it time and time again. They do need to show up today and get some wins to make sure that they can get themselves into that top 6 spot. It's very important for them. They got 2 matches today. The first one here going up against Immortals. It'll certainly be a tough test for them, I think.
We can take a look at the standings here in a bit, because the thing is, FaZe has 2 wins right now, and Complexity also has 2 wins, I believe. Yes, they do. So the thing is, they have a tiebreaker between them. FaZe holds that tiebreaker. So if they were to be able to win one, as Complexity only has 1 match to play today, FaZe would win, Complexity would be knocked out. But if FaZe cannot manage to win today and Complexity does win over Citizen 7, FaZe is out and Complexity is in. So a lot left to be decided today.
Yeah, we've got a lot of important matches, mainly between FaZe and Complexity. Their matches are some of the most important out of them, but of course, big for everybody, nonetheless. So.
And for FaZe, I mean, assuming that Citizen 7 doesn't take down Complexity, and Citizen 7, I don't think we're expecting them to do it at the moment, however, I mean, anything's possible. We've seen a lot of turnarounds so far. Now, if Complexity beats Citizen 7, then FaZe has 2 very rough matches to play in order to keep themselves alive. We're going to start off here with this one against Immortals. That's hard to say. It's even the harder of the 2 because Kungarna is the other one, and they're both sitting right on the top of our leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Kungarna had just beaten Immortals yesterday. They beat Renegades today, so they're looking very, very strong at the moment. So, yeah, you've got 2 opportunities to get 1 win. Any 1 win would do it here for FaZe, but these are possibly the 2 hardest wins to get in the Overwatch Winter Premiere right now.
Yeah, they're some of the harder ones. They're not easy by any means for them to get, so they're going to have to be bringing their A game, to say the least. And first up against Immortals, it'll be a tough test for them, a good warm-up maybe for later today, but as we said, got to pull out a win. So we'll see what they can bring with Mike and the rest of the FaZe guys today.
We'll be looking at Immortals first right here off the bat. They will be going up against FaZe, and we haven't seen them yet today here on the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Let's talk about these guys: Verbo, Agilities, Grim Reality, all these players becoming very familiar names.
Very familiar names indeed, especially that man, Agilities, as he is very fun to watch play Roadhog and other heroes. Even his Genji play as well can be incredibly effective for Immortals. And Nami, who's another brilliant Reinhardt for them out of Mexico. He's just a beast. He's uses Earth Shatter as well, has great mind games that he can play with the other Reinhardt, and a lot of times can come out on top of these Rein v Rein battles. But I mean, between him and even Hyped on his D.Va play and Grim Reality on DPS, you have a good mix of players right here, and they've been doing wonderfully in the Winter Premiere so far up to this point. So we'll see if they can put their skills up to the test of FaZe. I should say FaZe, and they put their skills up to the test of Immortals. So.
Yeah, I agree. FaZe versus Immortals. That's a tough match to really say anything other than it's probably Immortals' match to win or lose. FaZe, they have been improving over the past 2 days, whether that's due to the substitute or not. Something we still probably honestly want to hear from them through an interview, how they feel that's synergizing. But Immortals really getting taken down by Kungarna yesterday was a bit of a surprise, but still showing back up against Complexity. I don't think FaZe is going to be able to have what it takes to take down Immortals, and their first map is going to be King's Row. Or no, sorry, that's the wrong match.
It's going to be Hollywood.
Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood. So, I mean, I think it'll be good regardless. FaZe playing a little bit better. Now getting used to Mike in the lineup, and Immortals still playing great themselves. So.
Yeah, so let's talk about FaZe's roster here. Mike, a big new addition. We got to talk to him yesterday, which was a lot of fun, but they are going to have to get another win here today if we want to talk to him again. So,
well, of course, we know Mike has come in as a substitute for 2EZ. As 2EZ's kind of been moved to the inactive roster of FaZe. It's really been the big change up for them. Mikey A coming in, he's playing pretty well. I mean, you know, still trying to synergize with the team. He hasn't been here long, but so far fitting in decently well with the rest of the FaZe team. But in terms of what else this roster brings to the table, of course, Shadowburn is always a fun player to watch. And you also have Fact Fiction, a brilliant Reinhardt himself, one of the big keys to the success of FaZe in general. So you have a lot of guys to keep an eye on here on the FaZe side, and this is do or die for them. So they have a lot of pressure to come out with wins today. A lot of pressure indeed. So they need to make sure they're playing well. And after yesterday, I think they have a shot at this, but against Immortals, a team that's been playing well throughout the entire Winter Premiere, it'll be tough.
So as we move on to Hollywood for map number 1, FaZe definitely in a rough situation, but this is definitely upset alert for Immortals. Were FaZe to be able to win here, that would be a big surprise. What do you think are the keys to the victory here for FaZe? What do they need to do to Immortals? What's the first step to winning here?
I think one of the big things, obviously, limit the effectiveness of Agilities or be able to shut him down on Roadhog, I think, is a big part of it. And for FaZe on Hollywood, even the first point, I wouldn't mind seeing them go for some sort of a dive comp. I mean, they have that capability. They can do it. You know, just pulling something out. I don't know if Immortals would be ready to deal with something of that nature, but I think one of the big things, limit Agility's effectiveness and being able to take Nami out of the fights as well, I think would be pretty big for FaZe.
I think there's such a difference in the performance of these two teams over the course of this tournament that FaZe's best chance is honestly to have gone back over the past few days, studied Immortals top to bottom. They knew this map, they're gonna have to take Hollywood. This is the map they knew they were going to play. And then they can count on, if they give up the second map, another map that they know they're gonna play. So they should have practiced, studied Immortals on 2 specific maps. Maybe not even the maps they like to play the most to keep it outside. But what I'm getting at here is they're going to need a grand strategy more than just relying on showing up and playing the way they usually do. Because if that's what happens, I don't think Immortals is gonna give up any losses to them whatsoever. I think if FaZe hasn't come up with hard counters and specific strategies deliberately for Immortals, then Immortals is going to take this 2-0.
We'll have to see what FaZe brings to the table, but we have ourselves a little bit of a pause, so we're going to have to wait to see the start of that, but hopefully don't have to wait too long. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Well, we'll see what happens. And then we're just talking about these teams here and what they bring to the table. Fact Fiction is an amazing Reinhardt player, but on the other side is Nami, who we saw on Immortals yesterday, just making the most absurdly amazing Reinhardt plays. And I don't know, maybe I just want to talk about Reinhardt because I like Reinhardt, but this is like the 3rd time I've brought up Reinhardt on this desk. But Nami versus Fact Fiction, that shield war, always the biggest part to like the starting of a fight. What does FaZe need to do in that situation?
Well, I mean, for FaZe, and Fact Fiction really, I mean, Fact Fiction's been around the block. He's played Reinhardt for quite a long time in this game. So he just needs to be really trying to keep track of Nami's ult as best as possible and just continue to play those Rein games. I mean, I think they're very close in a lot of ways in skill level. And I think Fact Fiction probably has, I don't know all of Nami's history, so I can't say this with complete certainty. But I mean, I know Fact Fiction himself has been around for a long, long time. He's been playing Reinhardt for a very long time, so the guy knows what he's doing. Nami, though, is a Reinhardt that some teams say is one of the harder Reinhardts to play against. So that'll be a big factor in this match in general, and it's one of the big stories here, I think, is Nami versus Fact Fiction coming into this, just because, as we've been talking about Reinhardt so much, that they are such a big deal in this game at the moment. So I'm excited to see that particular duel play out over the course of this match.
I'm going to reiterate what I said before. If FaZe plays the Shield War with Immortals, and that's it, they're just going to play the basics, they're going to take themselves away from kind of what the identity of FaZe is and try and play that game, then they're going to lose. Flat out. They should have spent a lot of time practicing, studying the exact positions of Immortals, looking for tricky little tactics they can use, perhaps here on the first point. I've seen it a few times. I haven't gone through and studied. I'm not the one playing Immortals today, but I've seen a few times they like to play Roadhog in very specific very specific positions as this moves on. Now maybe there's some way of making a dive that opens up a pick on Roadhog after you push forward and then collapse back on him. I mean, I'm theory crafting here because that's what I feel like FaZe has to do. They're going to have to swing for the fences, try something new, take big risks if they really want to take out Immortals, because head-to-head, so far, Immortals has been consistently the better team than pretty much everybody they played against.
Nice sleep on the Grim Reality as he hooked in Zombs, but Fact Fiction already falls in this fight. Immortals have themselves 2 kills. Fact Fiction and Raucus both out of the fight for FaZe, and that is not the start they were looking for sure. And Zombs is caught out in the middle of the point by himself. Forsaken soon to join the rest of his teammates in the respawn queue. Mike is the only one that actually made it out alive right there, and they won't even be able to recontest this point. They'll just have to back up, set up for another fight here in the Streets phase, but a very, very quick take on the first point for Immortals there.
Agility's throwing his hat in the ring for best Pharah of the day, cleaning up a number of FaZe Clan there. Easy first point for Immortals. Nami already with an Earth Shatter. Factor Fiction all the way down to 35% on his. That's going to be huge in the Streets phase here. A lot of other Immortals getting close to their their ultimates. Man, they all had Earth Shatters.
Yeah, that would be...
Oh, this game would never end. That's what would happen.
Here we go. Agility's moving forward here. He's getting focused down quite heavily by Shadowburn, though. Needs to get some of those heals. And he'll be working back towards it slowly. Zombs went down, though, for FaZe. I'm not even sure how he ended up getting caught out, but that is just going to be Immortals continuing to press forward here.
Not even burning any ultimates. They're going to have 6 moving into the second point. FaZe Clan, however, they're coming online with 3-4 on their own.
Self-destruct goes into the back from Hype, then he's able to get Zombs with it. He's been having a rough start to this game. Zombs, 2 kills for Immortals, though. There is going to be a self-destruct that comes back out from Shadowbird. It picks up Verbo, and Mike is able to take down Grim Reality. Here comes a rocket barrage from Agility's completely shut down by Shadowburn. Regardless, Immortals are the ones getting more of the kills. They have the player advantage, and they're just going to be able to push this cart all the way into the next checkpoint. There are a couple of FaZe Clan members caught out here, but they took too long to try and contest that cart. Now Raucus is going to go down, including Zombs. A sloppy play so far from FaZe a bit, and Immortals are just absolutely just sitting on cruise control. No problems. Mike is going to get caught out. It's another late death. And,
if you're looking to contest a point, you're coming in that close, and most of your team is going in one door, and your contribution you can look forward to from your Reinhardt's a fire strike from the side. It's probably not a good engagement to take.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan with 2 ultimates, almost 3 to try and hold on with 5 minutes left here going into the third point. Immortals burn 3 ultimates to take it into the second point, and they're already back online with 5 total, burning 1 right there.
Goodness, Grim Reality gets 2 on Roadhog, 3 for Grim Reality, I believe that is, and it's just, my goodness, I don't know what FaZe is just getting completely stomped right now. They're
Zombs buying time, coming in with the Graviton. He's going to land it right on the cart.
Right back out. They got to come up big with this one. Nami uses his Earth Shatter. Didn't connect on anything, but the sound barrier out from Immortals really helped them stay alive throughout that Graviton. Here comes Nami with the Nano Boost. Is going to be swinging away, just melting players in his path. Shadowburn tries to use the Dragon Blade, an absolutely blazing offense from Immortals right there. 4 minutes. 4 minutes and change left on the clock for them. That is just, I mean, ridiculous. The FaZe would never, I think that cart pretty much stayed moving for 90% of that game, if not more. It was just the Grim Reality show, and Nami I don't even know what to say about that defense from FaZe other than disappointing. I mean, also a good offense from Immortals, but it seems like FaZe never really got themselves together and were able to get any sort of a hold going. I mean, Zombs got picked off a couple of times just out of the blue. And
certainly a testament to Immortals' skill, how well they were put together that offense for quite a while. But yeah, I do agree. FaZe certainly leaving us wanting for defensive positions here, or any sort of defense at all. Mostly getting rolled through. No brakes on the Immortals train again today. Coast to coast with the cart. Now it's FaZe Clan's chance at offense. Shadowburn also playing for Pharah of the day. I mean, it's almost not even fair to Agilities that they won it that fast because he didn't have enough time to show off what he could do on Pharah aside from that first point.
I know, right? I mean, the guy's he's very good himself. He can hang with him. I don't know if he's quite Mangachu, but he is pretty darn good.
Strong words.
Yeah.
Strong
Hey,
words.
I'm
What about
throwing it out
Ube?
there.
Ube was tearing it up today.
And Ube. Can't forget about him. ID when he breaks out of Pharah. Hey, he's pretty good himself. He can shred some guys. So, well, either way, it will be Shadowburn, at least off the start here, will be on the Pharah to try and get a bit of a kickstart in this FaZe offense. I mean, in FaZe's gameplay in general, really. Oh, completely shut down. Shadowburn by Agilities. See you later. That'll have to be a regroup coming out from FaZe. And as Immortals are running that Symmetra on first point here, Verbo will be rocking that. And Ethan, the solo heals on the Ana. But Grim Reality's just going to sit in the back here on the 76, looking for Shadowburn, really. As FaZe start to come in, another hook. FactFiction gets the bubble on him, so they'll be all right for the time being, but now they're starting to engage on both sides. FactFiction charges forward. He's completely by himself. Shadowburn taken out. FactFiction melted by Verbo here. And they do get one return onto Hyped, but I mean, so far it's just been Immortals.
Certainly seen a lot of fights either won or lost immediately by a charging Reinhardt, depending on shields and all that, but in this situation, if FactFiction is going to charge all the way to the backline against Verbo on Symmetra, that's just terrible news. Symmetra is going to melt him and just get her teleporter or generator up so quickly. Mikey A here getting taken down by Agilities.
Verbo's got that ultimate at the ready. Shadowburn does get Grim Reality. Immortals have a one-player advantage in the fight, and the teleporter is, well, it was up, and then it got destroyed by Shadowburn, so good job on him to be able to find that out quickly. Agilities got the Biotic on himself, couldn't stay alive. Zombs found the kill, but actually, Zom's getting two here, so making some things happen for FaZe, but they're still going back and forth. Hyped is actually pressuring Mike quite a bit. He had the Biotic on himself. He was just trying to buy enough time. He
Bunny
gets his mech
Blaster's
back.
no joke, man. The DPS on that thing is nuts.
That thing can shred, man. It is no joke. He pops some headshots off into a crowd of people. See you later.
It's along with Mercy's pistol, too. Whatever happened to the swear not to do no harm?
Yeah, there's plenty of harm.
Hippocratic oath. FaZe Clan, a hypocritical oath for Mercy, apparently. Oh, that was just too, it was just too easy right there.
Slam dunk.
Don't worry, chat, I hate myself. Probably
as
a
much
little
as
bit
you
less
hate
than
it.
you for that pun, but it's still there. FaZe Clan with 3 ultimates on their side, 4, almost 5, almost 6. This is their assault to take right now. Immortals perhaps a little bit on their back foot, but not that far. Nami with an Earth Shatter and Nano Boost as well for Eighth, and so far just the Shield War regularly, and Shatter not on the table yet. Zom's definitely looking for that Graviton and a big hook, and then a
big
Shatter
hook.
following up.
Oh, into the Earth Shatter. That's a combination you can cheer for on the side of FaZe. 3 players down. They expelled the Graviton Surge as well, just to make sure. But finally, it seems as though they will be able to get this cap for FaZe. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they make the fight happen. They take the win, and now Immortals are just going to reset in the streets, though. Overall, a good start to the defense for them. They bought a lot of time, and they're only going to leave FaZe with 3 minutes to get to the next checkpoint.
At 3 minutes, that is quite a bit burned off, especially with the time that Immortals has left. I mean, they can let it go pretty far here and still have a huge time advantage. FaZe Clan, Shadowburn, he's got a barrage. Could take the high ground back with it, but not a whole lot else to follow it up. Fortunately, he does have a bubble he can rely on from Zom, so a little bit of options there. Can break it out when things are not exactly perfectly lined up if he gets that support. Immortals, getting a hook right on the Shadowburn barrage, whatever. He's going to have to go back to spawn.
That's the second time Agilities is let Shadowburn know that there is no aerial superiority to be had here, as Immortals are able to stop FaZe again, and Agilities hooking in Mike. So Shadowburn now making a switch over to Genji for this next phase, and I like that switch. I like it more than the Pharah throughout these streets.
Burning
phase,
the
to be
barrage
honest.
for it, too.
Yeah. Yeah, burning the barrage. I mean, at that point, I don't know how much effectiveness he's going to get out of the barrage. I suppose it's worth.
I don't know, come out and just let it loose ground level when the press to take down Reinhardt's shield. It's got to be worth something here. Immortals pressing into FaZe Clan, taking away the tempo. Pretty offensive for a defense.
Yeah, they're just controlling the pace of the game here, really. Earthshatter's coming out. Shadowburn gets killed by the Earthshatter itself. He doesn't. Nami doesn't find anything else with the Earthshatter and actually getting charged all the way into the back. Fact Fiction actually ended up going down, and Agility stayed alive. So Immortals are still holding on here. And FaZe is getting down to not much time left, and Grim Reality is actually going to be going to look for some high ground positioning somewhere that he can get this tack visor off from.
FaZe is ahead in the economy at the moment, but with 1 minute and 12 seconds, if they overplay their hand, Immortals could be back in and over the top, no problem. Grim Reality, if he can find the backline with that tack visor, is going to be able to stop them all on his own, but FaZe Clan moving in. So I'm one of the streets phase and Nano Boost. They're working on a Graviton. They do have a Whole Hog and Shadowburn. If he can get his Dragon Blade up, which we know that he can, there's going to be a Nano Blade on the field as well. FaZe Clan may be able to take the second point here.
Zom's already going down. So it's not, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that. Immortals still playing very aggressive, just keeping that high tempo pressure up on them. Now starting to work back because FaZe does have the Nano Blade at the ready, and there could be a Nano Visor out from Immortals. Ethan actually getting put to sleep, and they want to take that fight while Ethan is asleep, I would assume. Yes, Shadowburn goes in. He's able to focus down Ethan right away. The jukes. Shadowburn gets taken out by Agilities. Only gets one with the Nano Blade, and now Mike is going to pop that Whole Hog. Finishes off Nami, but FaZe absolutely needs to win this fight and get the card to the next checkpoint. Grim Reality melted by Zom, so FaZe does come out on top of that fight, but they're going to have to continue to work with this. Zom's the Graviton. Fact Fiction about to have that Earth Shatter. These are going to be huge for FaZe in the next fight. Coming in here is Zom's posturing at the moment. He's trying to make sure he can keep Fact Fiction alive. Uses the Graviton, and it's only Nami that's there, and there's just no follow-up. Here comes Immortals, 3 kills. Grim Reality with the tack visor, 3 for himself, and that is going to shut down FaZe, a team wipe, and that is Immortals taking map number 1, putting on a clinic for FaZe here on Hollywood.
I feel like that was about the fastest offense you could possibly have from Immortals. 4:15. I went and actually looked it up to try to see if I could find someone who listed what's the fastest possible time. There was a bit of hold on the first point, but then once they got into the streets, man, it was just all over. They were just off to the movies.
Yeah. It's all semantic and negligible at that point. What, another 10 seconds, 20 seconds? The other way, it was crazy fast.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can get in a top tier professional match. It's about as good as you can get for an offense. What Immortals put up there. So
I'm sure that Hollywood executive in the car was still complaining that it was taking a long time. Hard to please that guy.
Yeah, he's the VIP, man. He's picky. He's picky.
And it did seem that you guys were building up. It was going to be like a Nano Blade versus a Nano Visor as kind of the showdown. And the Nano Blade gets shut down by Agilities, and then Grim Reality pulling out the Nano Visor just gets the win here at the very end. Easy stuff there from Grim Reality.
Yeah, the Graviton not too good out from Zom. Could have placed it in maybe a more prime position, but this Nano Visor from Grim Reality just doing work for Immortals, able to secure the win, and they look very, very good at the moment. FaZe struggling to say the least right now to kind of get anything going. They just don't seem together coordination-wise, using ultimates. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't look like a normal FaZe team.
There's not much else to say besides that. They're just not on Immortals level, at least on Hollywood today, because that's about as one-sided as it gets for the most part, unless there was a full hold on the first point. To their testament there, to their credit, they were at least able to get that out. Immortals, again, I'm very curious. I'd love to talk to the pros about the selection between teleporter and shield generator. In some cases, it makes complete sense. They've already lost 1 or 2. In other cases, I think the 75 shields would be nice, but I guess they just don't really worry about it that much. A lot of time, if somebody's going to go down, it's not by a hair. It's usually getting focused in a lot. This is my guesses, but a lot of teams running the teleporter lately.
Yeah, because originally when that update had come through and teams were running Symmetra, I saw a lot of people doing shield generator.
Yeah, it seemed like
for the
shield
most part,
gen all day.
Yeah, and now teams kind of more so leaning towards teleporter. So, I mean, I'm sure it's very situational. Like you said, if you have already lost a guy or two, you put the teleporter up. It makes sense. Would like to go and actually get some insight on that. It's be pretty interesting to hear, but definitely a lot more leaning towards that teleporter these days.
One thing I learned when looking up to see if I could find the fastest map time, that Hollywood executive is named Alfred Glitchbot.
Oh,
Like Alfred Hitchcock, but a pun.
Good
Because
job,
that's
Blizzard.
fun.
Yeah, he's a
Well,
picky guy.
at least
that
mine
plays.
wasn't the worst pun on Hollywood so far.
You didn't. I didn't even come up with that one. That was straight from like Gamepedia or whatever.
I'm gonna
it was.
find out after this show that that's Jeff Kaplan's actual pun. It's his personal one. He
Yeah.
loves it, and I'm just never gonna work again.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
It's all
so
right.
so map number 2 will be Temple of Anubis. That is where FaZe wants to go make their final stand here against Immortals. And is there a way that maybe FaZe could use this match to prepare against Kungarna? Because they have to win either this one or that one. Loss here does not eliminate them. Is there a way that they can use this match right now to prepare and get themselves ready to take the win later today?
Well, I mean, certainly this is a good warm-up, kind of work out the kinks at least. I mean, they're not out of this match at all by any means.
Sure.
But certainly, I mean, they can just try some things out. I don't know if this is the time to really try things out when they need at least one win here in one of these matches. But, I mean, you know, work out the kinks, do what you got to do, work on some strategies, refine them. Even if you don't win, you'll at least have that going into your match later today. But for FaZe, I'm sure they would rather pick up a win now rather than later, because that's even more pressure that you put on yourself later if they don't pick up the win now.
It's a topic I've thought about a little bit. I was actually going to hold on to it until later, not middle of this game. But from FaZe's perspective, if I had a double day and I really needed to win one, because you've already beaten Complexity, and if you tie them, which Complexity still has to beat C7 for that to happen, but if you tie them, then technically you beat them and you do advance. So still a little bit of give and take there. But if I were in their shoes, I would analyze both teams as hard as I could. I would look for who seemed to be the most likely victory. Probably spend a ton of time just focusing on them, not necessarily worrying so much about the other team. But at the same time, there's certainly an argument to be made, unless you just think one of them is a guaranteed loss no matter what, which might be Immortals for them, right? Then I would probably just try and prepare and take them both, unless there's some tricks you're waiting to break out for Kungarna. They do only need one of them, but neither of those teams are going to be free wins whatsoever. We saw Kungarna beat Immortals yesterday, so it's not necessarily like Immortals is towering above Kungarna and you should focus on one. So I don't even know if strategies go that far. A lot of teams don't really worry about that kind of stuff so much. You see more of that on like a single-day tournament when teams don't have days and weeks to prepare for things coming forward. From their logic, maybe that's why they're playing Anubis right now. They will be playing Anubis against Kungarna.
Yeah, sure. I mean, take the practice time while you can, but
at the same time, you're showing off what you're going to run. But we'll talk about that match when we get there. Immortals running agilities on offense. Grim Reality going to be a dive comp that we've seen him play a little bit so far already.
And it's working out well for Immortals. This dive comp blowing through FaZe, a full team wipe, just crushing them on the first point. FaZe is already putting themselves on the back foot as Immortals come through in style with the dive comp on the offense of Anubis right here. Grim Reality's already pushed up alongside of Agilities, and FaZe had a bit of a similar setup themselves. Mike on the flex roll was now on Winston, and Shadowburn was on Genji, but nowhere near what Immortals is bringing to the table right now, because they just pile drive the first point, and they're looking to move pretty quick here. Nami's already jumped in. Forsaken taking quite a bit of damage here as well, but FaZe now are starting to find the kills, so that'll certainly shut down Immortals. They'll have to go back to the drawing board, but they're going to have a decent bit of ultimates coming up online. Immortals in the next fight.
Forsaken was able to get away from that.
I thought he was
Agilities and Grim Reality were basically trying to creep up on him from two different angles and hit him at the same time, and it's not really working out, which is surprising. I've seen some people do that in quick play mostly, but a little bit in comp with Sombra and Tracer, which is really entertaining because they think it's one Tracer and then Sombra comes out of Invis and you're just getting melted.
Melted.
But that's not happening right now. It's certainly even better with Grim Realities on Tracer and Agilities on Genji. Genji trying to find some picks here, or some kills with that Dragon Blade coming up empty-handed.
really getting anything off of it. Now Shadowburn is going to use a Dragon Blade of his own. That's a Nano Blade, in fact, which can just crush, and he has gotten 2 with it, and a whole lot of damage on top of it. FaZe able to stave off Immortals yet again. Grim Reality now making his switch over to McCree for this point, and we know what he can do on McCree, so you definitely have to keep an eye on him coming in here. Might be able to shut down Shadowburn quite well on top of that.
It's going to be the goal. Probably some wall riding Forsaken as well on the plate for McCree. Grim Realities, I mean, FaZe Clan, 3 ultimates they can definitely work with, and they're going to go ahead and throw one of them away. Zom's just letting loose that Graviton.
Immortals using Sound Barrier there to try and keep themselves in the fight. They've traded 1 for 1 DPS. The thing is, FaZe, Shadowburn's respawn is going to be so close right here that they really got to make something happen quickly, Immortals, and get time down on this point. They are finding kills, though they lose Verbo shortly after that. Fact Fiction takes him down. Nami gets the trade, gets Fact Fiction. So Immortals are getting kills, but they just need to make sure they stay alive on this point and really start to get themselves time. It is being contested at the moment. Zoms is here as he picks up 1 kill. Mikey A, who switched over to D.Va, finds himself 1, and now Shadowburn's going to use that Dragon Blade just to make sure that they hold on even longer. FaZe cementing themselves on the defense. Immortals still plenty of time to get something going on offense. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, but done a good job of slowing down the tempo here, certainly FaZe has.
Grim Realities back on McCree. Nami's got an Earth Shatter, Agilities has a whole hog. Those 2 are stepping up here on the main approach of Anubis. FaZe Clan just soaking a little bit of damage. Immortal's going to pivot, go ahead and through the left room here from their perspective, trying to get in on the side of Immortals. Rock is still holding onto a Nano Boost and Forsaken with a Sound Bear.
Such a hard point to push and actually be able to win, and here comes Mike. He gets that Nano Boost. He's coming through, seeing what he can do, but demech'd very quickly, and he will go ahead and throw out the Graviton. Here we go, Immortals. They get a full team wipe right here. They'll at least be able to get a couple of ticks. FaZe will really have to get themselves out here quickly. I don't even think now, no one's even going to be able to get out in time. Immortals, a very solid push, good opportune time for Hype to be using that Graviton Surge, and it was just all Immortals from there. A pretty solid offense overall, but
that might have been a set play. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like a little bit of a push-pull, or perhaps just the natural confluence of events here. They pushed onto point. Nano boosted D.Va and Reinhardt pressing back into them. They pulled themselves back into the room where they had Concave in all the angles and the sight lines over FaZe Clan, and from there, he was just shooting fish in a barrel as they cleaned up the entire team, which you pretty much need to do to capture Anubis in style like that. 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock on Anubis, where it wasn't a snowball from the first point to the second.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
That's well done. I mean, the patience of Hyped on the Graviton was really one of the biggest things for Immortals there, and then, as you said, it was just shooting fish in a barrel from there on out. And now we go ahead and switch sides. Grim Reality so far showing the McCree on defense. But that was quite the good offense, because even if FaZe does cap out both points, having 3:39 to push and just even to get first point is plenty of time with, especially if Immortals can do anything like they did on their first offense, which was blazingly fast for the first point take. So will be FaZe now on their offensive side. See if they go for any sort of a dive comp. So far, Shadowburn is showing the Pharah, but I'm sure they'll stick with that. And FaZe, in the past, we saw go for a lot of dive comp situations, but as of late, haven't really been going for it quite as much these days. They're still trying to keep a lot of tanks on the field, it seems. But they start the offense here as Shadowburn is on that Pharah. Be looking to see what kind of damage he can pump out.
Trying to play Pharah against Grim Reality's McCree. I wouldn't have high hopes for that proposition.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, but I guess Shadowburn has faith, as he's already just getting out a lot of spam into the back here, playing under cover, good cover, Agility's getting that hook. onto Fact Fiction right away, but he gets healed up and bubbled, and Grim Reality is really laying into Shadowburn. He's just waiting for him to pop his head up through some of those windows at the top. Just trying to keep Shadowburn at bay, but just a big poke war at the moment, and Agilities is the first one to fall. The opening for FaZe is there with the one-player advantage. Hyped is really getting onto the back line, though, and Raucus back there. Hyped is able to actually take him down, and that's a beautiful return for them. Now Earthshatter comes out from Nami, charging him into the wall. Very aggressive play coming out, but I can't imagine Nami's going to be able to keep himself alive. Easy cleanup. Mikey A with a couple of kills for himself, and certainly an opportunity for FaZe to
big opportunity.
Get some time
FaZe
onto the
needs
point.
to pour it on right now. They do have 2 ultimates, almost 3, almost 4, almost 5 as they pour onto the point here. Actually looking like they might have a 6 stack. Immortals a little bit on their back foot. Nami's still trying to come back from spawn.
Shadowburn's got the nano boost, shutting down Grim Reality, and he's going to use that rocket barrage. 3 kills for Shadowburn. He had the nano boost on himself, and that should be first point take, easy peasy for FaZe. Took them a couple of tries, but they got it done in the end. And they will have a slew of ultimates, too, to work with to try and just push straight through and take the next point.
They will have 3. An Earthshatter Graviton, certainly enough to take the second point if they can get him in with big effect, as much effect as those ultimates can have. Immortals with a self-destruct that can buy some time. Deadeye that can zone. Sound Barrier that can defend as well. And Nami working on an Earthshatter. But coming out from Zoms first, he's going to take down Verbo.
Not a whole lot off the Graviton, but Mike and Shadowburn are coming back with a few. I don't know if this will be enough for FaZe, though, because Shadowburn still making it happen. I mean, between Shadowburn and Mike, they just took that point almost exclusively, but oh, nice bubble to make sure Shadowburn didn't go down right there. So they do at least get 1 tick, but the thing is that respawn of Immortals, we say it all the time, is just so much closer, and FaZe has got a long walk, so every player that they lose is crucial in those fights, and they did lose a few.
FaZe spending so much energy just trying to keep Shadowburn alive through Grim Reality's barrage of McCree shots most of the time.
Yeah.
Factor Fiction getting pulled in by Agilities, but no conversion there. That last fight, Verbo perhaps breaking out the sound barrier too late. He did get caught in a Graviton. I know he wanted to save that. He was a little bit worried about whether it was going to be the bad place, but certainly gave up 1 tick for him.
Now Shadowburn going in for the Rocket Barrage, got put to sleep right away by 8th, and Immortals are going to be able to hang on yet again as they just clean house on the rest of these guys on the point. And Fact Fiction among the victims there. So Ethan doing a good job of putting Shadowburn to sleep right off the start. He used that barrage. He's making the switch now over to D.Va right away. After that happened, they want to go for a quad tank all the way in. There's not a whole lot for FaZe on the next fight. I mean, for them, they might as well just go in, try and take a fight, build up some ults more, see if they can get Immortals to expend anything. Grim Reality's made a switch over to Tracer, though, now, rather than the McCree. So, charge from Fact Fiction into the back, hitting Nami quite low, but the Biotic lands on Fact Fiction. He's going to use that Earthshatter. Doesn't really connect with a whole lot of anything, and he actually gets taken out. But self-destruct is going down on the point, just zoning for the time being. Shadowburn got that nano boost. Let's see what he can do with it. He's still just standing on that point, but between Hyped and Grim Reality, they're just stalling for so long. Graviton Surge is going to come out. They got to get some sort of follow-up. Nothing is there for them. Shadowburn gets Hyped as he's out of suit. And now there's going to be sound barriers.
Oh, that sleep dart.
On both sides. That is a big sleep hit right there by Raucus to shut Nami down. Shadowburn's going to wake him up, but, I mean, FaZe just doesn't really have the tools. At the moment, they're losing players, and these Gravitons from Zoms just don't really seem to be getting a whole lot out of them. To be honest, they use them, and there's just no follow-up there.
Yep, we're 40 seconds away from Immortals time and declining. FaZe Clan struggling to get it in here on the second point. Immortals absolutely pounding Zoms in this corner. 3 of them going to go down as Immortals reset for another defensive hold. They gave up half a tick off that, but no real concern there, as it's just going to run right back down as soon as FaZe Clan doesn't touch it for a little bit. Grim Reality holding on to a Pulse Bomb. He can certainly dismantle Factor Fiction if he lands it behind the shield. Agility's getting close to a whole hog, probably going to use that in more of a defensive posture than anything else. A self-destruct and a nano boost working on from Immortals. FaZe Clan, they've really just got a whole hog, and they're pretty far away from everything else besides Raucous nano boost.
FaZe they gotta make something happen, but oh, Zombs goes down immediately, and this is gonna be another Immortals 1 fight as Grim Reality is just going to town at the moment. And Mike is the only one able to get out. 1:55 left for FaZe. If they do not cap this final point, Immortals are going to take this series 2-0. This is very, very important.
1:45, 6 ultimates on the side of Immortals. On the second point of Anubis, that is a very dangerous proposition.
Yeah.
In my opinion, probably a guaranteed loss unless FaZe Clan just finds a huge come up, some sort of pick that really opens everything up. But they also have to defend from all the people pouring back, and that's what I'm most concerned about for FaZe Clan.
They're going to be pushing hard over on the Immortals' left-hand side. And Nami has the Earth Shatter ready to go. He's very hurt. Sound Barrier comes in just in time to make sure Nami stays alive, and he comes back to get healed up. Nice Earth Shatter from Fact Fiction is going to put a lot of bodies on the ground. They need to convert on kills right now. FaZe gets 2 to kick it off. Verbo flying around up top. Hype gets the nano boost, but didn't really convert on a whole lot himself. FaZe are getting the kills, but the thing is they need to get everybody off the point so they can start to put time down on it. 2 ticks just about for them. They do get 2 ticks. Hyped is going to put that self-destruct on the point, but FaZe continue to get the kills right now. And they just need to finish this one off. Hyped is still flying around on the point, delaying as long as he can. Agilities has made the switch over to Tracer, and he will also be delaying, but Nami has an Earth Shatter. That's what we need to be keeping an eye on here as Immortals comes back out. Nami's going to use it. Doesn't connect on a whole lot, though. Forsaken and Mike both go down. Those are huge kills for Immortals to get because they still have those respawns so close. FaZe is on the point. They do get it just in the nick of time. Well, there was not much time left at all. Everybody from Immortals got off it. You got to be kicking yourselves if you're Immortals there, because I think you could have shut it down right there if they just kept stalling.
It's very likely. The tables were starting to tip back in their favor, but staying off point for a little bit too long, and it goes down. FaZe Clan still performing a lot better on that second point in the situation they were in, trading a number of the ultimates out of Immortals. Immortals really not capitalizing on them. There was one moment there where it was, what, 3 people down for Immortals and 6 still up for FaZe?
Yeah, I don't know, Immortals had a good shot right there at the very end to just seal the deal. Either way, they have got just tremendous, they're looking great going into this second portion. They have 4:21 on the clock, Immortals, and FaZe is obviously only going to have a minute because they capped like sub 1 minute left. So a minute on the clock for them. It's going to be incredibly difficult on the offensive side. I mean, you pretty much have to win that first fight. You get 1 shot at it.
It's not a very close spawn either.
No.
With some of the objects and some of the choke points you go through, it feels like even longer than it does because the paths towards more safer approaches or kind of the approaches you would want to take in this situation are even longer. The direct path just being so dangerous, so many different positions to get taken down from. FaZe Clan, they're going to be first on the second round of offenses, as they are the one with the lowest time. 1 minute here to take the first point, as that should be the goal in their sights right now. Taking the second one is a highly unlikely proposition.
Bit of a dive comp coming out from FaZe. Mike gets ejected from his mech off the start, and Fact Fiction goes down thanks to Grim Reality. Good reflect from Shadowburn, but still, he needs to do some work right here. A beautiful biotic grenade is going to land onto all these Immortals players in the alley, but they get all of the kills. Right now, FaZe needs to just die and reset, because if they don't, I don't even know if they will be able to make it back to the point in time. And it's going to take a miracle. 15 seconds, they're going to stagger Mike. This is just, oh, that's bad news for them right now, though. Shadowburn is able to get hyped. They trade 1 for 1 on Divas. They need to get to the point right now, FaZe. They're starting in. Fact Fiction jumps all the way to the back, and he will get himself on the point alongside of Shadowburn. They get a kill onto Verbo. And actually, Ethan finished off right there as well. So Immortals, they are down 1 player. Agility should get cleaned up on. Is starting to heal, but taken care of right at the very end. Grim Reality is going to have to make a hero play, but no, shut down by Forsaken. It's still a couple bodies on this point from Immortals. Hyped is here as well as Nami, but they're going to need Something big on the side of Immortals. Dragon Blade out from Shadowburn, looking to convert on these kills. And it will be FaZe getting this point, at least 1 point here, and they get 30 seconds to work towards the next point.
Immortals throwing away a very strong defensive position to play around with trying to stagger Mikey, and it backfiring big time on him as FaZe able to take the first point. They have 15 seconds left to try and take the second one. They will have to defend Immortals for 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but we'll get out to that a little bit later here. Tons of ultimates on the side of Immortals.
Graviton comes down from Zom's Grim Reality using that Deadeye in the back.
Oh,
Mike
Mikey.
and Raucus both coming through with some big kills here. Hype's got 2 with his own self-destruct, but Fact Fiction in just causing a disturbance with his Primal Rage. But it is going to be very, very difficult for FaZe to come out on top of this fight. They need to continue to find kills, and Fact Fiction's all over him at the moment. FaZe are actually finding the kills, and Mike is back into the fight here. Zoms is on Tracer to try and get back in. Immortals, though, get 2 for themselves. Mike and Fact Fiction both down. I don't know if FaZe are going to be able to hold on long enough here. They have such a long walk back to the point, but Shadowburn gets Verbo. Shadowburn can maybe get a Dragon Blade. No, he's shut down by Nami. And it is still battling it out here, but it seems as though Immortal should be coming out on top. Yes, they will. FaZe, though, doing a good job of at least getting a point with 1 minute. Immortals, though, are going to have 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
And now they have to take 2.
Yep, they have to take 2 or we're going to be seeing another map.
One mistake, giving up that huge 4 minutes and 21 time limit advantage, or I guess 3 minutes and 21 is the real advantage that they had. And now they have to push it all the way. They did it last time in that same amount of time, so again, 4 minutes and 20 seconds to recreate the blazing offense that they had the first time around.
Got him. It's very, very, it's going to be tough. It is going to be very, very tough for Immortals. Well, I mean, Immortals have a good opportunity. The thing is, taking 2 points in 4 minutes and 21 seconds is, that's actually a lot harder than it sounds. Because you get through the first point, but that second point can take forever to get through.
I'm going to need a snowball, basically.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, granted, they did essentially do that the first time around here. They did take it in under 4 minutes and 20 seconds, which is why, well, no, actually, no, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So it was over 4 minutes. It was 4 minutes and 40 or 39 seconds or so, right? So actually, no, they're going to have to improve it over the last time. Math getting thrown off by the 1 minute addition from the second time around here. FaZe Clan running a defense involving Shadowburn on Genji. I feel like we say that phrase constantly. Shadowburn on Genji. Immortals are going to be running that same dive comp. Perhaps the Agilities and Shadowburn head-to-head here.
Well, it's got to be Immortals pulling off something incredible right here, and it's got to start with a quick first point take for them. Pretty heavy dive comp comes out from them. Yet again, Shadowburn goes down first. They trade out, though, as Nami goes down on the Winston, and Zom's getting focused out by Grim Reality. So 2 kills for Grim Reality, and they have the 1-player advantage at the moment. Getting 1 demec'd, Mike down, Raucus down as well. Fact Fiction was able to get 2-3 for Fact Fiction. He's really saving FaZe in this fight at the moment. My goodness, Fact Fiction getting 4 right here, and he takes down Verbo, the savior of FaZe. Right there, Fact Fiction stopping Immortals from just blazing through that point.
Is FaZe going to do it? Are they going to shut this down? I mean, a tie would be a huge win for them, let alone if they're actually able to hold this point for all of it. They're getting very far ahead in the ultimate economy for the most part. Actually, it's a little bit equal more now that I look at it a little bit closely. Agility is coming out with a Dragon Blade, and Nami getting put down from an Earth Shatter, getting followed up. Factor Fiction's going to take him out. Grim Realities as well. Agility's just tearing it up.
There we go. Grim Reality finally killing Fact Fiction. They needed to do something about him because he has just been a menace to them this entire time. Shadowburn is going to be backing up, so I mean, Immortals are going to have a shot here. They do get the point. 3 minutes and 14 seconds to make this one happen. It seems like a lot of time, but that can be sometimes not enough for this final point, which is so tough to take. They're working their way in, though, now. They have Transcendence at the ready. Nothing really else on top of that. And with Nami going down, you might as well just go for a reset at this point, as a lot of them get cleaned up. Yeah, they're going to stagger Hyped on top of that, which is Oh, quite unfortunate.
Turnabout is fair play in the end. This dagger is significantly less risky than the one Immortals wanted to take. Either way, this is where they're going to be pulling off their defense. So FaZe Clan with 4 ultimates in the bank. Zom's about to make that 5. And Immortals, they've really only got Sound Barrier and Hyped. We'll see if that's probably just his mech, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see when he comes back. He'll have, yeah, self-destruct. Still only down at 50%. He's going to burn all of that to change it to Zarya. And Agilities, he's closing in on his Dragon Blade, but no nano in sight. And FaZe Clan nearing 6 ultimates.
Here we go. Immortals coming back. Grim Reality is on the McCree. Shadowburn's going in with the Nano Blade. Gets Grim Reality right off the bat. FaZe Clan, 2 kills for themselves. Immortals now is just backup time, 1 minute and 45. FaZe is looking very good to be able to get the hold here and be able to tie it up. Because, I mean, Zom's got Graviton, they have Earth Shatter, they have so many utilities in the bank. I honestly can't really see Immortals being able to pull this one out, but...
It was a similar situation for FaZe, and FaZe was able to get it done.
That's true.
They took a 1 point in a minute. FaZe with 4 ultimates on their side, and Immortals with 2. Zom's letting loose the Graviton there. The Sound Barrier as well.
Raucus is the first to fall. Agility's using that Dragon Blade. 2 kills for Immortals right here. They have a pretty good opportunity. Mike in the back behind point. Well, he was hurt, but he healed up. And somehow hooks Agility's there, but gets cleaned up shortly afterwards. Immortals actually have a pretty decent chance right now, as it will be Fact Fiction coming back on the Sombra, and Grim Reality really just trying to focus down. Oh, he was trying to focus down Shadowburn. He'll take Fact Fiction anyway. Immortals are getting the kills right now, but they really need to start getting time on the point. Mike is doing such a good job of stalling and allowing people to get back. Immortals now putting time onto the point. Someone from FaZe needs to come in and touch it. Forsaken gets onto it, but the Earth Shatter from Nami is going to shut it down. Fact Fiction back onto the point. There's a Graviton to get Fact Fiction, and oh goodness, Immortals shut it down in 27 seconds left. They get the cap. A very close one there, but they get it done, and that's what matters for Immortals.
Turns out it was almost just enough time. I mean, they had a little bit more, but that was very, very close. Great job by Immortals to seal that up, and FaZe really turning it on Anubis.
Yeah, it was great to watch FaZe really show up on that match. It was looking, especially off of that first offense, like it was just going to be just another blazing match where we were going to see Immortals just completely wipe the floor. But FaZe makes a game out of it, takes it down to the wire, and Immortals, though, in the end, able to finish that one off, and they'll take the win.
So now FaZe is going to have to pull out a big win later today against Kungarna. That'll be fun to watch, because their back is against the wall, to say the least.
Unless C7 beats Complexity in this next match, then FaZe can rest easy.
Yeah, but I don't foresee that happening. It could. I mean, it certainly could. I don't foresee that happening, though. We'll have to see how the next one plays out. But again, that's also a really big one for Complexity. They have to win it. So I mean, it sounds pretty almost given to Complexity, but I'm sure C7 would love to pull an upset like that and really shake things up a bit within the standings. So Complexity need to make sure they're bringing their A game.
That'd be pretty crazy to see Citizen 7 play Spoiler. I know I would love to see them be able to pull off the upset and get that final win. But we will talk about Immortals a bit more here, as they are the victors here. Take another look at their final hold and their final offensive push here. So they're able to put that one through and get the win.
Honestly, I thought for a while FaZe was going to be able to shut it down and get a tie on this map, because they had a lot of utility for a lot of it, a lot of ults, but Immortals did a great job of focusing people down. Mike that was in the back there by himself, the Immortals players just rushed him. They made sure that they were getting kills, and Grim Reality was a big part of it too, getting a lot of these guys who were stalling, flying around like Forsaken and Shadowburn, was really putting the pressure on them. It was able to shut down things like Tracer and Sombra. So good job by Grim Reality and the rest of the crew to be able to pull out the win there, because that is so tough to get that last point. Probably one of the hardest points to really finish off in the game. So well done by Immortals.
Immortals getting the win there. Speaking of Immortals, let's talk to Verbo, who is on the line. Verbo, how are you doing, man? How you been feeling?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. That match, the first map looked like you guys were just going to clean house, and then the second map, FaZe made you work for it. How'd that match feel for you?
Yeah, first match we went in pretty prepared. We knew what we wanted. First point, we were really proactive about what we wanted to do, so we went in, did our thing. Obviously, we had 4 minutes left on the clock, so which is really good. So we were feeling pretty good going into Anubis. Obviously, Anubis is 2 CP, great map, but yeah.
Gotcha. So you guys are sitting pretty comfy right now up in first place, and it could be easy to like get complacent or anything. Like, what sort of stuff are you guys emphasizing in comms and scrims right now just to like keep your edge on?
Some things that we're emphasizing in comms are really like our tactics that we want to do, like constantly coming up with plays. There's no downtime in comms. We would definitely want to, have the play set up so we know what we want to do. Everybody's on the same page, things like that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win and the way that you are going to qualify for the round of 6. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Any final thoughts or shout-outs for fans, friends, family?
Yeah, I want to give a big shout-out to the Immortal staff. You guys are awesome. Big shout-out to my teammates. Really proud of them. Also to our partners, Twitch and MeUndies, and our investors, Lionsgate and Lincoln Park.
Awesome. So good to hear from you, man. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome. That is Verbo calling in from home.
Look at that.
They just took the
Look
win.
at that. Not only are they top of the leaderboard, but they also know how to do their proper sponsor call-outs.
That's right.
I'm sure all of those people are very, very thankful they actually get the call-outs they ask for.
Well, that's what we paid for. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
We appreciate it.
Good job, Verbo. Someone
But
taught you well.
that wraps up that match. 2 more matches in store for today. We'll take a look at the standings. Immortals going to secure that #1 spot with that victory. Nobody else is going to be able to match that 6 wins for this particular part of the group stage. And FaZe, still looking for that magical #3.
That's right. They gotta pull it out later unless C7 pulls off the miracle and beats Complexity. But man, coming into the top 8, if you would have told me at the very end of this portion of the group stage that Immortals were going to be the team to come out at the top of the leaderboards, I mean, I wouldn't have believed it, to be honest. I mean, coming into this, I thought Complexity and the likes of them and FaZe were going to be at the top of this at the end of the group stage. They're the ones that are sitting more towards the bottom. So great job by Immortals and some of these other teams we weren't expecting to come out to really show the rest of the NA scene that they came to play. And it's fun to watch. And well, we'll have to see if Complexity and FaZe, as they duke it out here to try and survive in the tournament as well. It'll be fun.
Yeah, right now, FaZe and Complexity are the 2 teams playing for anything or playing for everything right now. It's on the line. We'll take a look at the schedule. These next 2 matches will have huge implications for what that means for those 2 teams. As Citizen 7, final chance to get a win here before they go out in style. Complexity looking to get a win to just possibly secure a chance. And then it'll be FaZe having to face off against Kungarna.
Citizen 7 could play the spoiler. If they take down Complexity, that would be momentous, and I'm sure FaZe would thank them very, very much. But I don't necessarily foresee that happening. Complexity, I think, should be able to take that match, but I'm sure FaZe is rooting for C7 in this one.
With how the rest of the matches have really played out, this one ends up being the most important of the day for a lot of the teams, really. C7 and Complexity now also kind of control the fate of FaZe. If C7 is able to beat Complexity here, then FaZe is going to qualify no matter what. That means they tie with Complexity, and since they beat Complexity, they're going to come out ahead in the differentiation process, so they'll be through. But if C7 loses to Complexity, FaZe is then going to be in the hot seat, as they absolutely have to beat Kungarna, who's sitting second on our leaderboard right now, or they're not going to make it through. What an interesting situation you can get in a round robin where Kungarna, with 2 matches in one day, can go from possibly being eliminated to possibly cementing #2.
It's what you call some close standings throughout the group stage here. It's very tight between a lot of teams.
It depends on who you lose to is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, Citizen 7 versus Complexity. Let's get into it here. Citizen 7, they don't have a chance of making it into the round of 6, but they do have the chance to play spoiler. As we said, everything kind of just... I don't see what... They have nothing to lose at this point, right? So just go all out. Try anything you want. Let's see what they bring to the table. I'm excited to see if they bring out something crazy here against Complexity.
I mean, for them, why not? Like you said, they have absolutely nothing to lose here. I mean... I'm sure they won't go nuts and do something. I don't know. They could do something real wacky, but I bet they would absolutely love to pick up a win against Complexity here. They know they're not going to make it in. Have fun, and that's what they want to do here. Have fun, and because they have no pressure, and Complexity is feeling a lot of pressure, I'm sure, to win this match. They obviously absolutely have to. So C7, no sweat for them. Just go out, have fun, play, and try and be spoiler. And if they can pull out a win against Complexity like that, feels good for them.
Absolutely.
While C7 may not have arguably anything to lose, they certainly have much to gain out of it. Wouldn't be surprised to see a number of these people get picked up by sponsors, if not all of them, or maybe together. Was talking with Jamerson a little bit, who's very familiar with the TESPA scene. He was telling me that Citizen 7 was kind of founded out of kind of DPS all-stars from the TESPA circuit. So you took a bunch of players like Saipei, these guys who are used to doing most of the damage and the carrying. You're putting them all on a team, and they're starting to adjust to different roles. I believe he said that Proteges is the only guy who really kept staying the same role. He'd always been a Reinhardt. So there's been a lot of stuff for them to really work around. I think he also told me that Kayun was just insane on Pharah, and we haven't really seen that because he's been letting Saipei have it. So there's still a lot for Citizen 7 to show off. I don't think their future is gone yet. I mean, they qualified. A number of other teams haven't. They can turn it on today. Complexity, if they beat Complexity, that's going to be a talking point for a long time for a lot of people. And that's the kind of thing that gets you paid. That's the kind of thing that gets you a sponsor in the long term. Somebody who's willing to give you, a promise, or they have faith in your abilities, and they'll eventually just give you some time to actually try and realize them. But I'm going to keep going on for a long time. Let's go ahead and get to Citizen 7's roster.
Yeah, we talk about these players. You're talking about, possibly getting sponsored or whatever. PB Mitsu and Saipei have been just lights out fun to watch in these matches, even as they have not been able to pick up the win. Maybe today's the day.
Yeah, they've been two of the real big players for Citizen 7 over the past few days. Of course, they haven't come out with any wins, but in terms of being impactful for Citizen 7, they have been a big part of the bits of success that they have had here and there in some of their matches. Saipei, of course, very versatile DPS player. Kayun himself, as David was just saying, can play DPS roles, but really has been playing a lot of Zarya as of late. And Citizen 7's really just one of those teams. They have a lot of potential there, and they have yet to really come into the full potential that they have. I'm sure one of these days it will break out for them. They have a lot of talent here to work with, Saipei being a big part of that for Citizen 7.
So, on the other side of things, talk about FaZe. Not FaZe, Complexity, sorry. We just saw FaZe. Complexity now, again, everything on the line here. If they get the win here, they have a chance to make it into the round of 6. If they don't get it, they're going to be going home. These are the guys that have to do it.
It's Complexity, of course. We've see the switch up again in case you've been living under a rock for the past few days. Winghaven is now playing on this roster instead of JKW, at least for the time being. We don't know, I don't think, the full story there, if that's going to be a permanent thing, trial basis, but Winghaven nonetheless is playing in place of JKW for Complexity, and that is a very big change up. It was a bit rough for them at first, at times, for Complexity, just trying to find the rhythm with Winghaven, I think. But over time, they seem to, over the past couple days, seem to have started to gel with him a little bit better. They got the cohesion going a bit more with him. Still, I think they have to find the full bit of cohesion to work with him, I think, the way that they did with JKW. But it is starting to get better for Complexity, and for their sake, I hope they have they're firing on all cylinders today for this match, because they certainly need to win.
So map number 1 will be King's Row. This is where we're going to start, which is Complexity's favorite map, it seems. It's always the map they like to pick whenever it's their chance to pick. So what does Citizen 7 need to do here against Complexity, kind of on their home field advantage?
I think if they can exploit some of Winghaven, whether it be out of position or them not protecting them enough to be able to get picks like that onto Winghaven, would be big for them when he charges in, if they're not ready to protect him fully. So I think that, and on top of that, just being prepared for Torque on Sombra, I would expect Complexity to run that on the offense, at least of King's Row. I don't see why they wouldn't. But just if C7 can be prepared for that as well, I think they'll at least have a better shot.
I echo what I said for FaZe. going against Immortals. Really just needed to probably study a whole lot of Complexity's footage, come up with some set plays, some things that are definite tendencies, things they can exploit, and really try to expand on those and convert them into some sort of win somewhere here. They can guarantee that they will know what 2 maps are, so you can really boil it down to focusing on those 2. Because in general, when you are, I hesitate to say outclassed, but it would be accurate. I mean, perhaps Citizen 7 with as much time to synergize and practice as Complexity had, we wouldn't be saying that, but that's not the case. Citizen 7 in a tough situation. There are many of them coming from school. They're not used to playing some of these roles, or maybe not that they're not used to it, but so much that it isn't kind of what they usually do.
Right.
Meanwhile, Complexity's been together for a while, so
Yeah.
it's just you're fighting from a horrible disadvantage immediately there. Now, Complexity does have a lot to lose out of this match. And Citizen 7 perhaps just has much to gain, but nothing to really lose. Maybe a little bit to lose on their side. That's an environment where Citizen 7 can relax and play to the best of their ability, and perhaps Complexity might shut down under the pressure. We're going to find out real soon. Is Complexity just going to take their standard Sombra offense here to Citizen 7 on the first point of Kings Row?
They are running that Sombra, and Citizen 7 with a quad tank setup on the defensive end. Here we go, Winghaven just holding up on the point by himself. Saipei is going to try and dismantle Winghaven a little bit, get him out of position, and give Citizen 7 an opportunity to pick him off, but he hangs tight with the rest of the team. Torque is just working on that EMP. He's up to 80% already, so we should be seeing an EMP push come in very, very soon from Complexity. Can't stress enough, this is a must-win for Complexity. This match in general, good start as they take down Kayun. Hardblue gets the hook, and Shake got that Discord orb on him and finished him off. And the EMP comes out from the rest of Complexity. So far, only 1 kill. Nicholas may actually get demeched right here as they pressure in heavily inside of the hotel. Protege's using that Earth Shatter as they're looking for the rest of C7 to follow up, and they are indeed doing that. Dogman, Pibamitsu, both able to get kills onto the Complexity players. Now Winghaven might end up being a pretty late pick as Kayun comes through, though Shake is going to use that Transcendence to make sure that their Reinhardt stays alive in this fight, and Nicholas is about to get demeched yet again, but Citizen 7 doing a good job of holding on. They let Complexity get 2 ticks, but they do hold on to the point, so a good start here for them.
Especially it looked like some of the momentum Complexity got hold on. Winghaven landing an Earth Shatter, but following immediately thereafter an exchange of Reinhardts.
There will be Proteges and Winghaven both going down, as you said, but now Pibamitsu trying to keep himself alive. A good sound barrier from Dogman to make sure his team stays alive right here. Joe Meister going to use a sound barrier of his own as Complexity comes through to clean up on the rest of the Citizen 7 players that are left out there. Kayun had used his Graviton Surge, but to no avail really, as Complexity finally caps off this first point. Nicholas is just sending forward, seeing maybe if he could finish off Proteges, but that'll have to wait for now, as Complexity starting off good here on the offense.
Complexity rolling into the streets phase with a self-destruct and Transcendence only. But Torque, you know he's going to get that EMP real fast. They're going to take that to Citizen 7 in the streets, probably mid-street phase. Citizen 7 with a nano boost. And Pibamitsu may be getting a whole hog in this next fight. I don't think anything else is going to roll out for them, so Complexity probably just going to cruise through the streets phase here.
Well, Protege's very far forward and didn't have the support of the rest of his team, really. It's a bit of a misplay on the C7 side. That's just going to give Complexity a lot of ground through this streets phase for free. I'm not sure exactly what the thought process was for C7, but Hardblue gets the hook as well, and I think Harb actually may end up going down here. He's very hurt, does get finished off, but so does Pibamitsu, so they trade 1 for 1. The C7 respawns should be coming through for the most part. EMP is used by Complexity, though, and Shake will use Transcendence just to make sure that they can come out on top of this fight. Protege is getting healed up, but finished off in the end. And as Complexity picks up all the kills here, that should be a second point. Pretty easy for them, as they do cap it off in 4 minutes, 30 seconds to move it into the last point. Saipei a late pick as well.
Citizen 7 now 4 big ultimates possible for this next fight. They're going to have to use them aggressively because Complexity so far has just been walking through King's Row, and they still have an Earthshatter on their side and a Self-Destruct, and continuing to just roll unabated.
They send Whole Hog forward. Now there's actually going to be an Earthshatter out from Protoges. He is still really hurt himself, but the kills from C7 will come through regardless as they play very aggressively. Right there, it's good preemptively. Just going in C7 and getting the the first step on Complexity, and now they'll at least slow them up a bit, but EMP is going to be up pretty soon for Complexity, probably for this next fight, but C7's going to have some tools in their kit as well to work with for the fight at least. That EMP could be all Complexity needs. As they start to posture coming into the point. Torgeson just trying to build those last couple of percentage points, and he will have that EMP right now. Joe Meister even with a sound barrier to follow it up, so here they go. Oh, Kaiyun was looking for the Graviton, but he didn't. He couldn't set it off because of the EMP. 2 kills for Complexity. Dogman got Winghaven, but that's the only kill that C7 has been able to find thus far. 3 kills for Complexity on top of this, so the EMP paying off, and Torque is just pressing forward right here. He wants to get this hack onto Protoges, and the bubble comes out in time, so we'll have to translocate back to safety. And Nicholas with the self-destruct is going to come through, and now a Graviton Surge. Protoges pressing forward. He's should get taken care of pretty easily. He didn't have a whole lot of support with him other than a bubble from Kaiyun. Complexity looking to finish this one off as they get a couple of kills. Dogman himself should be finished off as Torque picks up 2, and now the hack on Ipibomitsu is able to actually get his ultimate off in time, and the Dragon Blade from Saipei is going to attempt to save this for Citizen 7. 2 kills for Saipei, comes back in, but a hammer right in his face. That's not going to turn out too well. C7, though, looking as if they'll be able to hold on.
Oh, barely. At that Complexity, looked like they had a lot of momentum going into that, but just getting dismantled in a couple different ways. Torque trying to hack Protoges, and the bubble coming out was a bit of a disruption to their plan. Perhaps, well, though, they will have another EMP in this next fight, along with probably an Earthshatter, Transcendent, Self-Destruct, and a Whole Hog. Really everything besides Joe Meister's sound barrier. And Citizen 7 on the other hand, they're working with basically nothing. Perhaps Kaiyun can get his pulse bomb in time.
Oh, Hardblue unfortunately getting charged right there, though, and it's definitely going to stall Complexity out a little bit longer. Citizen 7's done a good job of kind of getting themselves back into it here and just stalling out some of that time, some of the time bank that Complexity was in the process of building up. So a lot of ultimates at the ready for Complexity, but Citizen 7 has got quite a few themselves. Now EMP's looking to come in. Is going to get quite a few caught up in that. Here comes Earthshatter paired up with it. Self-destruct in the back. Won't find anything, but now counter self-destruct out from the side of Citizen 7. There is going to be a Transcendence used. But Complexity investing a lot into this fight, and so far haven't really been able to... I mean, they are moving that cart forward, but the Earthshatter from Protoges doesn't really find all that much himself. But Ipibomitsu sent forward with the Nano Boost shortly after ejected from his mech, so they are still battling it out on the cart. 40 seconds for Complexity to work with right here. Protoges charging forward, and they aren't really doing a good job of stalling Complexity right now. Saipei, though, who is going to be a late pick, and now there's going to be a sound barrier for Complexity. Both teams using sound barriers. 1 player down apiece. Complexity getting another one, taking down Protoges. That is a big kill to get, especially since he was so close to his Earthshatter. Citizen 7 trying to hold on right here. Nicholas doing a good job of pressuring our line, making sure that there's no good heals coming from in the back. Good job from Nicholas, but Complexity brings it home. That is very, very good pressure coming out from Nicholas onto the Ana, really stalling out a lot of those players from Citizen 7 in the back, and allows Complexity to cap it out.
And momentum from Complexity getting drained by some pretty basic plays from Citizen 7, charging, counter-charging at the right times, basically just picking up a few kills here and there with some pretty simple things, not breaking out a whole lot of ultimates to really capitalize on it. None of the grand strategy you're used to, just slipping in through the cracks of Complexity and finding what they needed to delay it for several minutes.
Yeah, good job from C7. I mean, they started off rough, you know, real rough. Complexity had a lot of time to work with through most of that, and C7 definitely stalled him out on the last point. Complexity do cap with 2.2 seconds left, though, so even if C7 comes through to the end and caps all 3 points with time left in the bank, Complexity will at least get a shot to push again themselves, have a second offense. That's really big that they were able to cap the final point with some time left, and it wasn't in overtime. So a change of sides coming through, and well, what do you know, pretty standard setup so far from Complexity. They will be putting Torque on the 76 though, rather than running a quad tank. In this scenario, as you would suspect, well, Torque's actually on Winston now. I think they might be anticipating
Saipei's Genji, just chase him around the whole time.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, it's
if they do that with Winston, that's a pretty strong statement about what they think the dynamics of Citizen 7 are. I'm not sure that would be accurate, even if Saipei was running Genji. I don't necessarily think, as much as a show as Saipei puts on, I don't think he is the team, and I don't think switching to Winston would be, as a hard counter there, would necessarily be the proper answer. However, I'm not completely against Winston. Winston landing in the right place is clutch. In some situations, we saw it yesterday come up pretty big, but just generally not in the meta that you see so much lately. But jumps on the right person, and you're going down quick.
This quad tank for Citizen 7, so no Genji on the field that Complexity was trying to counter. So right now, Citizen 7 making their way onto the point, and the jump in from Torque is going to initiate, but he is very hurt. That's a problem. I mean, he just got melted as soon as it was up, and now 2 kills for Citizen 7. Torque and Shake are down, and a very clear advantage for Citizen 7, and Winghaven's on the point by himself. Should be an easy cleanup for the rest of Citizen 7 there. The preemptive Winston pick not paying off for Complexity. They could have sworn there was going to be a Genji out there, and now Torque making a switch over to Tracer.
We're also kind of leading the fight with Winston from a defensive position, which is just kind of setting up Citizen 7 for some pretty easy picks and burning a lot of the escapes, jumping in so flat, not burning some of the time on the cooldown in the fall or anything like that. Really just kind of giving it to Citizen 7 on the first point with that situation. Winston on the first point of Kings Row from defense, not necessarily something that can work out from the offensive position in an overtime. Sure, that's pretty critical. If people are staggered, he can clean up quite a bit, but either way, that's off the table. A Graviton coming out for the side of Complexity as they're trying to slow down Citizen 7 here. Citizen 7 now down 2. Hardblue and Winghaven. Hardblue again following up, cleaning up 3 as Citizen 7 falling back now. They're going to have 3 ultimates in the next fight, make that 4. Meanwhile, Complexity, they will have an Earthshatter and probably a Blizzard. Those are both pretty devastating on their own. Perhaps a Graviton or a Sound Barrier in the next one. There's actually a lot of tools for both teams to work with here, so it's going to go to whoever's really able to get the most efficiency out of them, which is kind of obvious, but usually that comes with a team that likes to set the tempo and engage on their own terms.
Here we go, Kayun looking for the Graviton. He gets a lot of bodies put up in it, though. The wall comes up to mitigate a lot of damage. There's a big Biotic that landed in the middle of Complexity, though, and that will allow them to clean up on at least 3 kills right here. And Torque is still in the mix of things. Getting a hook is Pimamitsu. That is a team wipe, just about. There it is. A team wipe out from C7. Shutting down Complexity, though. Complexity didn't use a whole lot there, and they're going to have some pretty big ults to at least defend the next fight with.
The final link to the streets here. Citizen 7 pretty far forward, so they do see exactly how much of Complexity is coming around that corner. All of Complexity, really, as they press into Citizen 7, trying to deny Graviton coming out.
Well, there's going to be a Blizzard there as well. So many people caught in the middle of it. You got to clean up on that. Torque hits 2 with the Pulse Bomb. And Focus Fire, that is just going to steamroll C7 on that fight. There's really not much you can do with a Graviton like that on top of a Blizzard. Now they're going to stagger Saipei.
Press F to pay respects to Citizen 7, but in particular Saipei being held quite a long time. Man, you're adding in Mei to this whole song and dance. You gotta freeze a Sleep Dart, a hook.
It's so...
If only they could heal their opponent, it would last forever.
Oh, man. Oh, Torque, though, getting hooked. taken out by Pipamitsu. That might be a small window for C7. I mean, Torque's going to be able to get himself back very quickly, and Complexity has the tools to delay this. So, but Protege's coming around this backside looking for the Earth Shatter. Does get Winghaven in it. Bubble out onto Winghaven, but charges him all the way across. No one around from Complexity to be able to help the defense there, and Protege is just swinging away against Joemeister. So it is going to be a late, it's going to be a late nano boost used onto Harblu. He's able to get 2 kills, and Torque is actually still on the point here. Saipei gets a nano boost himself to kill Torque, but players, Earth Shatter out from Winghaven. They might actually be able to convert a little bit. It's only Winghaven by himself, though. Well, that's the unfortunate part for Complexity, as he is quite hurt and he's being chased down by Dogman at the moment. He's still managing to stay alive. Winghaven actually charging back into the point, kills Dogman, and Complexity are still holding on right here, and they use the Graviton out from Harblu. Is there a follow-up? Nicholas, he's on the cart and is going to use a Blizzard. Beautiful stall out here from Complexity. So many people caught in the Blizzard. Pipamitsu hanging on for dear life. And that will be Complexity still holding here. I didn't know if they were going to be able to do it, but they do. In the end, Citizen 7 so close to getting that next checkpoint. 1:20 to work with.
Winghaven coming up huge there, delaying for the longest time. I thought he was about to fall to that self-destruct.
Yeah.
Managed to get his shield around just in time. I mean, the pros, they all know the timing of it perfectly. Always makes me a little bit stressed out thinking if they're going to get it. And they always snap back just in time. It was also followed up by Harblu getting a bubble on him at the right time, and perhaps a questionable Graviton, but once you saw the Blizzard come out, you knew what was going to happen there. Citizen 7 now rolling back into another offense here with 3 ultimates. They do have an Earth Shatter to work with. Winghaven's get very close to his own, though. Self-destruct landing in the front of Citizen 7. Their shield's going to go away. Protege's all the way into the front line of the Complexity. Complexity's going to pick him up real quick.
Oh, my. Citizen 7, they were off to a great start here, but now seeming to struggle just a bit. Oh, they are pressed so far forward, Complexity too. 25 seconds for Citizen 7.
Perhaps I'm sadistic, but I'm always happy to see Nicholas play Mei.
You are a terrible
I probably
person.
have to have a real dark spot in my soul to watch this, to really enjoy that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but
you do. That's disgusting.
I'm certainly no angel.
That's also true. Here comes Citizen 7. They use the, oh no, what a wall out. There is going to be Pipamitsu and his whole hog that is nano boosted, but there is going to be Earth Shatters, a whole chorus of ultimates. And Complexity are just cleaning house, mopping the floor of Citizen 7. They will be taking map 1 here on Kings Row. One more map and they will at least be looking good till later. In phases. It's going to be in Phases court then if Complexity wins the next map.
Did you hear the team kill sound?
Yeah.
Even at the end, just
another wipe.
Wiped them clean. Man, and I think a big part of it, time and time again, was the Nicholas May plays, especially the Blizzards. We saw 3 Blizzards.
It's just
where they just
Graviton the
wiped
Blizzard.
the floor with them.
Yeah, there's so many different combinations you can use there with the wall, and it's great through the streets phase of Kings Row because those walls just separate teams so easily in the streets, whether it be at that first choke point in the arches after the first point, or just anywhere in the streets. Really separate teams, get a couple picks, whatever, combine it with Graviton, Blizzards, and just, I mean, it's so tough to deal with.
We saw some great play out of Complexity. Citizen 7 looking better than we had seen them in previous days, getting some really good distance there on the offense. But Winghaven wanted to shut them down as Complexity was able to hold on there on the defense. Get the win.
Now, Winghaven pretty much kept them in this second point fight. He and just narrowly missed dying as well. I mean, he got sent off the cliff afterwards. Protege's like, I'm tired of you. But, I mean, if it weren't for Winghaven and his Earth Shatter and just stalling, an ability to stay alive at that, I mean, it could be fault of Citizen 7 for not killing him, but, I mean, just the fact that he stayed alive for as long as he did with the stalls, kept Complexity in it, and very well done by Winghaven. It's a big play to make.
in Citizen 7, we saw some great Roadhog play on both sides of the battlefield here between Harblu on offense and Pibamitsu on the offense as well. Had some great moments, some great whole hogs to keep them moving there in the streets phase. But just again, Pibamitsu and Saipei, not enough to carry Citizen 7 right now.
They're just not quite on the level of the guys' complexity. I mean, it's
How could they be?
It comes to about I mean, that's the thing. It's just it kind of comes down to that black and white. Like they're just not quite up at that range of the guys' complexity, and that's fine. They're getting there over time. I mean, you've seen them get better and better as the tournament goes on. Citizen 7. So I mean, they
were looking pretty good for the first like point and a half, and then just lost steam as they moved in. If they're able to kind of maintain that quality of play, then they'll definitely be a threat to look out for. We'll definitely see what they're going to pick for the next map. Probably Nepal.
It was Nepal.
That's what they pick
Nepal
every
is
time.
number 2.
Yeah,
So this will,
Every time.
This is where Citizen 7. I've said it multiple times. This is where they'll make their last stand, but this time it really is the last stand for Citizen 7. If they lose here, they go home forever.
That's right. This is this is it for Citizen 7 forever. Never to play Overwatch
I was going to say, what are
again.
you laughing at, man? That's some hardcore stuff. I'm looking at you because whether they win or lose, they're going home.
Yeah. Citizen 7 trying to at least get a map win. Now I got the giggles.
I was going to say, you're in the delusional phase of the night where we start rounding just past the second half and everything gets funny.
You're going to have to start talking. I just need to get this out. Dying.
Well, just wait until somebody locks in Junkrat and starts slamming on the voice comms thing. You'll just be in stitches on the ground.
No,
Can't handle.
yeah.
Let's push the cart.
Telling you, it's the delusional point in the evening.
Apparently there was the wrong server, but that's what they said in my ear. But I'm pretty sure they're like, just make Gex stop laughing, please, please.
We have to come out. Thanks, admin. Back. Well, either way, it'll.
If they win here, they get to play one more, so they wouldn't be totally over. It would be over if they lose, though.
Oh, okay, we're going to get down to the granular
Yes.
parts of the games and
I
the
was
matches.
technically right.
Good job. Hey, let's take the small victories where
That's
you
right,
can.
that's
man,
right, of
you
course.
know. Take them, but yeah, Citizen 7. I'd like to see him take a map. You know, at least make complexity sweat a little bit, because we talked about it again. Myself getting back into a bit of a serious note. Complexity needs to win here, so
Yes.
you know they got to win. I'd like to see C7 sweat, make them sweat a little bit.
Getting back to the serious here.
I can't. I'm delirious. Well, here we go. Nepal it is. This is Citizen 7's favorite hangout after they lose the first map.
Oh,
They come
harsh.
What? I mean, this is where they like to come. This is
Go back and re-listen to the rest of that sentence later tonight. You'll see what I'm talking about. We're going to move on from that.
all right.
Hey,
well,
I've let loose my few burns. I criticized Harblu on air. You know, that's
yeah.
just that's a highway to the danger zone.
yeah, you criticize Hardblue on air, you get chat against you. I don't dare step in those waters. But here we go. Citizen 7 trying to get themselves a map win here. And they have Saipei. Ooh, Winghaven narrowly missing, getting knocked off right there. And Saipei is going to be on that Reaper. As they do trade 1-for-1. Both Reinhardts are down off the start, but they are starting to press themselves towards the point at the moment. Still a big poke war, and Citizen 7 take the point first. I mean, complexity, just no pressure on it, but they do trade 1-for-1. Harblu and Dogman out of it. There goes Kaiyun, so kind of a very scrappy fight at the moment, to be honest. What a charge from Proteges across the
Winghaven,
map.
too, reflexive to try and keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. Protege's getting a nano boost. He's going to start cleaning up the point here. Pibamitsu also back on point, and what looked like it was going to be Complexity's one fight is still in favor of Citizen 7. They're building points. They're up to 27, 28% now. Complexity split, trying to press from two sides. Now they're okay. They're going to reunite, try and take the pillars and fight for the high ground, but Pibamitsu's looking to cut him off.
Here's Pibamitsu up top on it, and Torque did use the tack visor. He's in the back too for Torque, 3 for Torque off of the tack visor, the nano boosted tack visor at that. And Aligned quite hurt down there at the bottom. Nicholas is going to finish off that kill. C7 doing a great job of stalling the point so far. Finally, Complexity is going to come through and get the cap. But
Complexity
will finally get some time on the board.
And now stepping up to defend the choke that we've seen from them, and a number of other people, many times now over the Winter Premier and previous tournaments. 3 ultimates, almost 4 for the side of Complexity. Oh, try not to get that Graviton Swell, gonna put it to the wall.
2 Gravitons used on each side, and there's a self-destruct in the back from Nicholas that is able to get Pipamitsu. So 2 kills for Complexity. That'll just be enough to send Citizen 7 to the back here and go for the reset. So Winghaven with an Earth Shatter, that alone will be enough, or could be enough, to hold C7 off when they come through for the repush.
Citizen 7, they have broken out Saipei on Reaper, and they do have a Nano Boost. If they can combine those, then they're definitely going to cut through the tanks as long as they can dodge Diva. Torque finding Proteges in the back, Shake landing one on Saipei. Saipei no longer a force in this fight. Was that a Boostio I just saw?
I think it may have been. Joe Meister gets Pipamitsu off of it, and well, that'll be Complexity again. Was that a Boostio?
They really need to record an actual Boostio voice line. Like, just as soon as he gets it, he screams Boostio in game.
Yeah, something. I mean, either way, Complexity, they're gonna hang on for now. 70% and counting. Saipei is still on that Reaper. Looking for his opening though. Citizen 7 really pressuring the point, and Complexity are going to be coming back. Good boop though to get Winghaven off of the map. Pipamitsu doing some work right there, and allows Citizen 7 to recapture the point. The sound barrier used an attack visor, the nano visor actually from Torque, but found no value off of it, and C7 are striking back for the time being as Torque just goes for the reset. And
there's something incredibly amusing to me about how Soldier 76 moves most of the time. Like, I forget, I was sitting there on one match and I saw Soldier 76 run by my face and do a rocket jump. There's something at an angle, it just looks so goofy on its own.
Yep. And him just running to his death.
I'll have to find it. I think I recorded it
cake
somewhere. It's hilarious on its own. Complexity now starting to come back to try and retake the point from Citizen 7. A Graviton landing in the middle of Citizen 7. A Nano Boost for Saipei. Saipei's going to stay alive. He's going to try and Wraith Form out of it. Winghaven starting to chase him back. Kayun, Pipamitsu all pouring it on. And Saipei picking up 4.
Oh boy. That's 5 in the end for Saipei. At the top of that, I mean, and Citizen 7 is going to take the round off of it. What a clutch play out from Saipei. My goodness. That's going to put Citizen 7 on the map right there. At first, I thought that whole thing was going to get burned. Oh, my goodness. What a Death Blossom. Oh, given the hay afterwards as well. That just won them the round right there. That was beautiful stuff. Saipei is going to be switching to Mei, at least for now, but at first I thought that whole Nano Boost that he got, well, I mean, the Nano Boost itself was pretty much used in full when Hard Blue put the Graviton down, and Saipei was just caught in the middle of it.
Yeah, that was just a regular Death Blossom.
Yeah, and just regular Death Blossom, and there was nothing there from Complexity to be able to stop it. If one of those icicles hits, that would be incredible.
They ever come down? I thought they were just laser beams.
That's what I thought.
I never even thought to test it. I'm definitely doing that later.
Well, here we go. Citizen 7 with the 1 round advantage right now. And Joe Meister is the first to fall here off a charge from Proteges. 2 kills for Citizen 7. And Torque having to go for the rewind, but it is that 2-player advantage for C7. Make that 3, so definitely will be their point to get us kicked off here on the Village stage.
Citizen 7 drawing first blood again, taking the first point, or taking the point first here on the second stage of Nepal Village. Citizen 7 is posturing up on the high ground. Complexity starting to reform a little bit of feelers and forward information by Harblue. You can see them all assembling, getting ready to push through main. Pipamitsu here on the side, getting walled off and charged by Proteges.
Pipamitsu coming in for Winghaven, who is incredibly hurt at the moment, does get finished off by Kayun, so C7 doing a good job of holding for now. This Saipei Mei is working out quite well for C7 so far. These walls have been clutch, taking down Joe Meister, so wiping Complexity off the map right there. 40% and counting for C7. They'll have a lot of some big ultimates to defend with. I mean, you have Blizzard, Earth Shatter, just about up on Graviton. Those are all big CC ultimates for C7 to defend with.
And Complexity, really just a Pulse Bomb and a Nano Boost on their side. Harblu still 30% away from a Graviton. They might be able to string that together here in a little bit, but this fight right now probably want to hold on to it unless they can find a good one on the Protoges. But Protoges already backing off. Complexity taking the high ground, pushing onto the point. Citizen 7 continuing to pull them into a trap. Saipe getting ready to wall off Winghaven. Winghaven walking along to check his corners, but apparently Harblu did not, and Harblu's going to fall.
Oh, poor Harblu. He's just like, please let me out. And what an Earth Shatter from Protoges, but he gets countercharged by Winghaven, I believe that was, and now it is just going to be all C7 cleaning up on Complexity right now. 85%, I mean, the guys from Complexity are going to have to get back to the point very, very quickly, and there's still so many ultimates up for Citizen 7.
Complexity still with the Nano Boost and the Pulse Bomb, now joined by a Self-Destruct and Earth Shatter. They're going to have all 6. What are we listing them for? Harblu's got to find a really big Graviton to keep them in this match.
This Nano Boost that Winghaven's going in with is going to have to be big as well. Here comes the, oh my goodness, the Blizzard out. They do trade a couple of kills. It's a 4v4. There's a Self-Destruct on the point. Nicholas and Torque working to get a couple of kills for Complexity, but they need to make something happen here as it is in overtime. Citizen 7 at 99%. Dogman goes down to Nicholas. Winghaven still on the point as Kayun comes back in with a Nano Boost. And Citizen 7 are getting all of the kills right here. They take a 2-0 lead. Citizen 7, here we go.
Kayun throwing out that last Graviton at eye level, getting swallowed by Complexity. I thought that was possibly going to be the end of their chances to hold on to that point for that engagement, but they're able to pull it out no problem.
Well, this is an unusual spot we have ourselves in here. C7 on the verge of taking it, and it's a beautiful thing because Complexity now are certainly on the ropes on this map.
Complexity needs this match. I want to reiterate that as many times as possible. They can't be sleeping here. They can't just be surrendering or giving up and perhaps not care about it. There's no excuses here. They have to be trying as hard as possible. Citizen 7 is honestly just performing very, very well right now, breaking Complexity down a number of times. Saipe playing his Mei, finding a number of ways of isolating Complexity there in the last one, and now meeting here on the middle of Shrine. Pibamitsu starting off. Protoges not landing a charge. Both teams a little bit neck and neck here as Nicholas finds Dogman in the back. That's going to start tipping things into Complexity's favor. Harblu also picking up Saipe. Torque starting to try and get out. Protoges going for a bad charge. Going to get taken down by Torque. Aligned now is next on the chopping block as Torque continues his reign of terror.
There we go. Complexity coming out strong on this stage of Nepal, and they will get the point first here as they strike. Saipe is playing the Genji this time and very close to the Dragon Blade already. And they're just setting up for now. Both teams are going to be poking around at each other, but that Dragon Blade is up for Saipe at the moment. Alliance soon is going to have the, well, he's not even going to wait for the Nano Boost. Saipe just immediately going into the back, getting onto the squishies, taking down two, Shake and Torque. Both finished off by Saipe here as he's looking to take Joe Meister as well, but he was so hurt, and Complexity comes through, destroying C7 after the Dragon Blade was up. They will continue to hold on here at 40%, and that will just keep on ticking till C7 can come back. But some pretty big ults soon to be up for Citizen 7. So they're going to have
four.
Yep.
Four of the most powerful ones they have aside from Dragon Blade. Complexity, really only two available in this next fight. So Citizen 7 looking like they're very strong to take back this point. Start building some of their own capture here. Kayun or Protoges letting loose that Earth Shatter, not connecting. Winghaven throwing out his.
Man.
And all of Complexity collapsing onto Citizen 7. 4, now 5 falling down.
That is a big one coming off from Complexity right there. And Citizen 7, well, they started off so good on Nepal here. Not on this stage, but they started off this map beautifully. They have a 2-0 lead, but Complexity are finally working back. It is 85%. One last chance for Citizen 7 to get into this map, as they do have the Graviton to work with, but already Hardblue is going to be using his Graviton, and now Kaiyun using his as well. They trade 2 for 2 to start off this fight as Winghaven's looking to move forward. Hardblue taken out by Pipamitsu. They are going to keep going at it on the point. Saipei using that Dragon Blade just to make sure that C7 can try and get this point back. They certainly have a numbers advantage, though. Actually, Saipei goes down right at the end, but they trade it with Torque, and C7's got the presence on the point. They will at least capture here and get themselves on the board.
I don't know if the crouching trick really works against D.Va. All you're doing is toggling your head into, into a headshot. Just shotguns, man.
Yeah, not... I guess it's worth a shot at least, but... Well, here we go. C7's going to have to hold for quite a long time. And they do have map point, but Complexity looking to be dominant so far in this, and Winghaven's just about to have Earth Shatter, so be looking to that one. Shake is going to send it off onto Torque, the Nano Visor. The sound barrier comes out for Citizen 7, but Winghaven actually goes down, so does Hardblue. So the C7 looks as though they are going to be able to hang on here. 3 kills in their favor. Will make Complexity go back to the drawing board.
That's swinging things drastically back in the favor of Citizen 7. They're going to have 4 ultimates up in this next fight, and Complexity with really only 1. It is Winghaven's Earthshatter. Hardblue closing in on a Graviton as well, but Citizen 7 here at match point. Complexity, you can't be playing around with this. You got to be keeping your ultimate economy up. Citizen 7 so far looking hot. It looks like they're going to be able to keep Complexity staggered, and right now looking for another Graviton.
There we go. Kaiyun's going to set it off. 3 caught inside of it. Here is the self-destruct. Winghaven getting his shield there just in time to help Hardblue, who also had a shield of his own. Saipei goes down first thanks to Joe Meister. Earth shatters galore on both sides. Proteges, who's going to get charged all the way into the back. He's so hurt. And he should get finished off there by Winghaven. Indeed, he will. And Complexity looking to retake this point here and finish it off, as they've gotten well, most of Citizen 7 down at this point, and someone's going to have to go and touch this point, but I don't think anyone will be around from C7. Saipei makes his way onto the point just in time, but melted quickly. And that should, well, they keep getting someone on the point to touch it at least, but they're just trickling in, and they're really never going to be able to end up winning this fight, I don't think, unless a miracle happens for C7, and that should seal the deal right there, as... No, Dogman's trying to get back on, but keeps getting knocked away. Complexity get themselves around on Nepal here. Still 2-1 for Citizen 7. They have the map point.
Citizen 7 not following up that last Graviton. That's probably the biggest problem in the last engagement for them. If they had followed that up pretty effectively, there's a chance they might be sitting as victorious of Nepal right now. Winghaven absolutely shredding them, and I believe that was the second defense, because the first one lasted quite a long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, they definitely looking a lot better on Nepal here, Citizen 7. Complexity working back into this match over time, but this is where C7 took their first round, and they're running Saipei this time on the Genji rather than the Reaper. See how this pays off for them, as both teams are going to be duking it out on this pillar side. And Torque, well, Torque and company are going to have better shield break power, especially Nicholas playing Pharah now as well on the side of Complexity. The double DPS setup, and they are just pounding damage into Citizen 7 at the moment. Rockets into the back. Dogman is going to fall as well, so Complexity getting all the frags here to start it off. Nicholas with many of them for himself. They do get Winghaven right at the end, but still. Point first will go to Complexity. And it's time for the regroup, as this double DPS comp coming out with some fire for Complexity to kick us off.
And Complexity will be looking for an Earthshatter in this next fight. Citizen 7 working on their own. They might get it in time, but there's still a number of others building behind Complexity to give them advantage. That Earthshatter whiffing, not coming up with anything. Winghaven now backed off in a corner. Winghaven going down to Pipamitsu.
Now here comes, it's going to be Proteges. They got Joe Meister down. That's easy pickings for Citizen 7, and they retake the point. Complexity only able to get 29%. And they are just looking to set up their defenses right now, as they're soon to have a Nano Blade at the ready for C7. That'll be their big ult to use in this next fight, but Hard Blue soon. There's going to be some good combinations coming out for Complexity soon as well, but here's the Nano Blade. Saipei gets one. He's able to take two out of it as he gets Shake and helps for a couple more kills on top of that, and the right click straight into Joe Meister's dome, and even getting Hard Blue at the end. Beautiful stuff from Saipei and company. And that will be the reset coming through, but Saipei making it happen again with the Nano Blades. So much damage to everybody in this fight.
Protege's charge, taking two people into an area for Saipei to help clean up.
And now, oh no, completely eaten the Graviton from Hard Blue, but it doesn't matter. Complexity are still getting all the kills right here, as they pretty much wipe C7 off of the map. I've seen Hard Blue get quite a few Gravitons eaten over the past couple days here, but that's all right. As long as Complexity comes out on top of the fight, that's what matters for them. But C7, first good strike there, 55% on the board.
Complexity, Earth Shatter, Sound Barrier on their side. Shake working towards a Nano Boost. Complexity just trying to stave off Citizen 7, keep them held in this choke so they can expand this and bring this series to a tie on Nepal. Citizen 7, though, they do have 5 ultimates of their own, almost 6 to work with. Saipei coming in already.
Torque is the first to go down. C7 with 2 picks for themselves. There will be attack visor out from Kayun, who made the switch over to 76 to try and deal with that Nicholas Farah. And Kayun actually gets the better of him there, takes down Joe Meister as well. C7 will regain control of the point. Hard Blue using a Graviton right here, and he will get the Nano Boost. Hard Blue with 3 off of that Graviton. And he should be able to pick up this frag onto Pibamitsu as well. Good stuff from Hard Blue, allowing Complexity to retake the point. And it's going to be just a couple more fights, really, in this map.
Draining a ton of ultimates out of the side of Citizen 7 in that last engagement as well. They will, however, have a Nano Blade, and Saipei came up huge with that last time, so look at it. Oh, but he's going to get taken down immediately by Torque.
He is completely shut down. Luckily for him, he didn't pull the blade out the whole way, so he'll at least have it for, one more fight, but I don't even think they're going to get another fight, as they seriously need to get back there right now and get someone on the point. There will be a Graviton from Hard Blue. Yet again, nobody was around for C7. Complexity starting to turn the tables here. We're all tied up at 2 on Nepal. Next round is going to decide whether C7 can pull out a map against Complexity, or if that is said and done for them. But Hard Blue is making some pretty big plays throughout the entirety of this match, using Graviton right there very aggressively with low health, got the Nano Boost, was able to pick up on 4 kills, and allowed Complexity to retake the point and then hold it, take that stage. We are tied 2-2.
Back to Village. Citizen 7 was dominant on this the first time around, but Complexity perhaps breaking out their own Mei. Something ironic about Complexity getting carved up by a Mei on Village. Complexity definitely going to run it. Nicholas on Mei, Hard Blue on Zarya, Torque, Soldier 76. It's not exactly, but it's very similar to a comp. I've always loved to watch Complexity play on Nepal.
And that wall immediately is going to shut out Complexity now. Now the counter wall coming through, and that should be a couple of kills secured for Complexity. Yeah, look at Torque, he's just cleaning it up. Kayun and Proteges both down. That was a beautiful wall right back in the face of Citizen 7. Nicholas just getting those right clicks all day long. Getting 2 good kills, and that is...
Yeah, I'm a terrible person. That was highly enjoyable.
I can agree a little bit. That was pretty good.
Honestly, I still laugh when it happens to me. I don't know what it is. There's something about Mei and just how frustrating it is for most people that I just find incredibly comical.
Oh, I just laugh or yell when it happens to me. I'm a salty person. Either way, Winghaven.
Well established.
Yeah, everybody around here knows. And Winghaven with 2 kills for himself, though. And that is, again, going to shut Citizen 7 out of this fight. It's time to go back to the drawing board. And ultimates are starting to come online. Now keep an eye on these. Winghaven with the Earth Shatter, which will be quite big for Complexity holding on here. They have a strong advantage off the start. They're going to be 50% and counting, and they will have potentially better ultimates to hold on to the fight with coming up.
Harblue and Nicholas combining theirs in this next fight will certainly wipe everything, but instead it's going to be Torque meeting up with Shake as he goes ham on everybody, piling it on, but he's actually going to get booped off by Dogman.
Oh, gets booped off at the end, but that's all right. It's worth. He got 3 picks off of that, 3 kills off of the TAC visor, the Nano visor, and that is well worth it for Torque, especially with how quick he can get back to the point. It's going to be 75%. Citizen 7 is really gotta kick it into high gear right now.
4 going to be online for Complexity in this next fight. And Citizen 7, while they're nearing 5, they're a little bit lower. So Citizen 7 perhaps needing to buy a little bit of time, but Protege is not going to have that. He's going to charge right in.
Nicholas, Blizzard at the ready. This is bad news for C7. He's going to go ahead and get that, get the wall up. There's a Graviton, self-destruct, and the Blizzard on the point. That should allow Complexity to just clean up on everybody. 2 kills for Complexity. That should be a secured win for them. Citizen 7 not quite going to be able to take a map off of Complexity. They were very, very close. But in the end, Complexity getting the reverse sweep on Nepal. And now it is in FaZe's. The ball is in FaZe's court, to say the least.
The reverse sweep on Nepal, but the sweep in the series. Citizen 7 was the best showing they've had on Nepal to date, but well done to them. Thank you for playing. GG's. They're done for now.
Hey, it was good to see him go out with a good game like that, though. I mean, they really gave Complexity a run for their money there. I was getting worried for a minute for Complexity. I was like, man, they're about to just like sweep them on Nepal like straight out. It was very good.
But certainly throw themselves into a tough situation watching FaZe and Kungarna play, holding your fate in your hands.
Yeah. Well, now that's.
There still would have been another map after that, but yeah, I was starting to feel the same thing. It just didn't look like they were put together. They ended up putting it all in the places it needed to be in the right amount of time. Citizen 7, though, it's been a pleasure watching them play. Whole lot of Nepal. Anytime Citizen 7 is listed, but that's not a bad thing.
No, not at all. There was so many star players in that match, so many great plays by so many different people. But we're going to take a look at Torque on the Soldier and the Nano boost. He got to get 3 kills here on that final point. He did this a couple times. This one was no exception.
He ended up getting a lot of value throughout really the entirety of this match with his nano visors getting booped at the end. But that's fine. Like I said, he got 3 kills off of it, so it's totally okay if he's getting booped in that situation, because especially how quick he can run back to the point, easy. So they really made that work quite well throughout the match, using it at opportune times.
I think one of my favorite moments from that match, though, was the Reinhardt at the very, very beginning, just charging all the way across. I don't even remember which Reinhardt it was onto which Reinhardt. This moment right here.
Great, man.
Yeah, Winghaven. Look at that. Winghaven starts his charge at the exact amount of time that he needs to actually cancel it out. Otherwise, he'd be dead. Granted, he died immediately thereafter anyways, but...
I mean, that's a long-range charge.
I told you yesterday, when they fly over the pit, there's something just amazing about it.
It was quite comical, especially with them both falling down because the other one was charging as well. Anyways, so the standings as they are right now, Citizen 7 has been eliminated, and FaZe and Complexity right now hang in the balance. Complexity right now is listed above because they have more wins, but if FaZe were to win our final match of the day, they would have the head-to-head tiebreaker over Complexity and would qualify for the round of 6. So everything coming down to this last match, guys. Oh boy, this is exactly what we wanted to have happen.
Yeah, this is where it gets very exciting. And this will be the match of the day, I'm sure. At least the most on the line for a single match in the day, I would say, because, I mean, this decides the fate of a couple of different teams. So
well, there was a chance that if Kungarna didn't come up big earlier today against Renegades, that and a couple other things had happened. I think Luminosity had to lose as well. I mean, it's so far past, not worth discussing, but there was a chance of a 4-way tie where this match would have not only decided the fate of FaZe, but also Kungarna.
Yeah, the loser would have gone home and the winner would have stayed. It would have been pretty crazy. But you know what? We'll take this at this point. FaZe has to win if they want to stay here in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. We will find out when we come back. We're going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, where we have one more match in the first stage of our round robin set. I'm Caleb Simmons, this is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino, and we are excited to see who is going to win between FaZe and Kungarna. We'll take a look at the standings right before we finish that last match here. One interesting thing to note here is Team Liquid, Renegades, and Luminosity. You can see that they're all tied up at 4-3 apiece. The way that that tiebreaker is decided is by the plus-minus there at the end, your overall win record, of your matches. And so you can see Luminosity had the lowest of that, so they are put at the bottom, and then Renegades and Team Liquid head-to-head gives Liquid the advantage, so that puts Liquid in third place moving forward.
Some very interesting dynamics at play there between previous matchups and plus-minus, but the big story to be looking at down here on these standings at the bottom, FaZe and Complexity. FaZe is going to be playing up against Kungarna here momentarily. And, well, FaZe needs to win if they want to get themselves into the top 6. It comes down to that, plain and simple. FaZe has to win to get in there.
FaZe wins, they will move forward. If they lose, they're going home. Kungarna going to play spoiler here, possibly if they want to. They can, improve their record moving forward because all of the standings right now will carry over to the round of 6. But for Kungarna, not nearly as much on the line as FaZe. So first team we're going to talk about here. What does FaZe need to do here to win against Kungarna?
FaZe, I mean, there's a number of fact fiction with his Reinhardt play. If they can get him getting effective earth shatters and making sure he is being supported when he goes in on some of these charges, because it seemed like at times he just there were moments where he just would die a lot off of the charges that he was making, but also getting Mike back to some of his full effectiveness as well as Shadow Burn. Not the absolute best of games from FaZe, but they're also still very much in this. Just need to take one good match over Kungarna. Pretty tough because, well, Kungarna is not playing not too shabby themselves. So FaZe has got a tough match ahead of them.
Certainly a very fine line between or two lines, I guess, between a good, a normal, and a terrible charge for Reinhardt. So a lot of those fights they're keyed off of that initiation on purpose.
That's true.
It provides a lot of reliable things that are going to happen. Some people are going to turn to deal with it. We can go through the details of that if we do some play breakdowns. You can really stop and draw and show some lines there. So not every time they do that is somebody just throwing it away. However, sometimes that does turn out to be the result shortly thereafter a charge where the Reinhardt will just immediately fall and the whole team falling behind that. But what does FaZe need to do in order to win this match against Kungarna? That's a lot of things. A lot of stuff. They just have to play up. And Kungarna right now does not look like a team that's going to be weak to FaZe's particular tricks.
Well, we've seen some great moments of brilliance from Fact Fiction. We saw him on Anubis holding the point by himself, able to get like 4-something kills or something to extend that match. He was playing really good, but on the side of Kungarna, he is going up against iRemix, who we have seen some great plays from as well.
Yeah, Remix has been playing pretty well as of late, to be honest, on his Reinhardt is quite fantastic. And you also have guys like Connor J and Michael Baby Bay all alongside him to make him the player that he is. Connor J, one of the real big parts of that, as we say time and time again. Him on his Roadhog play is a sight to see. And Baby Bay has also been really big with some of the gravitons that he's been bringing out lately, but Remix just earth shatters that have been hitting massively for Kungarna as of late, and that'll be a big key to their success going into this match. But the big one here is FaZe, and as I was alluding to with Baby Bay, really getting some big gravitons off. He syncs well with Michael onto some of these self-destruct combos, so that'll be some of their bread and butter plays coming into this match.
The thing that really makes me say what I did about FaZe perhaps not being able to find any sort of real tactic to expand on Kungarna was just there's so many weapons on Kungarna that are going to shut down a Genji play.
Sure.
I mean, you have Connor J on a team. You're not going to be flying around that much on Genji without getting hooked. Plus, you have Baby Bay. Whether he's playing Zarya or Soldier 76, that's going to be a problem to get any sort of room in. Blam might pull up and pop off a few shots. We've seen him do it a number of times as he consistently finds a little bit of space in his healing to add some contributing damage to people like Mangachu's Pharah. So I just probably maybe not Genji. I know that might be blasphemy for Shadowburn, but I just don't think that's going to really work on Kungarna compared to how it works in some of the other teams. But either way, you're going to be starting off on Anubis, so perhaps that's a map that can actually pull some of the Genji out. There's a lot of terrain, a lot of angles for them to exploit. But I hope for FaZe that they've really got a rehearsed plan, some sort of set plays they want to break out here on Kungarna, because otherwise, if they just go head-to-head over the distance, Kungarna is definitely going to win.
Yeah, this is, of course, where FaZe played here earlier today, and they didn't have the best of success against Immortals, but this is go time for them. They got to win this match against Kungarna if they want to get into the top 6. We can't reiterate that enough. This is huge for FaZe. They need to win, so they will be on the defensive side first, and Kungarna will be moving themselves onto the offense. As we head on into it here, so far Shadowburn is showing the defensive Genji play coming out, and we saw that out of them earlier, so not too much of a surprise there, but everything standard for FaZe across the board from what they were playing earlier today. Kungarna, I wouldn't be surprised to see a pretty heavy dive comp come out from them. You know, something that Connor J, he can play Genji. Get him in there with either Baby Bay or Michael on the Tracer. Pair that up with Michael's D.Va, and you could have a dive comp come out from them. So just have to see as they actually pick some heroes, and it does look like they are going for the dive here to get us kicked off.
Indeed it does. Ajax not locking in Lucio yet, which is there goes. Man, that's last second. What are you trying to fool with that?
Yeah, peeking
really
a little bit.
Team.
See what the other team's running. But we do have the dive comp out from Kungarna, so they are gonna go into Shadowburn right away. I actually love this comp out of Kungarna because they know Shadowburn is probably going to be playing Genji, and well, indeed he is. So Shadowburn going at it with Connor J to get things kicked off, and Shadowburn goes down. Baby Bay able to focus him out, so Kungarna with the initial pick here to get their offense started, but Fact Fiction and Zombs are able to strike back with a couple. So Baby Bay using that pulse bomb to no avail as FaZe holds on here against Kungarna, and they will just have to back up, reset, and get ready for another push. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. Connor J, though, it looks like, Kungarna is going to be switching back.
Makes sense to me,
want the dive.
based on that result.
Yeah,
Kungarna could come around and just play it more their regular style. Baby Bay probably going to focus a little bit more on Shadowburn. They can certainly take a lot of gusto out of Shadowburn's play with some well-placed Zarya bubbles. Looks like Michael's actually trying to start sneaking around here on D.Va. That might be a little bit of bait for Shadowburn to go after. I don't know if that's a good matchup for him. Kungarna taking away the high ground here, right by the point from FaZe Clan. Shadowburn in behind FaZe, starting to tear him, or Shadowburn in behind Kungarna, starting to tear it up a little bit. Connor J, looks like he's still shopping for the hook, might not get it. Factor of Fiction starting to defend back off the backside of the point here. So far, just Rockets going down to Remix. Forsaken finding Michael. That's going to start staggering things, in particular for Kungarna.
Remix was trying to come in, didn't have the sustain, and Fact Fiction able to just swing away with his hammer. And now FaZe has got almost all 6 ultimates online for this next fight, and since Kungarna was doing a lot of hero switching after their initial push, they're not really there on a lot of these ultimates. So when they come in for this next fight, FaZe is going to have a clear advantage, should be able to win the fight. They certainly have the ultimates to do so.
Kungarna with a self-destruct and a nano boost only. Baby Bay closing in on his Graviton. He could get this in this next fight, but he's playing very far forward.
And here comes the Nano Blade out from Shadowburn. He's looking for some sort of a target to go for. Finally finding Blam in the back there, looking to see maybe Baby Bay as well. Hooked in by Connor J, though. Remix was able to take down Mike. So Kungarna are staying in this fight for the time being. There was a Graviton from Zombs, able to finish off Baby Bay in the end, and Remix. That should give FaZe enough to hold on here, and they are just continuing to clean up on all these Kungarna players on the point. It is just Michael left, and he gets demeched. And he'll be staggered out for a little while here as well. That is good stuff from FaZe, we could be seeing a full hold come out from them. I mean, Kungarna's got, well, what now, 50 seconds? They are heading at least the big economy overall. Babybay's gonna have a Graviton. Well, that's gonna be really their big play that they're looking for in this next fight, Kungarna, this Graviton.
Graviton just follow it up with regular old DPS, but FaZe Clan will have a sound barrier to shut that down, so don't expect a huge effect out of that, but the Graviton coming out anyways.
Babybay sends it in. Can they follow up? Kungarna, so far they haven't. The sound barrier came out from Forsaken to make sure his team stayed alive. Shadowburn going forward to get 2 kills. Zombs takes down Remix. It's looking like a full holdout here from FaZe Clan, as no one is going to be around from Kungarna at the moment, and the rest of FaZe is just going to be pressing forward. And, well, Connor J desperately trying to get to the point in time. They earth shatter him on the point, and, well, there's no one there at the moment. Blam desperately trying to make it in. There's going to be a Graviton from Zombs just to make sure. And FaZe with a very decisive first point hold right here.
Yeah, that is not the Kungarna we saw earlier today. That's a fact. FaZe certainly stepping it up. I didn't see any moment in that match that really looked like Kungarna had a whole lot going for them. A little bit of picks here and there, perhaps some stuff to expand on. They did pick up Raucus in exchange for Michael. However, they were definitely down on economy, which was about to come online for FaZe. So even though they had an Ana advantage, still not really a solid situation to expand on. So FaZe now, they're going to have 4 minutes to simply cap the first point. They're going to take the first map away from Kungarna.
Ooh, I'm sure Complexity is not too happy about that one as they sit and watch this match, to say the least. But FaZe, the opportunity is theirs. They just need to capitalize right now. It's pretty much their map to lose at this point. And they had some really good offenses earlier on top of that. So, I mean, this is definitely their map to lose for sure. But if we take a look, Kungarna on the defense, Ajax looking as though he's going to be going for the Symmetra. And you might as well at this point if you need to.
If you got to get a full hold on the first point, certainly Symmetra
is worth trying.
It's something we see pretty often when people get caught down in those kinds of situations. Ajax here just putting out some of the old turrets early on to build charge as quickly as possible. Probably going to spam some orbs into the doorway, which strangely more often than not pays out a good bit of charge for these guys.
Yep. That's
FaZe looks like they're going to be running, well, it did look a little bit more like a dive at first glance, but mostly just Shadowburn on Pharah. The rest of it pretty much as usual. FaZe coming out for their first assault. If Shadowburn catches it, he could take out all those turrets in one rocket, but apparently not catching it, so Fact or Fiction taking the brunt of that, and now Ajax already up to 20.
Ajax working on that, and on that ult charge, Fact Fiction goes down though. 2 started off for FaZe, so it's just going to be a reset period. They need that Reinhardt to really make any sort of real push. And now they're getting themselves back together. FaZe they're just coming straight up through main, and Fact Fiction jumps up onto this high ground to start trying to contest. And they're going to go right to point as Shadowburn sending bodies around. He's actually very hurt, finished off by Michael, who was able to hunt him down. The nano boost already being used by Blam on this defensive side, and that'll allow 2 kills for Kungarna, though Ajax getting hooked back in before he could solidify one of those kills, and he will actually end up dying, and he's not up on a teleporter or, well, really just his ultimate in general yet, but Kungarna holding on for now. Still 2 minutes and 50 for FaZe to make a push.
Yeah, but Kungarna and Earthshatter self-destruct and Whole Hog not far away here. Just moments, in fact. About 6% on the highest one. Certainly Remix can string that along. Cause some disruption in FaZe. This point opens up a lot of moments where an Earthshatter can really tear into the backline. So many different nooks and crannies for Reinhardt to be facing, allowing you to get it in and around his shield. Shadowburn already looking at a barrage. He's going to fly around the backside. Perhaps let this loose.
Oh, he's so close to killing Ajax. Right there, he's up top. He's not going for it quite yet. Kungarna got 3 kills right there, so I mean, at this point, just hang on to it. He's probably going to end up falling. Yes, he will. Babybay finishing him off. So Kungarna themselves are having a bit of a defense here. holding on for quite a while. They have the teleporter up now, / shield generator, whichever they would like to use it on. It will be a teleporter with a walk as long as this one is. And we'll have it. Still 1:50 for FaZe to make the push, but Kungarna is definitely starting off good here.
Yeah, but FaZe is about to be looking at 5 different ultimates to use as they want to take this point. Next fight, probably. Next fight, fight and a half. Remix. Locking everybody in the corner. Oh no, FaZe just falling as Kungarna. Pretty clean, cleans that up pretty easily.
Oh my, well, FaZe they're certainly letting the big time advantage that they had slip away, and now it's 1:15. They have a good bit of ults to work with, but they could have just thrown this map away, potentially getting Remix onto the low ground. They need to try and solidify that kill right there. There's going to be a self-destruct, and oh goodness, Michael gets 3 off his self-destruct. It'll be 3 down the side, and teleporter's up for Kungarna. So they really need to get in here right now, FaZe, and make something happen off of this one. Forsaken just about to be up on a sound barrier, but Mike has anti-heals on himself. He needs to make sure he gets himself healed up. He will get it, but FaZe needs to make their stand right here. Sound barrier comes out. Forsaken quickly dispatched up after that. Teleporter, I believe, is still up on the side of Kungarna, so FaZe so close to getting this cap, but just couldn't quite get it. They came so close. They have 2 ticks down. Now it's just time to regroup. One last push in the bank of FaZe to decide it, whether they take map 1 or we tie out here.
It's not a result I would have expected whatsoever, but still a moment. 12 seconds for FaZe to try and contest this first point. If they do take it, they will take the map. Kungarna dropping an Earthshatter right on them.
Oh my, this could be just about it. Raucus falls. Shadowburn able to strike back, take down Ajax. Connor J's trying to hang on for dear life. Here gets hooked back. What a sleep to put Mikey A to bed instead of getting the kill on the Connor J. Now he's going to use that whole hog. I don't think anybody's going to be around for FaZe. And what an opportunity squandered by them to take the first map. We are just going to tie out right here. I was choked again. They tie out right there. That is, oh, a darn shame for FaZe. I'll tell you, they had a grand opportunity, and we're going to see another map.
And after a full game of Overwatch, we are no closer to finding a winner than we were at the beginning of it. What a defense on both sides there. You guys were telling it. You're like, oh, well, all FaZe got to do is just cap that first point. And Kungarna's like, yeah, but they have to, and we're not going to let them.
Well, man. Certainly did not let them. It's the teleporter came in clutch for them from Ajax. I still think, oh, FaZe, it just breaks my heart a little bit. They had such a good opportunity right there and just couldn't get it together. I don't know what it was. Shadowburn got annihilated multiple times coming back in on Pharah. I don't want to say that was the only thing because I'm sure there's much more to it, but that certainly did not help them as he came back in a few different times and just didn't really seem to get a whole lot of effectiveness out of it.
Michael's self-destruct to Shadowburn's barrage out of the air. That's going to be play of the game for sure.
Yeah.
It might have been play of the game, but the first replay we're going to look at is iRemix's Roidhart play, which was part of what kept them in this one here. That's going to be good stuff for him.
Yeah, he had a few really big moments himself as he just gets in here, swinging away. It's tough to do much about that when you're in close quarters and just have Remix in your face with a nano boost swinging. It's like, well, just got to kind of take it at that point. But great defense from Kungarna, can't take it away from them. But FaZe, I think, also pretty big missed opportunity for themselves as well.
I'd say that's true on both sides.
Yeah,
both offenses left something to be desired. Both defenses were apparently good enough.
Yeah.
But not much else to say. That first point should fall in that situation to both teams.
I felt impressed by watching FaZe when they dealt with the dive comp, and then they're like, all right, we're going to switch back to our more normal stuff. And they're like, okay, we still got you. You know, like able to deal with 2 different styles of offense, not phased by any of it. Sorry about that one. But they are able to hold on and able to send us back into map number 1.5, I guess.
Yeah, something like that. It's basically back to the beginning for us here now. So I guess we'll see what that ends up being. But it's weird because you don't normally see. I mean, normally teams are lucky if they can hold on for a couple of offensive pushes on Anubis most of the time. It's like if you can even hold 2 fights on the first point, that's, a good job. At least that's what we were seeing earlier today and through a lot of this tournament. But I guess both teams today showing up on defense. I don't know what it is. They did their homework or something.
The defensive holds, and since nobody won that first map, we will be picking it at random, and the random choice is Hollywood. So I have a very different situation here. So since we're starting all over again, you just got to see these two teams face off against each other, lacking offense, stalwart defenses. I didn't get a prediction from you guys before the last one, so I'm going to take advantage of that right now. Prediction of how this match is going. Is FaZe in or is FaZe out, guys?
That's tough. You go first.
FaZe is out. Kungarna 2-0. Starting off with Hollywood. They'll probably beat FaZe on Hollywood. From there, FaZe will get a selection. Actually, I don't know what they're going to pick. Maybe Route 66.
Let's go with
but that wouldn't be a
Gibraltar.
good one against. It could be Gibraltar, I guess. I don't know. None of those are going to be good picks against Kungarna, though. So, I don't know. I would have said Kungarna 2-0 from the start, but they did get Anubis. I'm still going to stick with Kungarna 2-0.
Alrighty.
Take FaZe 2-1.
FaZe 2-1, 2-0. So what map is FaZe winning if we're going 2-1?
I think FaZe loses. I think they lose Hollywood, take the next two.
Okay.
I don't know what maps they're going to pick yet, but I'm still working on that part
They
of
do
it.
seem to like to go to Gibraltar. It's interesting to watch, like, 'cause you get to like look at all the different maps and the way that they work and like the different matches over the days and see the ones that the teams like to pick. And it does seem that FaZe favors Gibraltar a lot. So I could easily see us going there next.
But after what Kungarna did to Renegades on Gibraltar, why on earth would you pick that?
I don't know. I mean, FaZe, I'm sure they also, they feel pretty comfortable there themselves, too. They've had good success there. I don't know.
See, if I were going to be picking FaZe, I would be looking for the niche picks that are just going to explode. Like, I would have expected them to crush Kungarna on Anubis, and at that point, it's like, oh, they're ready, and they're going to take this. But that performance, I don't see it unless they completely fumbled whatever their expected plans were there. Then I'm still going to have to stay with Kungarna. Plain and simple.
All right.
We gotta go.
Got one predicting Kungarna, one predicting FaZe. Should be going into game. Here we go, guys. Take it away.
This is basically the start of our match now, because Anubis is completely nullified. Right there. So, FaZe versus Kungarna. Thanks for joining us as we get this one kicked off. This is very, very important for FaZe. Have to reiterate yet again. They need to win this to get into the top 6, plain and simple. Kungarna doesn't matter quite as much for them. Of course, they would like the win, obviously. Just 1, to play spoiler, but 2, to, give themselves better standing going into the round of 6, into the next group stage. Will be Kungarna on the offense to get us started. FaZe on the defensive side, and it will be quad tank for FaZe, at least from what they're showing us so far. We'll see what Kungarna actually decides to go with, but it will be quad tank at the very least for FaZe here. And a lot of times, well, it's a pretty standard for them, I suppose, for quad tank on defense, but Mike playing the Hog, Kungarna, they never like to lock in on whatever it is that they are going to be playing until the last second, but I would expect to see Michael on the Tracer at least. He did that earlier today. He's been doing that pretty much throughout the entire Winter Premier, or at least through these group stages, really liking the Tracer play on the offense of this map and defense.
Been coming up big with it a lot of the time. Connor J on Roadhog as usual. I think that's pretty much all I need to see to know how this first part's probably going to go. FaZe Clan, though. No Shadowburn going to be locking in D.Va here. Like you said, 4 tanks on the first point. Michael floating around the alley, seeing if he can find any easy picks perhaps, or an opportunity to just try and pester and build his ultimate. Remix taking somebody all the way there into the back.
And here we go. Kungarna losing 1. And already 2 for FaZe, so it's an excellent start for them. And Remix quickly dispatched up after that. So no trouble for FaZe at the moment. He's going to charge. They want to try and even pick up the stragglers here, stagger them a bit, but back to the drawing board as Michael quickly switching himself over to the D.Va rather than that Tracer. Was not liking that pick, so
Both Reinhardt's already at 80% on their Earth Shatters, just passing a minute here. Let me see who's going to get theirs out first. iRemix taking the first charge.
He is going to send himself on in. Fact Fiction using Earth Shatter, but Connor J popping him in the dome shortly after that, making sure he finds 0. And Connor J helping Kungarna commandeer this point. No troubles whatsoever for them here. There's still a couple bodies around from FaZe to stall out as long as possible. Shadowburn getting ejected from his mech, and Forsaken still here, and they both get melted instantly. So a bit of stall from FaZe, but in the end, Kungarna pretty standard and easy take for them here on this first point.
Easy indeed. And once they got that first pick, Factor Fiction completely whiffing that ultimate, not even picking up anybody, and then following immediately afterwards, Kungarna rolling straight through from that point forwards. They do have 5 ultimates on their side if you count Ajax, the Sound Barrier, FaZe Clan. Basically working with 4, but they will get close to 6 throughout this fight. They're really going to need to step up and start draining some of these out of Kungarna, or Kungarna's just going to roll through the streets phase.
There's going to be... I heard a Graviton that was supposed to come out, but I'm pretty sure that got eaten by somebody. And what a self-destruct from Shadowburn over the top. That's going to get 3, but Kungarna responding with some kills of their own right here. It's a 3v3 fight directly on the card at least, and Shadowburn's still in there, just keeping pressure up, but it will be Mike, who is also in at the moment, but starting to get... He was getting a little bit low on health, actually just melted instantly by Ajax and company. Michael taking out Shadowburn, so Kungarna continuing full steam ahead here and playing very aggressive to try and get some of these stragglers.
It was Baby Bay's ultimate that got eaten by Shadowburn, but Baby Bay already back with another Graviton.
Yeah, that is some quick charging right there. And he's already back with it, and Kungarna's got a lot of ultimates. Him and Baby Bay and Michael sync pretty well on some of these ults, sending that self-destruct over the top, landing in the back. That is beautiful from Kungarna. 3 for Michael, 1 for Remix, and 1 for Baby Bay. They hit that so many times. Full team wipe from Kungarna. They are looking good on the offense here of Hollywood.
Looking good. Looking borderline unstoppable here. FaZe Clan, they do have 5 ultimates, none of them coming up big in that last fight. Baby Bay breaking out another Graviton probably threw him for a loop. Who would have thought he'd get it that fast? Connor J got a hook there onto Mikey. Mikey gonna barely get away though. Still 5 ultimates for FaZe Clan, not burning a single one of them yet, but as Kungarna rolls around into the corner of the 3rd point, they're generating their own, and so far they've been able to dictate the pace of the fight, setting the tempo, taking down FaZe a number of times already. FaZe is going to have to start getting aggressive, setting their own tempo to use these ultimates and delay Kungarna as much as possible.
They certainly have a lot of ults to work with. 5 online for FaZe. And now Zomz is laying out that Graviton Surge. Only Remix really the one to get caught up in it. They've only traded 1 for 1 with how many ults that FaZe had. They just used 3 of them. And not a whole lot of return so far. Mike now using Whole Hog, just pressing Kungarna back, and they've certainly delayed on time. And here comes yet another combination. Michael with 2 off of the self-destruct and Graviton combo with Baby Bay. Man, these guys just do not mess that up often. They're so on point with it, and now Connor J's just going to go forward with his Whole Hog, making sure that he can suppress some of these respawners coming out from FaZe. But there are a lot of people here from Kungarna at the moment. They don't have Remix, which is hurting for Kungarna, but it doesn't really matter. These guys are just getting pick after pick. Shadowburn, though, getting Nano Boost. He's got to come up big with some kills, or it will be Kungarna getting the cap on this point with just under 3 minutes. He is going to throw that self-destruct on top of the cart. Not going to find any kills, but he did delay just a little bit longer. Remix is back into the point. Zom's getting caught inside of a Graviton, as well as Mike. And finally, Kungarna capping it off. 2 minutes and 45 left in the bank. A pretty solid offense right there from those guys.
Absolutely, especially considering that last point should have taken them a lot longer with the amount of ultimates that FaZe had. FaZe giving them room, and really, at the same time, I can criticize FaZe for it. I could also just praise Baby Bay and Michael for their ultimate, their combination after combination. All day today, they've been coming up huge with self-destruct combos. And in some cases for Michael, no combo at all. Just that Gibraltar match, throwing the self-destruct into the back and picking up 3 on his own.
That's one of the places, Hollywood seems to be one of the places where they really do it well, but I mean, they always love that same part of the street. I've seen them do it, where, you know, down that one long stretch right by the garbage bins. They just get the Graviton pretty much same spot. Michael has got the placement of the self-destruct down to a T, right on top of him in the middle of the Graviton, and it's just game over.
He knows exactly where to place it. They know when to do it with a cart in the right spot. You see Baby Bay go through the saloon and pop it out every single time. Even when Baby Bay plays Soldier 76, he uses that same angle to come in. And, you know, so far, no real opponents putting people up there to monitor that whatsoever, or keeping even a sight line on that door, communicating that it's going to be coming. It is fairly predictable at this point. But at the same time, what can you do in some of these circumstances besides see? Baby Bay's been missing for, I don't know, what, 2 seconds? I guess let's point D.Va in that direction. That's the best I could come up with without really analyzing things too closely, because that can backfire against you. You can come out the bottom of the saloon, and then you're still going to get caught in the Graviton.
That's the thing. Baby Bay has found lots of different sneaky areas to bring in the Gravitons from on a lot of these maps, and I'm sure other teams have as well, but Kungarna does a really nice job of executing these set plays with Gravitons, and something that has helped bring quite a bit of success to their team. So will be the Symmetra on the defense again for Kungarna's. Ajax is going to be on that, and Quad Tank for FaZe as they come out on their offense. They're going to have to match a pretty good offense, because Kungarna was played very well there on theirs. So so far just poking back and forth, and FaZe looking to engage right now. Fact Fiction's lining it up with Remix for the angle on the charge. Remix is the one to go in with the bubble and takes Fact Fiction into the wall. Forsaken goes down to Connor J, just mopping them up. And Shadowburn's just trying to get himself out, and he will in the end, but that will be a nice first hold for Kungarna, and Ajax already at 60% on his teleporter. One
of the biggest differences of why Kungarna's counter charges, or I guess preemptive charges, when Remix takes Factor Fiction into the wall there, is the fact that Connor J immediately nails the hook, and it's a rehearsed combination they use to protect Remix. We'll hold on to that right now. See the Zarya bubble on him as he does it. Connor J looking for a good hook. That's what they do. They put it together every single time, and it works out for them so much better than so many other teams who perhaps miss the bubble, or something like that goes wrong, don't get the hook. And if you don't hit every element of that strategy, then it certainly starts coming off the rails. Kungarna always great at it. Connor always reliable.
Teleporter's up for Ajax and the rest of Kungarna. Here we go. Another Graviton into the mech bomb. Michael again taking out 2 with it that time, and a 3 kill for him on the entirety of the fight. Just, man, these guys are so good with that combination. I think pretty much every mech bomb that Michael has laid out so far in this match has been at least 2 kills on it.
Maybe all of today.
Oh, today? Yeah. I'd believe it if you told me that. I mean, they literally, there's very few where he misses something with it. And Connor J getting even the hook in. Kungarna's just looking so strong at the moment. FaZe is really struggling to gain their ground against them. With that teleporter up from Kungarna too, FaZe has got to be dominant on one of these fights or find the teleporter. Whichever one, I mean, either one works, but they're starting to work their way back in now. 1:30 left for FaZe to get themselves a win on this first point here. Fact Fiction is going to lay that down. He has the Earth Shatter. He's waiting for it. Just completely melted by the whole hog from Connor J. They used the Graviton. Zoms did. There was no follow-up because Connor J used that whole hog defensively, pushing everybody back. There was no chance for FaZe to get in to actually follow up on the Graviton itself. And the self-destruct from Shadowburn didn't really do anything. So it's just FaZe continuing to struggle here. Kungarna's 1 minute away from taking the first map.
And Baby Bay and Michael are both generating their ultimates pretty quickly here. Michael on his way back. Looks like he just got back from the fight. You can expect a Graviton. Here it comes.
Oh, here we go. Didn't even need the self-destruct with that one. Just melted FaZe on the point. My goodness. The teleporter is no longer up for Kungarna, but still, they're working on getting another one at the moment, and I don't even think they'll need it. 30 seconds left.
It'll be a shield generator, probably,
at this point.
If he's able to break it out mid-fight, just because you don't really have time to think about it. Either way, I could see it if they're losing people, but That's a big proposition. 15 seconds left for FaZe. They do have 2 ultimates, a Nano Boost and Earth Shatter. The Earth Shatter is going to have to come up huge, but so far Kungana not giving him an angle. Factor Fiction looking for it. He does have one.
Fact Fiction did get the Earth Shatter out right there and takes a remix all the way into the wall in the back there. FaZe do get 2 kills, Ajax and Connor J among them. They lost Psalms off the start of the fight, but they are continuing to go back and forth. Self-destruct coming in, that'll be Kungana holding on. Team wipe against FaZe right there at the end, going up 1-0 over FaZe, who are desperate for a win here. Oh, that's beautiful from Kungana, man.
Man, you know, you watch that first match on Anubis. You're like, man, what's wrong with these teams? Then Kungana's like, never mind, we got it. We're good to go. 3-0. Oh my goodness, the full hold on defense.
Oh man, Kungana just is so on point right now. I mean, with the combination of ultimates between Baby Bay and Michael, those guys with Graviton and Self-Destruct is just incredible to watch. I don't think they've missed it at all yet. And I mean, FaZe just can't get anything with theirs. They're using their ultimates so efficiently, Kungana, and this is the exact one I was talking about earlier. We've seen tons of highlights of Kungana doing that exact same setup throughout this group stage in the exact same part of Hollywood. I mean, they have it down to a T, and if you're FaZe, it's hard to do anything against it. And at this point, Kungana is just using their ultimates so well. Not only that combination, but even Connor J using that whole hog when Zoms laid out.
Yeah.
His Graviton, just using the whole hog defensively and just blasting everybody away and kept his team alive, couldn't follow up on it.
And it did feel like there was so much, not just coordination between the ults, but Michael being able to just drop the ult at the very end to pick up kills without a Graviton Surge. And right before that, they had a Graviton Surge without the ult that was able to push them into that final moment. So, like, the combination is like the icing on the cake on 2 already fantastic players doing exactly what they need.
That's the thing. They have, I don't know, they use everything. It just seems so very, very opportunistic times to be breaking out some of these ultimates. And, you know, in any case, Michael is just apparently Kobe with these self-destructs, man, because they just always seem to be just dead on to where people are at, where they're hiding, whatever it is. But that also takes good communication to call out some of these points where you can put them. So good job from Kungana, man. If they keep playing like that, I don't think FaZe has much of a shot at this one.
So FaZe needing to win here on map number 3. What do they need to do? They're going to Nepal, so they're going to take that, make that the place that can define whether they make it into the group stage or not, or the round of 6 rather. You think they got it here? You called it 2-0. You called it 2-1.
I called 2-1 FaZe. I thought this is where they were going to start. You know, I thought Kungana was going to take the first map here, and then FaZe was going to start cruising. But like I just said, if Kungana keeps playing like that, man, FaZe has got just about 0 chance on this one, because Kungana is playing at a
look at
very
3
high
chances
level.
at least on this one.
Well, yeah, at least they get 3. I mean, third time's a charm, right? So even
That's
if
right.
they lose the first 2, they got a couple more, maybe.
You're already retreating on your opinion, huh? All I got to do is stare at you long enough, and it just starts.
I was
coming
questioning
in.
it before you started staring at me, so you don't even have to.
No, but it's more fun if I pretend that you absolutely believe what you say. Kungana, so far shutting down everything FaZe has to offer. FaZe trying to break out Pharah a little bit. So far, no Genji from Shadowburn on Hollywood. We did see it on Anubis, and mixed success here and there. Pharah just not working out whatsoever for FaZe Clan. Kungana, I don't see the weakness that FaZe Clan can exploit against these guys. I think some teams can play them just at their level, play a regular game, play their own game, and Kungana might make some mistakes, so they might find some big plays and they stand a chance that way. But FaZe Clan, the way that they play, the way that they manage these lineups, and kind of the struggles they have in the 4-tank setup, they're going to need something big, and so far I haven't seen it.
Well, it's go time for FaZe Clanner. They are not making it into our top 6. Mike is the first to fall. Michael getting 2 out of the gate for Kungana. He eventually gets taken down by Shadowburn, but still, those 2 kills should be enough to allow Kungana to come to this point. And Cap, FaZe wants to have something to say about it. They get here just in time, but Shadowburn, I believe, got off the point just for a second. And they were able to get the cap, and FaZe ends up losing Fact Fiction, which will certainly delay them. Mikey A gets hooked in and pops Connor J right in the dome. FaZe looking to reinitiate right here with that pick and that pick alone. And Fact Fiction trying to come back in, but they lose Shadowburn. Still looking maybe to take this fight regardless. And Fact Fiction has the Earth Shatter remix, though, getting a big Earth Shatter. He's got a nano boost on top of that, easily able to take care of Mikey A, but the sleep comes out onto that nano boosted Reinhardt, but it's still Kungarna all over this point.
So far, Michael already with a self-destruct. Baby Bay starting to build his Graviton, about 25% away or so. FaZe Clan. They do have a Nano Blade and a Graviton they can work with. Perhaps a Whole Hog, but probably want to hold on to that.
Probably going to be initiating with this Nano Blade if I had to imagine for FaZe.
I mean, at 57%, it's not necessarily a bad idea to throw out the Graviton and the Nano Blade.
Well, here we go. That Nano Blade's going to kick off from Shadowburn. Kungarna, they do get a couple, but Shadowburn comes back with 2 of his own, and then Mikey got 1 as well. That self-destruct just ended up disappearing into the sky or something, but here's Mike. He's using the Whole Hog to just put Baby Bay into the meat grinder. He gets 2. Kungarna up to 81%. Still a very good first hold for them, but FaZe finally retaking the point here, and they will have Graviton to defend with as well. Good job on Zoms to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's a good thing they had the confidence to pull it off.
Yeah.
That was a tight situation. If they had lost that match with where it was getting, or lost that fight, it might have been first loss here on Nepal, but Baby Bay looking for his own Graviton. And Kungarna getting darn close to taking the point back anyways.
Good sound barrier from FaZe, but they lost Mike to Remix. That'll be a 1-player advantage for Kungarna here as Fact Fiction does take down Remix, but they're trading back and forth for the moment. Forsaken was taken out of the fight by Connor J. Connor J again is going to get Fact Fiction as well. Takes down Zoms. That's a 3K for Connor J. This guy is a monster on the Roadhog. Kungarna retakes the point, and they're at 90%. They're just going to press forward here and try and keep FaZe from even getting themselves onto the point, as it is very, very close. Right now, here comes the Nano Blade out. Shadowburn's trying to turn it into FaZe's favor yet again. They do get a few, so they should be able to retake right here, but still, oh goodness, yes, they will be able to get this point back, but Kungarna's sitting at 99%. Very close for them. FaZe is going to have to be perfect on the defense here.
They will. They do have a Graviton and an Earth Shatter, though. They space those out, and they absolutely do have to space those out if they want to stand a chance here. Unless they can maybe develop another Nano Blade and let Shadowburn pop off. I was casting a little doubt on whether Shadowburn could get by Connor J and Baby Bay. Apparently, so far, it's still working out. Sorry for criticizing Lord Genji, Shadowburn. Apparently, the only one who can stop Shadowburn on Genji is Shadowburn himself.
Shadowburn, speaking of which, is quite low on health at the moment, as well as the rest of FaZe. And Kungarna is very close to retaking this point, but FaZe is still holding strong on the point. Remix goes down to Shadowburn. And if Kungarna retakes this, then FaZe can't delay long enough. That could be the end of this first stage here. Kungarna's got a lot of time down on it. Michael's delaying for as long as possible, but FaZe are the ones that are getting the kills. Connor J came back up on Tracer to try and re-engage, but I think this may end up going the way of FaZe, but Kungarna is going to try and get themselves back in. One more push. Raucus has... Oh, he's got that Nano Boost. Shadowburn has got the Dragon Blade. Here comes the Nano Blade out from Shadowburn. 2 for him already, looking for a little more on top of that, but the 2 kills might just be enough for them as Connor J is delaying as long as he possibly can. FaZe looking good so far here, but there will be a sound barrier on both sides. I think that sound barrier from FaZe will be enough to seal the deal for them. Connor J is going to get the Nano Boost, though. He can't really seem to find any kills for himself. Shadowburn has just been going off, defending this point for FaZe. And the players of Kungarna are still trickling in one by one, but Baby Bay cannot touch the point in time, so FaZe striking first here on Nepal.
Connor J finding himself on the unfamiliar side of a hook.
Yeah, really.
There to Mikey A.
Often.
Well, good for FaZe taking off the first stage here. They will need to take all 3 A real, well, 3 out of 5 at least, in order to keep themselves alive, not only on Nepal, or not only in the series, but in the entire tournament itself. So FaZe, that's a very, very big win for them.
That's a good way to get themselves back into the match, but they got to win everything from, well, I mean, not necessarily every stage of this, but they need to keep winning and winning and winning. Because if they lose here, as you are just joining us, if FaZe loses, they are done in the Winter Premier. They have to win to make it into the top 6. This is the last match of the day of this group phase, so this is very crucial for them. Connor J will be running the Mei this time around for Kungarna, and FaZe running, well, their standard setup across the board as we head onto the village stage of Nepal right here. Connor J, getting hooked in already. That might be it for him. He does put the wall up, so Fact Fiction quite low on health, and Connor J gets a right click to take down Mikey A. Kungarna starting off very strong right here. Shadowburn, who's still in. Connor J.
That's the stuff.
That is the stuff. I know this brings you such joy in it.
Oh, wow.
It's like his addiction watching Connor J on Mei just crushing souls.
That's good. Connor J doesn't disappoint me no matter what, man. Oh, Roadhog, Mei, I'm fired up.
You are getting way too excited about this.
That's great.
Well, here we go. FaZe coming right back in. Fact Fiction takes Remix right into the wall, and a good biotic on top of Remix to make sure that that kill was secured. So that's the opening. That's 2 openings for FaZe, and a very good opportunity to retake this point. But you never know. Connor J is still sitting on there. He's just stalling out at the moment behind his own wall. He's going to go in ice block and just really try and stay alive. Get some extra percentage points on there for Kungarna. Look at this. He's still staying alive. Putting another wall up, but well, there finally FaZe is going to be able to take the point. Good stall, though, to at least buy some extra time.
Yeah, 43% for Kungarna so far. FaZe, looks like they've got 3, almost 4 ultimates to work with. Zom's working on the Graviton that's going to come up big in this next fight. Perhaps Factor Fiction won't find the angle, but Kungarna, they're going to have 6 of their own. Baby Bay working on his own Graviton. Connor J, he's got a Blizzard. They like to pair those 2 together, and so do I.
Nano Blade from Shadowburn. Actually, not a Nano Blade, just a regular Dragon Blade. Remix shutting it down with the Earth Shatter. FaZe is 2 players out of it at the moment. So is Kungarna. Oh, baby, here comes Kungarna mowing through FaZe on this point. There was just 1 left. That was Raucus, but he will be taken care of quite easily. That Blizzard from Connor J paying dividends.
And not even having to break out the Graviton for it. I mean, it's a single
Good
point.
management.
It takes up a ton of space. You can block off 1 wall with it, and it boxes everybody into a terrible corner. They simply cannot escape the Blizzard in time unless, you know, shields or speed boosts or a bunch of other things. Kungarna, Baby Bay looking for that Graviton.
Michael just looking for that Pulse Bomb. There it is. It's going to land and do a lot of damage. Michael took down Forsaken with it. Remix cleaning up on 2 more. Mike dispatched of Michael, but that's fine because Kungarna still comes out on top of the fight. They're going to hold off FaZe even longer here. 80% and counting right now for Kungarna. Now,
wow.
Shadow
That's a manhunt.
getting booped. They went in for him.
All angles, hunting him down.
That'll delay him even just a little bit more. But right now, FaZe has the tools to retake.
It seems like no matter what Michael plays, he's still going to come up huge in the Bombo combos.
It's a big wall coming through from Connor J, though. Remix starts it by getting Mikey A, and there's a Graviton on the point. Some of these Gravitons from Zoms just don't seem to get a whole lot in them. I mean, he does get 1 pick off the back of it, so that's all you need. Here we go. FaZe starting to get something together. It's Remix on the point. He's taken care of. And FaZe will get it back, but Kungarna, 99%. FaZe has got to be perfect through the rest of this stage.
Yeah, we kind of caught themselves in a similar position last round on Sanctum, and they were able to pull themselves out of it no problem. Kungarna, they do have an Earth Shatter to try and retake this. Very close to Connor J with another Blizzard. And Michael, a Pulse Bomb. FaZe, though, do have a Dragon Blade not far away here for Shadowburn and an Earth Shatter. Those could be what they need to hold on to the next 2 possessions here, but Kungarna, if that Blizzard lands, it's going to be a disaster.
Mike is on Tracer now, and a big Earth Shatter from Remix. Got some bodies down, but FaZe is just going to be cleaning up as Shadowburn went off with his Dragon Blade. 4 for Shadowburn. That will be a team wipe. You hear the horn going, and FaZe is feeling good, as there will be just about 80% on the board here for FaZe at the moment. And we are looking like FaZe could hold on here and take a 2-0 lead on Nepal.
Shadowburn doing it in that back line through a blizzard as well. There was 1 second it looked like he was just about to freeze and get all of the momentum taken out, but managed to get through.
Garna's got to strike back right now. Big pulse bomb to take out Zombs, and Fact Fiction really hurt on the point, but they were able to get Ajax. Shadowburn gets Baby Bay. This could be it. FaZe, oh, they're just getting so many kills right now. Michael was going to have to go big. I don't think that's quite going to happen. And that'll be FaZe going up 2-0 on Nepal. They are edging it out just barely. Congarna's so close. They get up to 99% and can never retake the point. And it is just FaZe getting it and holding strong.
I think holding on to that blizzard a little bit longer and looking for a much better, more guaranteed win was probably in Congarna's favor. Congarna, a little bit of errors here and there, allowing FaZe the opportunity FaZe needs, and FaZe absolutely capitalizing it on every time. Oh, thank you, replay. You know what I want.
Oh my, this is disgusting. Why? We have to watch May do these things to people. Innocent men. Well,
some people are Genji fanboys. I'm not about that life.
He's a May fanboy. How disgusting is that? Well,
Top notch.
Oh my, well.
I'm not even ashamed of it, man.
That's good. Be proud of it. Don't hide it. Here we go. It is FaZe Clan 2-0 on Nepal, looking to tie this up and send it to a third map. Their tournament life is on the line. Hooking in Shadowburn. It's Connor J. See you later, he says. And Blam shortly taken out shortly after that. So a couple kills going the way of each side. It's a 4v4. Michael was demeched though, so that's certainly not playing in the favor of Congarna by any means. And with Remix being taken down, that will be that'll be the point going to FaZe first here, as they are really looking much better on Nepal.
Now, FaZe needs it to stay alive, and FaZe is doing well so far. 2 points up already in Nepal, and in control here of what might be their 3rd round victory. Tying this up 1-1 if they can get it done. FaZe getting very close to 2 ultimates. Not far away from 6, honestly, if this next fight lasts a little bit. Shadowburn definitely going to get out of Dragon Blade. You know he generates that super quickly. Remix getting slept on the point. Congarna pretty far away from most of their ultimates, but Michael finding Factor Fiction, that's going to be a problem for FaZe.
Oh, that's 2 for Congarna right now. Connor J is just looking around for hooks as well, but Mike, who is now playing Tracer, was able to take down Ajax. Getting the hook there was Connor J. A good boop to at least keep himself alive, Forsaken, but that wasn't going to last long, as it will be now Congarna on the point. Oh, getting that hook onto Mike. That is gorgeous from Connor J. Finally cleaning up on all the kills. FaZe stalling out for a bit, but 48% to their name. And some big ultimates are coming up online for Congarna, but same thing with FaZe. They're going to have a hell of a lot in that arsenal to retake with.
They have 5 on their side. Nano Blade might be all FaZe needs.
Seriously.
Based on how they've been playing so far. Congarna, they do have a Graviton and Earth Shatter though, and that can be a lot to shut down some of that momentum out of Genji.
Ults on both sides. Shadowburn with that Nano Blade. That's 2 for him. Great target selection coming out from Shadowburn. 3 in total for him off the Nano Blade, as they're still duking it out on the point. Each side were able to get a couple of kills, but it's certainly going the way of FaZe at the moment, as Michael on point is just stalling out. Shadowburn takes care of him. And now it is going to be FaZe getting control of the point again. If they finish this one out, it will be going to a 3rd and final map. They even have Graviton and Earth Shatter. All they really needed was the Nano Blade.
Pulse Bomb on Mikey A. Find Remix on that. Pretty much guarantee FaZe will take the fight. Remix, he's got a Graviton, or sorry, he's got an Earth Shatter he's looking for. Here comes the Pulse Bomb from Mikey.
Oh, there it is. 2 off the Pulse Bomb from Mikey A, getting Baby Bay, Connor J, and the rest of FaZe there to clean up on that. And Mike goes forward, even get Blam as well at the end. So
see the look of defeat on Blam's face for a second there. Like, really, man? You're going to do me like that? You're not going to finish me off? All right, maybe I can win. Oh.
Nope.
Rude.
Rip.
Rude, Mikey.
Ripperino. So here we go. Oh, man, Remix going down that early that's no bueno for Congarna. They are going to use a sound barrier. Michael trying to send that self-destruct back there. Actually catches Mikey somehow. Oh, Mike has got to be pretty ticked off about that one. Shadowburn, though, using that Dragon Blade. Kungarna are making it happen, though. They've gotten 3 kills. And Mikey A still making his way back to the point. This will definitely be a return of the point to Kungarna's possession. But it's a matter of can they hold it or not in this situation. Zom's having a Graviton. I'm thinking that may be difficult for Kungarna to do. Mike coming up on the Pulse Bomb as well.
Yeah, the bomb combo for Mikey and Zoms is exactly what FaZe is looking for to retake the point here. A nano boost for Blam might not be enough to shut all that down unless Michael can really make it work, and he has in the past, but there's the Graviton.
Oh, there's the Pulse Bomb. On top of it, Mikey A gets 2. Baby Bay and Blam both down. And that might just be all FaZe needs. Connor J wrapping around the backside, though. Kungarna's still very much in this as they strike back with a couple kills of their own. FaZe using Sound Barrier. And Shadowburn, who has made the switch over to D.Va, was able to get Connor J. Ajax goes down. Shadowburn gets a couple for himself, and this might just be FaZe sending it to a 3rd and final map. It's going to have to be Remix getting on this point right now. He's got to charge in, but can't get there in time. And we will see a 3rd map to decide whether or not FaZe stays in the tournament or not into our top 6.
Just when it looked like FaZe was going to be out of it, they bounced back here. And they only took 3 points. The clean 3-0 sweep there of Kungarna on Nepal. And we will go to a 4th map, technically. But yes,
well, yeah,
the final deciding map, it all comes down to this, folks.
Oh, it's been a good one. And FaZe looking much better. It's a good pick for them. They felt confident on Nepal. Now it's going to be Kungarna's pick going into our final map of the day. And, I mean, I could see there's a few different choices they have at play here at Kungarna, but they were looking so good on payload, escort, you know, what have you, hybrid maps earlier. This is still going to be really tough for FaZe. They have a tough game ahead of them.
They do, but they do have a Shadowburn, which helps out a lot sometimes. He was instrumental in this match here, getting the win. So we'll take another look at his plays here on Genji.
He's, you know, obviously the big impact player for FaZe. You get those nano blades, and he starts shredding them up. And slice and dice. 3 for him on that play in particular. Helped get FaZe back into the game numerous times, retaking the point. So Shadowburn making plays as he often does with those nano blades.
So for our 3rd and final match, it'll all come down to this, assuming we don't have some sort of tie situation. It will be Gibraltar, where they go and take that one. That's where FaZe, we talked about that earlier. FaZe likes to play on Gibraltar as well. So this hopefully be it as a thrilling final game of the first stage of the group stage.
I'm thinking it will be, though. Kungarna looked really rock solid here earlier today themselves. So I'm thinking they might feel even a little bit better than FaZe often does on this map. So. But with that being said, they both like the map, and I mean, I think we're in for a good one. We've seen a great match so far. Kungarna, though, it's going to be tough getting through them on the side of FaZe with how they were playing here earlier.
You picked the 2-0 for Kungarna, David. That's not going to happen anymore. You want to reconvene here?
No, I'm going to double down on the 2-0 Kungarna.
2-0 Kungarna?
That makes sense, Caleb.
Yeah.
2-1 Kungarna.
2-1 Kungarna. Okay.
2-1 FaZe. That was my original prediction.
He's going to stick to this one here. This
with it.
This is going to be big. This is going to be really, really big. If FaZe wins, they're in. If they lose, they're out. We can't say it enough. And it's so awesome that they were able to force this Game 3, technically Game 4. I mean, you wonder if they're at any point being like, man, if we had just capped on Anubis, we'd be in now. We'd be, you know.
That's the thing. I bet they're kicking themselves for that. They had such a good opportunity.
They were so close.
But I mean, both teams did, of course.
If they weren't before, when they watch this broadcast, they're going to be kicking it now thanks to you guys. Savage over here. I was the one taking the blame for being sadistic, liking May kills. And you guys,
you're still worse than us. It's fine.
But the thing is, it's going to take viewership a long time to figure out just how dark that gets. With FaZe Clan,
oh my,
they're going to start out on defense.
They are indeed.
Kungarna
They
on
got
offense.
Shadowburn as well.
You're back and losing your mind, aren't you?
I am. I've never had it, but I'm getting the giggles again. Watch out. But this is it, folks. Coming all down to this. FaZe, the team that made a roster swap coming into our second week of the Group 8, or the Round of 8 group stage qualifier here, making a change up in the roster, bringing in Mikey-A. They've been sitting down towards the bottom of our standings. And now it comes down to one map as to whether or not they are going to stay into the Winter Premiere and get themselves into our top 6. And the top 6 then get narrowed down to go on to the Grand Finals to play for $100,000 within the coming weeks. It is all down to this for FaZe, a third and final map. Let's see if they can do it, as they will start off on our defensive side. Kungarna will be running their triple tank and Baby Bay on the Soldier 76 to start it off. We see the strategy. They love flipping it around, getting themselves all the way around on the high ground, getting Baby Bay up there as they take the stairs and wrap around. I would expect to see a similar thing from them this time as they go on the push. And with getting Shadowburn that early, that's a huge opening for Kungarna. They might just take the fight directly into them, but no, they are doing what they normally do. Michael just pushing the cart on up. He's got Connor J alongside of him on the Roadhog, and Baby Bay's already gotten that high ground positioning, putting a lot of damage into Shadowburn, and Ajax is right there to take care of him. Starting off brilliantly for Kungarna, as they already have 3 kills for themselves. Earthshatter comes out, but from Fact Fiction, and Raucus gets a couple for himself. They're keeping FaZe in it for now, but Kungarna still just continuing to rack up the kills. They already grabbed the first point off to a blazing start.
It's that same offense we saw from them on Hollywood. Kungarna gonna be hard to stop here. Attack Visor already on Baby Bay. Blam working on that nano boost. They're gonna connect those pretty soon. Michael already with a self-destruct, but no Zarya to pair it with so far. If Baby Bay gets shut down here in the second stage, you'll probably switch to that going into the third point. We've seen that already. Kungarna taking away the shuttle. FaZe Clan trying to prevent them from doing that with that Attack Visor. Shadowburn actually seeing it coming, pressing into Baby Bay, but not really getting anything out of it. He's going to back off first.
Oh, now Mike getting in behind, or he's trying to at least. He's going to get shut down. His Shadowburn Tracer wasn't working too much, so they now have Mike on the Tracer, but now actually switching over to the Roadhog. And Kungarna is just steamrolling through on this offense. Shadowburn now is going to get the nano boost. Remix off of a big Earthshatter is going to shut that down. Now Baby Bay from up top with the nano visor is going to put an insurance policy on capping this point off. And that will be easy peasy for Kungarna. In fact, Fiction going for the reset, but easy peasy for Kungarna right now, man. It is now just under 6 minutes to get to last point on their offense.
Kungarna, really only a whole hog, but they are working on a sound barrier. FaZe has a little bit more of an advantage, actually a lot more of an advantage. Graviton for Zoms, Earthshatter for Fact of Fiction, not far away. Shadowburn with a self-destruct. They need to get aggressive and start bleeding time out of Kungarna. Kungarna has 5 minutes just moving into the third point.
This is just kind of disgusting. Here comes a self-destruct going into the back. Shadowburn will connect onto Remix with that one, so a bit of a reprieve for FaZe as they pick up a few kills right there, but Kungarna looking to come back strong. Still plenty of time for them to work with. Zoms on the Graviton. Fact Fiction with an Earthshatter is what FaZe are going to need to hold, preferably only needing to use one of them going into this next fight.
Kungarna still with a sound barrier. We're actually starting to take it. Oh, that Earthshatter not coming up with anything besides Ajax. Ajax might get away though.
Yeah, Shadowburn was trying to convert on that one, unable to. Fact Fiction goes down, and now Zoms is forced to use his Graviton, but again, there's not follow-up there. He's using it, and nobody's around to kill anything. He just uses it to stall them for 5 seconds, and at that point, is it even worth it? Shadowburn goes down to Michael. Baby Bay falling to Mikey-A. See if he had Graviton for right now, this second, he'd be able to come right back out and take a fight on the cart with it, but FaZe in dire straits here. They use the sound barrier Remix with that nano boost. They're trying to convert on these kills, though. Zoms is making up for it as he finds a couple of kills himself, eventually taken down by Remix, who uses the Earthshatter to keep his team in the fight. Self-destruct is going to land on the point, might be able to pick up a couple. Forsaken goes down off of that one, all thanks to Michael's self-destruct. And they continue to duke it out here, but the respawns from FaZe just continuing to come out onto the point. Shadowburn is going to put his self-destruct out there, not getting anything other than a bit of zoning power. Remix charging into the back. Mikey A is up on Tracer, looking for some of these squishies to put some damage into, just cleaning up on this damage. Kungarna still in the fight, regardless of losing Remix. Now Pulse Bomb landing in the middle of that one, and FaZe may finally be able to settle this defense out as Kungarna came very, very close to capping it off. They do stop them in just the nick of time, but 3 minutes.
I'd
still.
actually say Zom's Graviton first one, and obviously the second one saved the day. If he didn't let that loose,
That's true.
They would have delayed for, he only delayed for 4 or 5 seconds, but in that amount of time, Kungarna absolutely would have capped.
Yep.
It's a tightrope to walk, though. I see where you're coming from. Remix with
They
an Earth
worked out in
Shatter.
their favor.
Baby Bay with a Graviton. Michael not far away from a self-destruct. They hold on to that. Never mind. Baby Bay's going to let his Graviton lose. Connor J with a Pulse Bomb. He's going to come up with 2.
Oh, Connor J with 3 right there. Remix cleans up onto Zoms, but Connor J, the story of it there, 3 kills. Now Remix using that Earth Shatter just to solidify it. The team wipe comes out, and Kungarna ends up capping it in the end. 2:33 left in that time bank. And they still, despite having loads of time to push last, it took them a little while, but they made it happen. So one of the better times you can get on this map in a lot of cases. And here's that final play. Yet again, Connor J's Pulse Bomb, and then even cleans up one more on top of that for 3 kills. And Kungarna still looking good on Gibraltar, just as they were earlier today.
All of Complexity out there right now, probably riveted by this match. Probably no nails left, biting down. Getting very close. A little bit of celebration after that cap with 2.5 minutes for Kungarna, but who knows what FaZe is going to break out. This has been such a back and forth series. Overall, FaZe dominant on Nepal, Kungarna dominant on Hollywood. Everybody wanting to forget what happened on Anubis, probably.
Yeah. Both teams just forget that map ever happened.
But Complexity, I feel for you. I'm sure you're trying to send your energy to Kungarna right now, but sometimes that's the way it all goes down. FaZe Clan. Shadowburn just keeping us guessing. Surprising. Blow my mind if he doesn't break out Genji at some point in this round. I mean, it's been working for him. I didn't think it would. I thought Connor, I keep trying to say Kungarna.
I didn't know if you were trying to say Connor or Kungarna.
Between Kungarna J and Baby Bay.
Kungarna J.
I didn't think he was going to be able to find the angles he needed, but so far, he's just a master at it. I guess when you survive the days of Raid Boss McCree, you're pretty great at making sure there's not a whole lot of opportunity for people to shut you down.
Well, FaZe is on the offense. This is a big one for them. Their tournament life is on the line with this offense right here.
And it's in their hands. They are on offense, not even on defense. FaZe going to have to take it all the way with change if they want to stay alive.
Here we are. Shadowburn is going to be playing that Genji yet again for FaZe. So they're just moving the card forward. Nothing too crazy out of FaZe yet. Now the hook comes through from Connor J. Shuts down Shadowburn early. And that'll just have to be back to the drawing board for FaZe as they wait for Shadowburn's respawn. But that's a good way to start it off if you're Kungarna.
Baby Bay on the high ground has just been devastating from that position all Premier long. Shadowburn now on to Genji, 24% already for his Dragon Blade. Michael taking a little bit in the side, but he's going to go ahead and start pressing Shadowburn now to reflect down. And now Connor J might be able to find Shadowburn. Oh, very close, and he's going to pick him up with secondaries.
2 right clicks. Not sure exactly why Shadowburn dashed into the middle of all of Kungarna, but ends up going down to Connor J, and then now it's going to be, well, just FaZe trying to regroup at this point, and now Earthshatter comes down from Fact Fiction. Won't actually connect on anybody. Self-destruct in the back. Fact Fiction went down to Connor J, so it's still Baby Bay up top, just keeping everyone suppressed. Shadowburn comes in to finally deal with that high ground threat of Baby Bay, but it is Kungarna, all Kungarna in this kill feed, except for a couple coming through from Shadowburn, but in the end, he's finished off, so 211 for FaZe to get something going. They do have a lot of ultimates coming up online, some big ones at that. Nano Blade amongst them and a Graviton shortly afterwards. So they're going to be looking to that Nano Blade FaZe to break open this first point.
And if that doesn't work, they're going to have 3 other ultimates to follow it up. I mean, if you have to dig deep for an offensive sound barrier, I guess make it happen. You got to stay alive here. FaZe on the ropes.
Self-destruct comes through as well. Shadowburn with it, 2 for Shadowburn, and here we are. That's what FaZe needed. As Babybay's up top with the nano boost on himself, but it's going to be Shadowburn just chasing him down. Easy pickings. And that's something for the FaZe fans to cheer about as they come through to get the first point.
I guess
Still have a long way to go.
Mikey must have been pressing out or otherwise Matrix following Shadowburn for him not to fall to a nano visor in the back like that. Nice teamwork. As FaZe always structuring themselves around the impact Shadowburn can bring, and they work so hard at it too.
Yeah, it was great stuff from FaZe. And Mike does get taken down. They trade it 1 for 1, but at this point it's just gaining ground on this card for them. And Babybay is switched over to the Winston here to try and deal with Shadowburn, not keeping himself on the Zarya for that impact ultimate. So really going to be relying a lot on some of Remix's Earth Shatters here, but Connor J is always a presence, as we know. And just shutting down Shadowburn right there.
Babybay breaking out the defensive Winston, I guess, to try and shut down Shadowburn. Let's see how that ends up panning out for them. There's a lot of verticality on the second stage in Nepal to work with, but that's just a tricky thing. Winston, very good in some situations, in other situations, ultimate feed.
Sometimes he's just like a sitting duck sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, you got to be very good with how you do it. I mean, I like it in overtime situations because he just cleans things up. But other than that, it's you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. Self-destruct coming out of Michael.
He's going to land back down. How does that even work out for him? He gets 2 off of that. I thought the shield was up from Fact Fiction. I guess he just ran out of gusto on the shield or something. But, oh, that's going to hold up FaZe for a little bit here as they regroup. And Zoms has got that Graviton. They have the Earth Shatter. They need to make something happen with the 2 of them because it's only 2 minutes and 11 seconds left for FaZe, and they need to push it the whole way. In the back now, Self-Destruct coming in from FaZe, and there's going to be Gravitons and Sound Barriers on pretty much both sides. Shadowburn actually not even using the Dragon Blade. He's able to get a couple. Much thanks to some of that, some of the Graviton from Zoms right there. Connor J should be cleaned up on quite easily. And FaZe are starting to roll their way through this hangar phase. They have a long way to go in this match. But they have still some pretty big impact ultimates. Nano Blade at the ready for FaZe as well as the Earth Shatter. That should be enough for them to take, this second point.
Kungarna, though, breaking out Primal Rage for Babybay, trying to delay a little bit. Shadowburn coming in with the Dragon Blade, Nano Blade, correct that.
Oh.
And a Self-Destruct landing in the back as well, not going to connect with anything.
One of the rare instances where that Self-Destruct doesn't connect from Michael. FaZe are getting the picks here, though, the kills on this payload. And they should be able to pick up second point with just this fight alone. Michael doing a good job of delaying, as he often does. The respawns are coming through from Kungarna, and they just want to try and stall as long as possible. Mike is going to...
Really?
Mike is going to use his self-destruct right there, try and zone him out, get a little bit of extra ground on the card, I guess, and some kills on top of that. But now Remix is going to get that nano boost. Let's see him go to town with it. 45 seconds for FaZe to get this next point. Remix so far only getting 1. That was Fact Fiction, but the rest of Kungarna still trying to stall this one out. Michael is on the payload for the time being. Should get taken care of pretty quickly, I'd imagine. It's about a 2v5 right now for those Kungarna players, but it'll be even Babybay back on Tracer. They've just stalled so much time. Finally, FaZe gets this. Their tournament life is on the line in the next minute and 50 seconds. This is going to be incredibly tough for them to push to last.
Even if they had just capped the third point, they'd already be down on Kungarna's time. Not only do they have to cap this all the way, but then they have to win the next round after this. But FaZe Clan right now just looking to cap out it all. They have 4 ultimates on their side. Shadowburn's getting very close to breaking out a Nano Blade. Kungarna, all they have to defend against that is a whole hog.
Oh, here we go. Graviton being used. Shadowburn has that Dragon Blade at the ready. Nano Blade coming into the back, takes down Blam. He's looking for Ajax as well. He will connect on that frag. Forsaken able to take down Connor J. That is 3 picks for FaZe as they make this last dash attempt to try and cap this cart. They have the number advantage right here, and they need to keep that cart moving. 1 minute left on the clock. Their tournament life on the line for FaZe.
Remix still held on to that Earth Shatter, though, and unless Factor Fiction can send him packing very quickly, that could turn all the tables. Kungarna here trying to stop FaZe from keeping themselves alive in this tournament. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Zom's not even close to the Graviton here as well. FaZe closing in on this final point, though. Shadowburn just teetering back and forth. Self-destruct will fly into the back, just zoning, and here comes an Earth Shatter in from Remix. Zom's looking good for the pick. Fact Fiction using his as well. A 1-for-1 trade off the start here for FaZe. Now Michael sending his self-destruct in on the point. Michael takes down 2. This could be it for FaZe. Only 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to start converting on kills or just die and reset so they can come back and take one more team fight. It'll be 15 seconds for FaZe to get back in.
Kungarna, what a hold so far. They do have a sound barrier and a nano boost. They're going to pour that on early. Baby Bay is going to be looking for a Graviton. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Mikey A, he's looking for the angle. I don't know if he's going to find it.
He just goes to get onto the cart, make sure that he can stall this for a little bit. Kungarna using that sound barrier. Now FaZe needs to make it happen. We are into overtime. The Graviton comes out, but not a whole lot of follow-up, at least, for Kungarna. Never mind that. 2 kills for Kungarna. Now 3 players out of it for FaZe Clan. Shadowburn comes through to kill Connor J, and the Earth Shatter will come out as well, but I don't think there's going to be anybody FaZe around. No, that is it. Kungarna shutting them down, crushing the dreams of FaZe right at the end, and that will send them packing in Complexity. Ever in the 6th spot.
What a thrilling end to a thrilling match there. FaZe running the gauntlet, bringing us down almost to the end where they almost were able to put it through. But then Michael, time and time again in this match, shutting them down, pulling out the D.Va self-destructs to just open up the space for Kungarna to get the win.
Those self-destructs came up huge. I mean, I can't stress it enough for Kungarna time and time again, not only in this match, but their matches throughout the winter premiere. But today specifically, in this match, I mean, he just hit them so often. I think there was maybe once or twice I could count in this entire match where he wasn't getting at least 2 kills with his self-destructs, and this one right at the end was even the biggest one of them all.
That last 2K, pivotal, basically sealed it for Kungarna.
Absolutely, Kungarna will take the win, and that does mean the FaZe drops out of the tournament. They will be down in the bottom and complete. Wait, no. Yes, that's true. I'm sorry. Don't know why. You gave me a look. You gave me that look again, and it made me doubt myself for just a moment.
I hate when he does it, man. He does it all the time to me.
FaZe is
guilty
out.
of a lot of things. I'm not guilty of this one. I wasn't even looking at you.
I was. It was my words. FaZe is out. Complexity is in. They can finally take a deep breath, like a sigh of relief. It looked like FaZe was going to knock them out there, but Complexity is able to pull it off.
Man, that Complexity is thanking Kungarna at this point for having such a stellar offense there throughout Gibraltar and pulling it out in the end. But I mean, what a result throughout this top 8 group stage anyway, where some of these teams placed. I never would have expected it coming into the group stages of this tournament, but it was a lot of fun to watch it unfold for sure.
It was, I think, a big part of that final game was Kungarna just being so dominant on the offensive push. I felt like the first time we really saw FaZe getting a hold was on that third bend of the final point, where we've seen many teams be able to hold, but there's the first 2 points, just bam, bam, bam. Kungarna pushes all the way through.
Their offense was just incredible, Kungarna, throughout the entirety of that, and their defense was good enough. I mean, they stalled them out so many times, whether it be the second point or just there right at the very end. But even earlier today, Kungarna did the exact same thing. Second point defense, just sat there and stalled for cut a minute or 2 off the clock just from Michael getting in there and just stalling all day. And I mean, that was brilliant from them to just be able to cut that much time off the clock from a simple stall.
I felt like we weren't seeing FaZe's ultimates really pull off the same way that we were wanting them to. But one of the things I was going to talk about, we saw Fact Fiction ult on the first point, and Ajax was sitting off to the side, got caught in the ult, but was still close enough to the payload that while Lane stunned on the ground, he was still pushing the payload, and Ajax is actually on the line here to talk to us. Ajax, do you remember this, or was that just me seeing that happen?
On the attack at the very end?
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah. That was pretty
so
crazy.
close.
You guys did very, very well there to pull off the win. How you feeling after that win, man?
Feels great. It feels really good being, an unsigned team coming into this tournament and, pulling off a lot of victories and just beating a lot of teams, Feels great.
Yeah, you guys came in, really surprised a lot of people, really turned a lot of heads, and you were the only team to actually take a game off of Immortals to beat Immortals, who otherwise are undefeated at this point. How are you guys feeling about that?
It feels really good. It was like a really strong victory for us, and we played really well. Everyone was going crazy. Everyone played really well, mechanically. Communication was great. It was just a great game overall. It felt really good.
All right, and I need you to solve something for me here. How do you pronounce Kungarna?
Kungarna, yeah.
Is
That
Kungarna?
is exactly how you say it.
With the
Yeah,
R and everything?
100%.
Alrighty, good
Mystery
to know.
solved.
Glad to know. We have a final answer here. You got any shout-outs for fans, family, friends? Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, everyone that supports us, when I go back and watch VODs with the team, we see everyone that supports us in Twitch chat and everything, and people that give us shouts on, Twitter and stuff, so it feels really good that everyone, wants to support us, so.
Awesome. Fantastic, man. Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Awesome. That is Ajax. They are coming off of a hot win, and I was wrong. It is Kungarna. You were correct, David. Well done.
I know. I talked to them. I asked them.
Look, he's so happy. No,
Well, good to know. And all the people on Reddit that keep telling us, oh, you're pronouncing it wrong. No, we pronounced it right. They just told us. Us we pronounced it right.
Can't dispute that.
They absolutely did. So, take a look at the final standings after the entire first group stage here. They will be coming up. I'm excited. There we go. Kungarna can just take a short little break here as they finish in second place. Immortals going to be popping off that #1 spot, and it is FaZe and Citizen 7 who are heading home.
Oh, man, what an event. These were not the teams I was expecting in our, at least this order. What I was expecting for our top 6 moving into the next group phase. Very, very exciting 2 weeks of round-robin play. We still have one more coming up in this next week. I'm very excited to see it. Complexity, I think one of the biggest shockers on here, is sitting at the #6 spot. They did make it in.
That is the magic and the mess of round robin, which is why we're going to do a second round to get at some kind of parity here and make sure everything is as accurate as it can be, because teams play up and down all the time. But the point is we put together this tournament to try and surface some of those teams that perhaps were good enough to play but hadn't been recognized yet, and also to give an environment for these teams that have been playing to really play a lot of matches back to back against each other, and under circumstances where they can really grow and develop and find perhaps some other parts of their dynamics that need to be improved on and find that. But like you said, we wouldn't necessarily expect this order, but it's going to be a fun round of 6.
The round of 6
be crazy.
will begin on January 17th, next Tuesday at 3:30, same time as we always do. That's 8:30 p.m. GMT for you Europeans over there. It is going to be exciting because that time, that top 6 right there is just going to get even smaller. So you just barely squeezed in. You got to keep on playing. You got to get into the top 4 if you want to go to the live finals. But if you have been enjoying what you've been seeing here, be sure to tweet at us at overscore. What is overscore? Overwatch _NGE. I've said that like 4 times now, and I still have not gotten it right one time.
Long day.
Overwatch _NGE. It has been a long day. Use the hashtag Winter Premiere, and we are definitely going to be checking that one out and getting y'all's feedback. But for me, for David, for Anthony, for everyone here at NGE, thank you for watching, and we will see you next week.
So Michael now getting demech'd. Man of Snow with a Graviton Surge. He's going to lay it down on the cart. Renegades need to get the follow-up here. Mangachu's flying freely. 3 kills for Renegades. 4 kills, 5 for them. And now it's only Blam who's up.
For them. That's a big sugar.
Juvenile getting a big Earth Shatter. The rest of them going through to clean up. And that is easy pickings. That's a nice Earth Shatter from Juvenile.
One shot. And there's Mangachu. He did switch to Pharah. Connor J pulling him down too, and he's going to go back again.
Goodness. Shut down. Here we go, AZK looking to go to town. He is just dealing all this damage. 3 kills for AZK, make it 4. I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it in time. Luminosity's got free push on this cart. Mezer's going to charge, though. He gets stopped by Super Fluke. ID needs to go stand on the cart. The Graviton came through from Luminosity and Spree. Fact Fiction was able to get 2-3 for Fact Fiction. He's really saving FaZe in this fight at the moment. My goodness, Fact Fiction getting 4 right here, and he takes down Verbo, the savior.
Winghaven starting to chase him back. Hayun, Pimamitsu all pouring it on, and Saipei picking up 4.
Oh boy. Baby Bay and Michael sync pretty well on some of these ults, sending that self-destruct over the top, landing in the back. That is beautiful from Kingarna.